Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 301. Li Yuan's birthday is very grand, and Li Shimin also spent some time thinking about it. First of all, it is ancestor worship to sacrifice to the sky. After finishing my work, I was accompanied by the ministers and strolled around the imperial city gate, but because of the sacrifice to the sky, Li Shimin did not go with Li Yuan and did not want to go with Li Shimin. At the same time, Li Yuan took a group of familiar old official children, and found a word with the people at the imperial city gate. After seeing Li Shimin's pomp prepared for him, Li Yuan also gave a lot of face, and did not smash Li Shimin's face. Finally, numerous officials and Li Shimin and the others met with emissary from various countries in the Great Ming Palace. Li Yuan also learned from the reports of various ministries that Li Shimin actually got expert guidance, got a new type of salt-making technique, and learned from Zhang Sanwag that Li Shimin actually opened the maritime Silk Road, ready to disintegrate Guanlong faction. In this regard, Li Yuan also gave face, and did not say anything. He glanced at Li Shimin for the first time in a real sense. "You are very good. I can rest assured." The problem of dealing with Guanlong and wanting to get rid of the Guanlong clan is actually a part of Li Yuan's heart disease. The reason why he can see Li Shimin. But after all, Great Tang's country was shot down by himself. Although he was separated from Li Shimin, it was all a family matter. Compared with Great Tang army, this was not justified. But Li Yuan is very concerned about that strange man. But Zhang Sanwag and the others also knew what Zhang Feng meant to Great Tang, so it was just a sloppy look and it passed. Li Yuan saw that he couldn't ask. He sighed and said nothing more. But everyone was surprised to find that the estrangement between Li Shimin and Li Yuan was actually eliminated in this matter. At the banquet, when Li Yuan looked at the table full of dishes he hadn't seen before, as well as civil and military officials, as well as the turbulent noses of foreigners, Li Yuan couldn't help but delight in his longan. "What is this?" "This is noodles." Even at the time of his imperial majesty, he only ate the same dishes as minister, but what about his table? "Although I didn't eat it." But the alluring fragrance and color made Li Yuan very happy. At this time, Li Shimin personally filled a glass of wine for Li Yuan. At this time, for the first time, Li Yuan also saw gray and white in Li Shimin's long hair. This scene could not help being touched by Li Yuan. "Father Emperor, child and subject, to the Father Emperor, wish Father Emperor a long life the Nanshan." "Good, good." Li Yuan's eyes somewhat moist, he lowered his head and tried to keep the tears from flowing, got up, and had a drink with Li Shimin. As Li Shimin expected, this wine is Zhang Feng's wine. Anyone who drinks it for the first time will be infatuated with this kind of wine. This is the real wine. After Li Yuan raised his neck and poured it down, his complexion instantly turned red. But he still raised his head and closed his eyes, enjoying the fire in his mouth, slowly flowing into his intestines and stomach. Then he breathed, shouted loudly, "Good wine." "My son, what kind of wine is this?" He didn't call Li Shimin by his nickname, and he didn't call him by name. He His Imperial Majesty, but call him my son. The Guanlong faction present who was ready to watch the show was shocked. The officials of 5 surnames 7 clans present were shocked. The foreigners were shocked. Even Jili's youngest son, the extremely arrogant little Khan, narrowed his eyes slightly at this time. They are all waiting to see Li Shimin's jokes. As long as Li Shimin makes a fool of himself, then they can at this time and have a countermeasure. But at this time, they are disappointed. And Wei Zheng and the others, at this time, finally feel relieved. These all are handled according to the previous arrangement of the Zhang Feng brother. Li Shimin did not know. Zhang Sanwuji turned his head slightly and recorded all the expressions of the crowd in his head, and then he and Wei Zheng clicked nodded. The plan is complete. Naturally, the troubles between Turkic and Tibet have also been solved. Furthermore, the Guanlong thing, in this nickname, went bankrupt. Li Shimin doesn't know. Li Yuan is not stupid. He is facing the numerous officials. What expressions of the numerous officials? Does he know? At this moment, he finally believed what Li Shimin did. Come, Chenkian, my good daughter-in-law. Come, Kuina, Kia, Kink, you all come here, let's join us, and respect the ministers. A glass of wine. Li Yuan finally resolved the estrangement with Li Shimin. Zhang Sunwagu and Li Shimin personally filled Li Yuan and several princes with wine, and then they stood behind Li Yuan and faced numerous officials. All small officials, I am very pleased today, I am very pleased. Great Tang can have you, the glory is just around the corner. I am old, but I am not confused. Everything you do, I see in my eyes. I hope that in the future, I will assist His Imperial Majesty and take care of Great Tang. How about it? How dare the ministers make trouble? Get up in a hurry and knelt on the ground. Even the Gentiles also got up at this time and knelt on the ground. This small official, etc., must swear to death. Good. After all, Li Yuan's tears still fell, but the tears at this time, but it is so happy. Okay, come and drink this cup. Thanks retired emperor. Thank His Imperial Majesty. Thank you Empress. Wish the retired emperor the blessings of the East China Sea and the longevity of Nanshan. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 302, Huitong Lane. This is where East Market connects with Zai Market. Today, everyone in the city came to have a big banquet. The retired emperor is celebrating his birthday, and His Imperial Majesty is hosting the whole city. Can you come? The chefs in the city, as well as the chefs in all the hotels, have done it personally. This is something that everyone can't normally eat. But there is no Jiang Feng. He doesn't like it. The messenger who went to patrol the Yamen signed it there, and then lied that his stomach hurts and ran away. Especially looking at the stewed dishes on the table, he lost his appetite, especially with the clear river that still exudes a foul smell, and the banks of the river piled under the willow tree, the stinky silt that was still muddy and black with all maggots wriggling. Jiang Feng exploded. Isn't this just eating in the hut? Who the hell can eat? Yes, our kennel is still comfortable. But when Jiang Feng drove away, Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sanchong and Duga rushed towards him. That's a wonderful one. Along the way, everyone is seeing the presence of these two plagues, and instantly everyone has only one reaction. That's slippery. The three of them rushed over like no one in the realm of the wind, and everyone along the way had a reaction, and they all led them to both sides of the road. Even Old Scholar immediately gave way. Although he has a close relationship with these masters, he also has a guilty conscience. But the more you are afraid of something, the more you will come. Cheng Chumo stared at a pair of big coins-like eyes and scanned the crowd. After not seeing Jiang Feng, he saw Old Scholar and Guzi. Hey, Old Scholar, have you seen the Jiang Feng brother? He went back. I heard it was a belly. As soon as he heard that he had gone back, the three of them ran away without waiting for Old Scholar to finish talking about the reasons. Aroused a flurry of jumps and a loud discussion again. Old man, how did you know these evil stars? Old Scholar, you are awesome. These masters all know you. It seems that in the future you can walk unhindered. Ha ha ha. Oh, it's over. They went to Feng Tsai so fiercely. Could it be that Feng Tsai offended them? It's over. Let's go back and take a look. If they do anything to Feng Tsai, we have to help. Yes, walk around. Feng Tsai treats us not badly. That poor child, if you offend these masters, you won't have a good life. No need to go. Lei Ixukai sat down slowly and waved faintly. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Zuzi father. I don't know when. He wiped a black stone larger than his head in his hand. Seeing what Old Scholar said, everyone was still surprised, but everyone thought, even if those plague gods bit Jiang Feng, they couldn't help it. What can they do? That is also waiting for death. And looking at the big tiger that Jiang Feng gave to Jiang Feng last time, everyone couldn't understand it. Oh, youngster's life, I don't understand. While speaking, everyone sat down again. On the other side, Jiang Feng just lay on the recliner, and the elated one was going to seize a gong, but at this moment, there was a loud noise outside the door. which made him sit up. Boom. Feng Tsai. Let's eat, great family. Come out to pick up customers. Question mark. This fuck. Lao Tzu's door. The evil barrier, you will be mad. First pay for Lao Tzu's door. Zhang Feng is crazy. Looking at the gate that Cheng Chumo smashed to pieces, the beads in his eyes turned red. This fucks. This is the one who grew up eating stones? A kick. Lao Tzu's door. Zhang Feng feels distressed and has a headache. The whole body hurts all over. Hee hee. What? It's a bit too hard. But don't worry, I'll change it for you and change the door of gold-threaded cedar. Cheng Chumo see Zhang Feng's face, it's as dark as the bottom of the pot, and I know I've gotten into trouble. But he is excited. Today, his father, they know Zhang Feng must be unaccustomed to eating the popular goods on the street, and they are certain that he will come back and hide. Just let the three of them come over to accompany Zhang Feng, lest the government come to him to settle the account. This time, several people are excited. I wanted to come to Zhang Feng for a long time. What kind of heavy cavalry? What light cavalry army? What counts as what? Zhang Feng once said. How can the three of them survive? If it weren't for the recent major event in Cheng'an City, the father ordered everyone to help. They had already come. Originally, Wai Shu would also come, but today, he must be guarded in his imperial majesty all around, so I can only entrust the three of them with tears to ask, when can I learn that thing? Zhang Sunchong is quite interesting. Seeing that Zhang Feng was still angry, he hurriedly took out a notebook from his arms, said with a smile, Brother Feng, come. Let's show you a good baby. You know why is Iron Ox so excited? The animals are suffocated. Zhang Feng is suspicious. But seeing that even Du Dabing was slanting his eyes and fiercely, he couldn't help but become interested. What is it? Come on, sit and watch. Brother, I promise you will like it. Hee hee, grass. It's too trivial. This must be. Zhang Feng smiled contemptuously. I was about to say that he was an upright gentleman. Not like that. He was turning over the first page of the thread-bound red paper book without any cover. The eyeballs stared out. Fuck. This fucking is erotica? Question mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 303. Zhang Feng was shocked. This fuck, isn't it erotica? Fuck this. Zhang Feng, a little dazed, looking at the book in front of him. He has a feeling of secretly reading novels when he was in school, and it shocked him most. Yes, this thing actually appeared in the hands of the three Chen Sheniu, which is interesting. I said, Zhang Feng brother, what do you think of this thing? Is it a good thing? Chen Sheniu looked at Zhang Feng with a lowly laughed face and asked. Even Duga has a different color on his face at this time. Zhang Feng is a bit hot. It is said that this thing does look interesting. But damn it, why are you bringing it to me? Zhang Feng couldn't help but get anxious. I said, Iron Ox, you fucking, where did you get this thing? You are not afraid of your father breaking your leg. And this is the birthday of the retired emperor, you actually. It's okay, don't say anything. I will ask you how this thing is. Chen Sheniu did not speak. But Zhang Sunchong hooked Zhang Feng's neck and asked with a smile. Isn't it heard that you are going to marry a wife? We are not, brother. So, we will give you popular science now, lest when the time comes you. Zhang Feng's face is black. Staring at the eyeballs, he patted Zhang Sunchong's paws. Fuck off. You fucking, what are you talking about? Who said him going to get married? And you have nothing to do with the fuck. What are you doing? I know better than you. Right? Seeing Zhang Feng's eager eyes, Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong looked at Zhang Feng with amusement. Duga couldn't stand it anymore, and stepped forward with a gentle and elegant manner. He clasped his fists and said, Brother Zhang Feng. Both of them have encountered this situation, but it would be nice to marry a few rooms. After all, you have enough experience. And this is your first time, huh? They are all so kind. Zhang Feng wondered. So, you guys have nothing to do, so you just came to see me joke, right? But this thing is all done by the neighborhood. I don't even know what the girl looks like. You said this ... What is this thing? And Darbing, you are an honest person. Why are you so bad? Could it be that you fucking pretend come out? When Duga heard it, His face immediately became stern. "Brother Jiang Feng, what are you talking about? I am a reader of sage, so how can I pretend to be? And, about your marriage, we also listened to the fathers talking about it, you know, is it? How shocked we were when father learned that your daughter-in-law was the daughter of the shopkeeper of the Jiang family Yixing bakery, and was the only child. Do you know something? Although the girl said that she never went out, there were rumors that the girl was born appearing like a heavenly immortal. Don't you know, I went to the imperial palace with father before, good guy. You know, inside the imperial palace her concubine, even princess, is not as pretty as that woman." Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a little dazed, and hurriedly asked, "Could it be that you have seen that woman?" "No." The three shook their heads together, but the grandson said, "Although we have not seen it before, some people in our house once went to Yixing bakery to buy pastries. I heard people say, yes, once, there was a servant who happened to witness Miss Zhang's beauty once by chance. I heard, that good fellow, that. To be honest, if you really don't want to marry her, then you say to elder brother, go to propose marriage right away. What do you think?" Zhang Sanchong instantly put on an expression of be eager to have a try, even a little impatient, just as if wishing to catch the Miss Jiang family back now. This doesn't make Jiang Feng a bit crazy and speechless, quickly turned the subject away and said, "I remember this is the method of the retired emperor, everyone has to eat obediently and honestly. What's the matter with you? Why did you come to me?" The three people heard this and sighed in unison. "Hey, isn't this all for you, youngster?" Old Li, knowing that you youngster must be restless, you must not be able to eat such a meal. So it is concluded that your youngster will definitely come back. But do you know that this is an official treat? If anyone dares to go back privately and not eat, this is a university, that is, look down on His Imperial Majesty. If you are caught by the government, you will definitely have to hit the board. So, Old Li, let us take a look. Oh, no, it's our father. I want us to take a look. If it doesn't work, I'll give you a sloppy look. After all, we have someone in the palace now, don't be afraid. Hearing this, Jiang Feng is deeply sighed in relief. Yes, it seems that I am thinking too much. But I was also a little scared. He just lied and ran away just now, but didn't expect this fucking official treat. And this rule, I do not eat or not, mind your own business. If you don't eat a table, you have to hit the board. Anti-decree? Jiang Feng was a bit speechless, but didn't think about it, waved his hand and said, "Come on. Now that the three of you are here, then we are not drunk or not. I have been very annoying recently, so you guys three bastards, don't mention anything about blind dates to me. Otherwise, in the future, our little tavern will not tolerate you." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 304. The three of Chengchumo are hearing this. Where would you dare to fart? The happiness of the rest of their lives is held in Jiang Feng's hands, and Jiang Feng taught them things before. They seriously suspect that Jiang Feng is fooling them. How long has this passed? And they haven't seen him mention it. Although many things have happened in Chainan City during this time, they must help dealing with something. But the more they think about it, the more they feel that something is wrong, and La feels more and more that Jiang Feng, the grandson, is fooling them. Otherwise, why? I always feel that this grandson is eating in the little tavern and waiting to die a little, so I don't mean to teach them. It just happened to be based on today's events. So the three-person meal, hurriedly, deeply grateful, rushed to this place. And this was the scene just now. Demon King is out, Baron. Jiang Feng didn't think too much. His brain was very painful during this period. Whoever is the subject of this marriage, he will have a headache. This damn, he feels like he is going to be a bachelor, at the age of 20, and marry a wife at the age of 20, this damn. When Jiang Feng thinks of this, he feels an urge to hit a wall, and when he sees a person all day, he feels that he is talking about him. Depressed? Not good. You said you met Old Li, you want to complain to him, but this time, it was either to encourage him to go to school, or to encourage him to do this and that. Finally let Old Li run away. Good guys waited for these two goods, But the group of old guys here are not reliable. They can't tell at first. Just don't him. Mother jumped out, and when she entered the door, she kicked the door to pieces. Mother, won't I close the store tonight? You lose something? Jiang Feng entered the back kitchen foul-mouthed in his heart and clinked the pot. However, his small body cannot afford to offend, and he almost killed him with a slap. Did he dare to reach these masters? Look at the large bunch of tiger meat hanging on the stove, and then look at the new smoked chickens. From the stove, hook a pig's hind leg with a hatchet, put it in the pot, crackle it, then set it up and burn it. Anyway, this group of people are rough guys. Eating meat and drinking alcohol are nothing difficult. He doesn't simply choose carefully to turn the meat into various patterns, boil it in a pot, and get it out as a random chop of a crackle, chopped into several large pieces. With seasonings such as pepper in his mouth, holding a pot of chopped bacon in his hand, he walked slowly into the front hall and threw it on the table with a bang. In an instant, that smoked the natural scent of the meat attracted the attention of the three. Jiang Feng's food is simple and crude. Although it looks poor, it has a different sense of boldness. Moreover, although it is simple cooking, it does not matter whether it is smelled or whatever. That taste is stronger than those pig foods. After the three people love Jiang Feng's food, they eat some of their own food, and they just feel like vomiting. No way, my mouth is silly. At this time, I didn't care about anything else. One person picked up a piece of meat not much smaller than his head and ate it. While gnawing three uncles and stepping on the stool with one foot, they almost didn't get rid of their feet. Jiang Feng, brother, where's the wine? The wine is great. After a few mouthfuls, the three of them realized that Jiang Feng was actually squatting there and hugging a pig's hoof was gnawed fiercely, and there was no consciousness of taking wine. This could not help but made the three of them unable to sit still. They want to take it by themselves, but when they think of the repercussions after drinking the so-called ethyl alcohol last time, they are scared. If they take it out again, it will be deadly. Jiang Feng got up reluctantly, went to the wine cabinet and deliberately knocked out 3 jars of spirits with a degree of about 65 degrees, and threw them to the three of them. A jar was taken out from the bottom of the wine cabinet, with only a dozen degrees of wine, but the three of them were also chicken thieves. After being filled a few times, they suddenly learned to be smart. See, Jiang Feng took 3 jars of wine from the top and threw it to the three of them, then he took the wine from below. Even Cheng Chumo knows that this product must be filled with them. Is it still worth it? The three of them are not fools, they are also good wine shops. Seeing these three people, haha, don't you give me wine? Okay, then I will take it myself. Cheng Chumo grabbed the jar of wine from Jiang Feng's arms and slapped it off the mud. Thegadong was like pouring water. After a few mouthfuls, he threw it to Zhang Sun Chong, and then he let out a deep breath. Good wine. Ha ha ha, this is good wine. But this damn thing is a bit weaker, right? Jiang Feng, hearing this, fiercely involuntarily eyes at one jump. He had a bad feeling. In his stunned mouth, Chen Chumo actually took out a jar of wine from the top of the wine cabinet and squatted in front of the stunned Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's legs trembled a little. The liquor at the top. Damn it, that's shot you with over 70 degrees. He was finally pecked by the eagle. I slapped my eyes. I didn't even want to look at the three of Chen Chumo, and said in pain, brother, elder brother has been on fire recently. You can't drink this thing. You want a brother. Fate. Cheng Chumo, hearing this, where, I don't know what Jiang Feng is going to do. I stared at my eyes, with a sharp waist, and stepped on Jiang Feng's bench and shouted, brother, we are the brother. Are we the life and death brother? You just say you can't see. Start us. Your age, although similar to us, but a little bit older than us. Are you embarrassed to get wine from the bottom floor? When you are elder brother, you must have the consciousness of being a brother. Don't talk nonsense, do it. What else can Jiang Feng say? Clenched the teeth. I closed my eyes and slapped the mud with a slap, and shouted as tragic and majestic as Blade Mountain above, fuck. Who will not? Who is the grandest Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 305. Sometimes, Wine is a good thing. That's it. Jiang Feng and Cheng Chumo, the three of them drank happily, just like what? As for Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong, they are veterans of the wine shop. In addition, today, they are here prepared. They just want to smash Jiang Feng, take revenge from the last time. No matter how Duga tries to dissuade him, it won't work. And after Duga persuaded a few times, he also made that's all. It's not that he doesn't want to persuade, but now he is too drunk. What is the most important thing? It was Zhang Sunchong who whispered in Dugo's ear. If you want to learn Jiang Feng's ability, then you must have her. Moreover, Jiang Feng should be served comfortably. Otherwise, this youngster doesn't know what moths are going to come out. They are scared. At this time, Jiang Feng poured half a jar of wine in one breath, and he didn't even know his surname for a long time. Brother, you. Awesome. I can't drink anymore. Hiccup. You ha. Elder brother, I will lie down for a while. Lie down for a while. Jiang Feng was about to get up while speaking, but before he got up, he lay down on the table. Dugu, who couldn't wait, hurriedly asked, Brother Jiang Feng, didn't you say last time that you want to teach me how to count? This. Look at. Jiang Feng was stunned and annoyed by Dugu. He waved his hand and said, what's the hurry? Why are you fucking like a monk? Come on. Do you want to learn math? Come on. Bring the paper. Dugu and Zhang Sunchong are hearing this, with a flash of joy in their eyes, hurrying to get pen and ink from the counter. Jiang Feng is also dizzy. He got a bit of ink, bit the tip of his pen and thought for a while, and then wrote on the paper, 9 returns and divides, 1 returns to 1, sees in advance into 10, 2 and 1 add into 5, every 2 enters into 10, 3 13, 9 return with you, every 9 enters into 10. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded by Dugu and Zhang Sunchong, spent almost 1 hour, and finally got this division table out of the dumbfounded stare. He also drank a bowl of green orange and egg soup in the middle, which made his wine wake up a little. Otherwise, he would have fallen asleep long ago. And at this time, can Duga let him sleep? No. So, after finishing a division table, Jiang Feng ran to the backyard with his fingers with his head clasped to his throat. He forcibly vomited everything in his stomach, which made me feel a little better. And he woke up most of the wine. But he was also a little scared. This damn thing, it's because the memory of this era is more profound, and since he and Old Lee decided to start this school, he has also made preparations before. I wrote this division table subconsciously. I picked up a bucket of water and poured my head down. In an instant, the whole person trembled, and he woke up from the wine covered in water. When the three of Duga poked their butts to study the division table, Jiang Feng walked into the hall Shiren. When Jiang Feng came in, Duga hurriedly grabbed Jiang Feng and asked, Brother, this is this math? Ang, let me tell you, it's not the Jiang Feng boasting ratio. This thing, as long as you can memorize it well, and you can combine these numbers at will to make the correct division. When you reach 3 digits, you can instantly calculate it with your mind. Your mother will be able to finish the apprenticeship. So simple. Duga is stunned. Mathematics. He has only seen it in some books, and there is also a record of a few words, but this is the first time he has seen such a complete arithmetic table. What is this? This thing. Let's not say whether it can be, as Jiang Feng said. Once this thing is published, then Jiang Feng can become a mathematician. This. Just give it to me. Duga has some doubts about the authenticity of this thing. Nothing else. Just because Jiang Feng is too damn bossing forced. He seriously doubts this thing. Is it really that simple? No, he is not drunk yet. I have to fill him up. Otherwise, this thing is really worrying. Come on, brother Jiang Feng. You are my benefactor in Du Dabing's life. Come, my brother. I will toast you a bowl. Good. Seeing that this nerd, who is still more nagging than Tang Seng, has finally been turned away, Jiang Feng is also happy. With a wave of his hand, he gave him a big shot bowl and the division table. If Du Dabing can really calculate the division within 3 digits in an instant, Jiang Feng dare to pack the votes. Dubbing will definitely become the most powerful existence in this era. Not for anything else, just because of all the accounts. As long as he goes through it, he can calculate the way with no difficulty. Isn't this awesome? Even the descendants of those amazing mental arithmetic masters, mental arithmetic prodigies, have not been 7 or 8 years. This ability is impossible to get. Although Zhang Sanchong and Cheng Chumo are concerned about these things, I'm not too interested, but seeing Duga got what he wanted at this time, I couldn't help but feel anxious again. Brother, come on, elder brother will also toast you a bowl. Good. Inox. Elder brother, I won't blow to you. If you want to learn maths, forget it. Elder brother, I still have one thing here. That thing, elder brother, I didn't intend to talk about it. That is, elder brother, I will enter the imperial court in the future. It is a way to save my life. What? The three of them looked dumbfounded. Physics department. That's more than arithmetic. And it's something that covers everything in the world. Do you not learn? Learn. Grandson does not teach. Question mark. Cheng Chumo's eyes are red. Mother. He gave Zhang Feng a sleeve directly. Zhang Feng am getting angry too. Slap the table and roar. Okay. Mother, grandson doesn't learn. Walk around. Stop fucking nonsense. Let's have fun. Zhang Sanchong is still clever, seeing Zhang Feng almost drank it. But it's a bit short of that kind of realm. Today they still have one of the most important tasks. That is to take brother to brothel, break him, and now it's not the time to talk about this. The other guys either fell asleep or woke up from the alcohol, and everything in the end was nothing. Just put him on the thief ship, as long as you get on the ship. When the time isn't he Zhang Feng reluctant to think of Xiu. When Cheng Chumo listens, how can he not understand the way? Tap Zhang Feng on the shoulder. Go and go. Brother takes you to a good place. Human world, immortal realm. Really? Zhang Feng with red eyes, he asked with a drink. The two Cheng Chumo slapped their chests. Brother, we will can't lie to you. Go and go. Lead the way. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 306. Dugu is out of help. Now the whole person is stuck in what Zhang Feng said about physics. But although he is very curious about the physics, he just subconsciously believes that the thing is definitely the martial arts called by the brash man. For that thing, he has a bit of contempt in his heart. Simply take the initiative to take the responsibility of looking at the door. Make it easy for a few people to go out. Hearing this, Zhang Sanchong and Chen Chumo are in favor of it. They don't want such a joyous thing, so they have nothing to do to find a fly to put on the side. That's it. The two slanted Zhang Feng and walked out of tavern slowly. When they got out of tavern, they found out that the outside banquet no longer knows when it will end, and the sun has shifted from overhead to the west. On the street, a group of open-breasted men, with their chests open, holding pour straw fans, dangling in the street. It seems that I have just eaten too much, and I am digesting food at this time. However, at this time, when I saw Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong actually holding Zhang Feng out of tavern since childhood, and following the eyes of the three people, I don't know what Zhang Feng's door is. At that time, the ground was broken and piled up at the door. Zhang Feng has a good reputation. I saw this now. Everyone exploded. Although I am very afraid of the stubbornness of these two demon kings, but Zhang Feng was held up by them. I don't know if he was drunk or something. Now he is called brothers and sisters to these two. Is it still worth it? Unfortunately, he picked up a stick. Although his legs sifted the chaff, he still stood on the road and blocked Cheng Chumo's path. Two masters. Did Feng Tsai offend you too? If this is the case, I will do it for him. Go. Cheng Chumo was originally a violent temper and a stubborn boy who went out. At this moment, seeing a slave daring to stand in the way, he waved his hands in annoyance. But they were waiting to let Zhang Feng invited guests to drink wine, but wanted to see the so-called knowledge of physics. This is suddenly blocked, who is not annoying. But this time, he is not going backwards. Although the cold sweat on his face wets his chest, he still is not going backwards. At this moment, I don't know where Goozy wiped a stone from behind. hitting it on Chengchumo's big ass from behind. The smashed Chengchumo grinned for a while, but without waiting for him to turn around, Zuzi also took a handful of stinky black mud and maggots squirming from the road teeth, and slammed it on Zhang Chong's door with a pop. In an instant, these two goods exploded. Fuck, little bastard. Do you dare to fight your uncle? Believing or not, grandfather will give you food. Fight me, say Feng Tsai. I don't know when. Old scholar tremblingly held a bamboo pole and knocked Chengchumo a sap. Although Chengchumo did not faint, he was shocked at this time. Come here. Feng Tsai was caught by the Demon King. Say Feng Tsai for me. The man in Guanzhong. It's just such a unity. Even if Jiang Feng only gave them a little favor. But after watching Jiang Feng, they were actually taken away by the bad guys. At this time they couldn't sit still. Even if they know that they might lose their lives by doing so, they still have a duty to save Jiang Feng from the tiger's mouth. As everyone rushed to avoid the eyes of the two of them, and the two goods were stubborn, but they were only the majesty of Cheng Cheng's mouth. Now, but he didn't dare to start. What's wrong with this? In case of smashing one to death with a fist, although the government will not do anything to them, the plague god in the family will also strip them off. Unfortunately, the two goods finally woke up and shook Jiang Feng hurriedly. Even Zhang Chong put his finger on Jiang Feng's tongue and let Jiang Feng spit out the alcohol in his belly. Only relieved, Jiang Feng woke up swayingly, and saw that when he was surrounded by so many acquaintances, he couldn't help being embarrassed. Ye old scholar, old he, Zuzi father? What are you doing? Feng Tsai, how did you offend these two plague gods? Quickly, don't be afraid, even if I try my best to old he, I will save you. Quickly, let Feng Tsai go. Otherwise, I killed you. Stop. Although Jiang Feng still didn't figure out what happened here, he still vaguely remembered some time. Explained quickly. Guys, you misunderstood. We are brother. No. I'm tired of drinking in tavern. I'm ready to find a good place to drink. Walk around. Let's go. Today, I'm Jiang Feng's treat. If anyone doesn't go, then look down on my Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng roared slowly. At this time, everyone was confused. Is this fucking wrong? But old scholar is still not at ease. After all, the skin of the human shadow tree, these two goods, there is no good thing. At this time, Jiang Feng is obviously wrong. At this time, what can you do with Jiang Feng? Feng Tsai, honestly, what are you doing? Where are you going to drink? Old scholar, you. Chengchumo took a cold breath and said, what is it possible that will buy Feng Tsai? Isn't it heard that Feng Tsai said that he was embarrassed to agree to the family relationship? Being brother, isn't this also anxious? I want to take brother to see and know, so that he can agree to this kind of marriage. Isn't it? What are you doing? You still want human life. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 307 ? Everyone was dumbfounded. Is that so? But everyone doesn't know that Chainen can be called a Demon King character. Can it be a good thing? Feng Tsai is the god bestowed on them by heaven. Their child still hopes to get a little bit of truth from Jiang Feng. When the time comes, bring honor to one's ancestors. If these things bring Feng Tsai out of order, what's the deal? No. If Feng Tsai doesn't agree to this matter, no one is allowed to take Feng Tsai away. Old scholar, it's also on the bar. Block everyone. Although everyone said nothing, they have already explained everything with their actions. The sticks and stones are raised high one by one, but Chengchumo has a headache. I took brother to brothel to joke around. So difficult. Fuck. Just when Chengchumo was about to get angry, Zuzi's mother had a bowl of hand-squeezed tangerines, and the green-orange juice that was only the size of a quail egg poured Jiang Feng down. That saw, even everyone present felt toothache. But the effect is also visible. Jiang Feng finally woke up with a red face after slamming a few chills, staring at his red eyes and smacking his lips. In an instant, I vomited again. Fuck. Who fucking poisoned me? I fuck. What is this? It's some other green orange juice, Momo said timidly, hiding behind the people. Now, Zhang Feng is even more sour. But this thing also worked. Zhang Feng finally woke up completely. He won't be able to wake up. He seriously suspects that if he is being poured into a bowl of this thing, then he will definitely breathe once last. He waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. Many thanks for your love. Youngster, this is going to have a drink with brothers, not to welcome you with a stick. It's all gone. It's all gone. Go to little tavern another day. Feng Tsai, I invite you to drink." Yes, Feng Tsai is going to discuss with us. This time you are here in front of the opening of a school. Do you want those schools anyway? Academy? Everyone was shocked hearing this. Then everyone was in an uproar. At this time everyone seems to understand something. It turned out that Feng Tsai wanted to run a school for them. Feng Tsai once wanted to encourage Old Scholar to run a school, but Guzi had long been spreading this street. At this moment, I was speaking from these stubborn mouths. At this moment, everyone is finally a friar. Where can I dare to stand? Busy to get out of the way. But when Old Scholar suddenly realized it, he frowned. This lunatic still refuses to take a leisurely time with these old bones. But, Old Scholar is Old Scholar, how can it be dismissed in a few words? Furthermore, all Zhang Feng's affairs are basically handled by the little tavern, and in this world, where else can wine be comparable to his wine? I couldn't help but hurriedly asked, "Well, where did you go for a drink? Also, you said that you want him to see. See what? He always feels something is wrong." Zhang Feng in a low, muffled voice said, "Well, I invite them to brothel. Drink. Just drink and enjoy dancing." While speaking, ran away with the two in a hurry. Leave only the dumbfounded. Go to brothel? Fuck this. My god. Feng Tsai, this is finally getting rid of it 1 inch. Old Scholar was stunned for a moment, finally smacking his lips and looking at the back of the three of them. He touched the white beard haha and laughed. The tense atmosphere finally turned into a hilarious laugh in this sentence. Ha ha ha. It's no wonder Feng Tsai is covering up. So, this is really to get rid of it. Good. Okay. This time the marriage with Zhang family is finished. Ha 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 ha. Old Scholar, you are a good matchmaker. Go and go. Go to Feng Tsi's tavern for a drink. By the way, let's help him see the store and wait for him to come back. Ha ha ha. Chanan said it was big. It's actually quite big, but if you say it is small, he is also very small. And it was this time, just after Li Yuan's birthday banquet was over, when there were a lot of people. That one thing is like putting on wings. Although Zhang Feng said he was watching the singer sing, who would believe it? With stubbornness, does he still run? Because of this, Zhang Feng went to drink flower wine. For a while, it became a good talk for everyone to digest food. Finally, Zhang Feng is no longer a monk. He finally got the hang of it. Among these, the most exciting is none other than Old Scholar and the others. But when the incident hit Li Shiman's ears, Li Shiman was stunned. Are you sure? Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong took Zhang Feng to drink flower wine. In the corner of Royal Gardens, little Gizzy called Li Shiman aside, deliberately carrying Li Yuan on his back. This incident was seen by the slave servant's hands, so it should not be fake. Li Shiman, hearing this, can't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. This is really the second happy event of today. Li Shiman smacked his lips and pointed to Cheng Yojin, said, "Wait and tell them a few, and make them happy." He actually went to visit brothel. Thinking about it, Li Shiman couldn't help but laugh again, attracted a little inexplicable to everyone. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 308 Yanlai Building. Here is the entire Chainan highest brothel. It was also established by the government. The singers, wine girl, and some women here are strictly selected. Of course, some of them are slaves bought from foreign merchant or Turkic and other neighboring countries. And the women selected from all the brothels in Great Tang were sent here. There are even some women here who have committed serious crimes and are forcibly included as official prostitutes by the government. This is the paradise of every brothel woman's dream, and this is also every woman's nightmare. But even so, all wine girls who are no one to rely on Great Tang will fight to break their heads. coming. For those who can enter and exit here, the lowest cost of that night is to start in Baywin. This is just your qualification to enter the door. If it's something else, then all those who consume white silver clover night are nothing difficult. At this time, it was a time when brothels business was cold. The little servant, as well as the beautifully dressed woman welcoming guests at the door of the street, touched their belly listlessly, squatting in a cool place to digest. They also went to the banquet just now. But just now, I saw loud laughter from a street corner not far away. Although this is not normal, how many people can come here at this time? So it did not attract everyone's attention. But when Cheng Chumo's ox-raw voice fell in the ears of the old bastard, the old bastard was blown up. I hurriedly walked out of the door and slapped my eyes, and my eyes became straight in an instant. It's all dead. The nobles are here. As long as they are not dead, they will be fucking up to the old lady. The people were cursed with foul language and charged. Roaring inside the door, girls, Uncle Chen and Uncle Sun are here. They are fucking out for the old lady. In an instant, I only heard the chirp chirp twitter in brothel. And the old bastard is too late. And the others. She flicked the handkerchief, squinted her eyes several times, smiled like a chrysanthemum, and greeted her. Yo, old concubine heard magpies barking outside the window this morning. I thought it was something. It turned out that it was Uncle Chen and Uncle Sun here. Ha ha ha. Old mother, your big business is here. Zhang Sun Chong and Chen Chumo are obviously regular customers here. Being held up by the old bastard. Ha 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 laughed, took a 12 silver bills from his arms and stuffed it into old bastard's hands. In an instant, the smile of the ghostly old bastard was called miserable. Jiang Feng is vomiting anyway. I almost didn't want to go, but no matter how he was framed by 2 robotic arms, he didn't have a chance to break away. After seeing silver bills, where can those women sit still? A large piece of yuanyan was posted up. The 2 goods are still conscientious, pointing to Jiang Feng and said, today, this is the protagonist. Old bastard, today. If you don't give this master, I will wait for you. You believe or not, me today smashed your brothel at night. Others don't know the identity of Cheng Chumo, but old bastard does. Moreover, she was horrified to see Crown Prince, and she has been with these 2 goods countless times. Even if she eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gallbladder, she dare not offend Cheng Chumo and the others! Exclamation mark. But at this time, he actually took a stranger with him. Although he looks very handsome, but this very fasto face, although I have doubts. But seeing Zhang Sun Chong and Cheng Chumo being so solemn, they hurriedly waved and shouted, Jing Xiu, where are you dead? Get out of my mother. Your true fated son of heaven is here. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo has an urge to vomit blood. Zhang Sun Chong is the same. This Jing Xiu is famously beautiful in Chainan City. But the woman is a chaste woman, unless she is true fated son of heaven. Otherwise she will definitely give up her life. She is too beautiful, so everyone dare not force him. Jiang Feng brother, congratulations. Congratulations. Zhang Sun Chong and Chen Chumo were sore and slapped Jiang Feng on the shoulder. In an instant, Jiang Feng rolled his eyes and almost fainted. He doesn't understand. Isn't he just a lady? As for, you want it, give it to you. I came to see the ancient brothel, not that. But he dare not say now. Can only be framed by 2, surrounded by a group of women, and entered the brothel, and in a separate exquisite, small attic on the 3rd floor of brothel, a cool and elegant woman with a thin face but an extremely beautiful face is gently stroking an ancient zither. She is beautiful. It is the kind of beauty as iceberg and snow lotus. It used to be him, a great character in the previous dynasty. When she was 10 years old, she was sold to brothel. 9 years. Although she is in this land of fireworks, because of her amazing knowledge and talent in poetry, her fame soared throughout Chainan instantly. She has heard countless times, the old bastard said true fated son of heaven. But, all left her disappointed. So, she never stepped out of the little bit of clean place that she sacrificed her life here. Ding! She gently fluctuated the strings in her hand, and a melodious piano sound, instantly like a refreshing cool breeze, made Jiang Feng suddenly stopped and looked at the third floor of brothel in amazement. The sound of the piano that Ruoxian asked in surprise. The sound of the piano. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 309, Ancient Zither. Especially the ancient Zither tune in ancient times. It is very particular, and Jiang Feng didn't know much. After all, he was an elective course in university at that time. He took ancient Zither in order to pretend to be forceful, but before he could pretend to be forceful, people came here. At this time, when I heard this song, Jiang Feng, which was once famous for the song 18 refrains on Tartar pipes, was stunned. At this time, isn't it just in memory that the scene of the ancient Zither tune was similar to that occasionally heard? It's already things have remained the same, but people have changed. At this time, everyone saw that Jiang Feng was so intoxicated with this song. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong are naturally very proud. See you, my brother understands this song. Hurry up and ask Jing Xiu to come out. Who the hell is talking about the brother I know? No one understands this song, the tune. Until Cheng Chumo finished the act, Jiang Feng was already in the memory, slowly reading out the meaning of this ancient Zither tune. Heaven has no end, earth has no brink, melancholy in me is endless also I think. Life passes suddenly as it is ephemeral and toyed, yet in my prime I am not overwhelmed with joy. Regretful, I wish to learn from heaven high, yet in vast space no reasons found to confide. Looking far above are just mists and grey, sentiments at ninth refrain to whom shall I convey? Jiang Feng's the sound is not loud, but it is sonorous. Actually, his mind at this moment is nothing but quiet in the past, which is what he remembered. The cold woman sat indifferently at the window on the third floor, playing quietly this sad tune. Because Jiang Feng was forced to act like a classmate, he ran over the fence and ran to the lawn outside the girls' dormitory to play with the school flowers. In the end, I don't know if the school flower knew his name, but Jiang Feng has no regrets, because the sound of the zheng at this moment reminded him of those brothers in the gradually blurred memory, and also made him sober and remember his identity at this moment. That's enough. And on the attic on the third floor, the zither sounded slightly trembling, and seemed very excited and rushed, but she still didn't want to go downstairs, but strummed it more hurriedly. The sound of the zither is sometimes like a squally storm, and sometimes like the quiet snow lotus. At this time, everyone is confused. I forgot that I am now in brothel. The old bust is stunned, because she remembered this song once. But every young, talented people wants to see Jing Xiu's first test. Jiang Feng is the only one who can cause such a big disorder in her strings. And he remembers one more thing. That was when the son of a high-ranking official wanted to come and marry her. Jing Xiu climbed onto the roof, stubbornly holding a dagger against her heart. She also made a rule that day. If anyone can let her play the second song, then he is qualified to set foot on his attic. If anyone can unlock his kuai, then she is not that person who will not marry. But what about today? Could it be this mysterious person who can personally accompany the son of National Duke? Is he really Jing Xiu's true fated son of heaven? The old bastard was shocked. At this time, more terrifying things are still to come, because Jiang Feng not only unlocked the first face at this time, but still, like dementia, followed Jing Xiu's art and unlocked the second one again. The third song, the fourth song. Finally Cheng Chumo couldn't stand it anymore, yawned, and put his arms around the two women, and went to find pleasure alone. And at the third hour, the one who was able to stand on the first floor, he's gone for a long time. The Yanlai building was also closed by a token from Zhang Sanchong. Such a shocking thing, it's better that less people know it. When Zhang Sanchong arranged everything, he put his arms around the two wine girls and went up to the second floor. Finally, the old bastard sitting on the stairs and napping, then seeing the wine girl woman who has no business today, all of them disappeared. Until the time when Hua Den first came on, Jiang Feng was left in the entire brothel hall. And, at this moment, the song finally stopped. Unconsciously, a refreshing fragrance breeze hit, and I saw a woman wearing an ice blue dress, slowly walking down the stairs. At this moment, Jiang Feng's spirit slowly recovers. But when his gaze looked towards the woman, he was completely crazy. Are you Sunday Sunxiaman? Is this a goddamn coincidence? This isn't it just a school flower? Fuck. Insane. Is this crazy? Or is this world crazy? This matter is too fucking to be withdrawn, right? Jingxiu saw Jiang Feng so horrified, a trace of disappointment flashed under his eyes. But he still stepped forward to give Jiang Feng a salute. Concubine Jingxiu, not Sun Xianman as noble son said. Cold. The coldness in the words. Jiang Feng couldn't help shivering. I'm alone. This is definitely a person. Although he did not say a word to the school flower in the previous life, he has heard and seen the school flower's speech video and singing video. At this time, goodbye. But things have remained the same. But people have changed. Jiang Feng took a deep breath. It is also a deep courtesy. Young lady Jingxiu, let's download Jiang Feng. Noble son Jiang. I don't know the song just now. Would you rather know the name? Jiang Feng nodded. I know. This is 18 Refrains on Tartar Pipes by Ki Weddenji. I don't know young lady Jingxiu. Is that right? Yes. Jingxiu's eyes are burning, as if wanting to see Jiang Feng through. After a while, when Jiang Feng felt uncomfortable all over, Jingxiu said softly, it's cold at night. Can I ask noble son to move to the boudoir and talk in detail? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 310. The boudoir is not big. There is only one flower bed, one tea set, one table and chairs, and the rest to chat. It looks so poor, succinct and clean. After Jingxiu invited Jiang Feng in, he burned a small pot carefully. I made some tea froth and put it on an oil lamp and burned it thinly. Although the worst is the inferior tea of Great Tang, this person is beautiful. The posture of this tea is different, and the tea that I bring with it must be sweet. During this period, Jiang Feng watched Jingxiu's every move, and Jingxiu was also carefully burning tea. Jingxiu is beautiful. The long eyelashes are not big, but they are especially memorable. A pair of clear eyes that can't give birth to any evil thoughts. I don't know what noble son Jiang does. I have heard that there is no such person as noble son Jiang in Cheng'an City. But just now I learned that you and Cheng Inoxen know the others. Jingxiu asked directly. Jiang Feng is somewhat unfathomable mystery. Why don't you follow the routine? Didn't you ask about this first word? Could it be ... She is really a transmigrator? Think of this. Jiang Feng is excited. If you can really meet the transmigrator, and it is the schoolgirl of the previous life, it will be awesome. This world is not so lonely anymore. Jiang Feng thought for a while. Said, Inxia, I was like a person in Liang's mansion. I encountered a mountain flood a few years ago and I followed the honored teacher outside to learn art. This was a disaster. After the end of the teaching process, countless people can go under. I remember that Chainan had an industry shelved for many years. Only a few years ago, I came to Chainan and managed a small tavern. Although the business was weak, it ended up idle. Jingxiu hearing this, slightly frowned. I'm really sorry, but I hope noble son will forgive me. The little girl doesn't know about noble son's family. It's all right. Jiang Feng he waved his hand and asked, I don't know where young lady Jingxiu is from. Why is it here in Yanlai building? Looking at young lady Jingxiu, but she is not a woman from the wind and dust. Why is she born in the dust again? Frankly, when Jingxiu was 10 years old, he was assigned here because his family used to be the previous dynasty high-ranking official, and because Jingxiu used to study piano, chess, calligraphy and calligraphy with the geisha here. Fortunately the ancestors blessed him and was talented, so that the little girl can live in this dust and have this place to live. After that, Jingxiu said her own experience and age seriously, which could not help but let her Jiang Feng is a little strange. Don't all women of this era care about their own information? Why did you ask the family during this meeting, and then automatically report your birthday to a strange man? This is not right. Is Great Tang just so open? Or is she tempting? Involved? Jiang Feng asked, I wonder if young lady Jingxiu has ever heard of a musical instrument called piano. He is looking forward to Jingxiu to say come out, or nodded. However, he was wrong. This woman is a great Tang, an out-and-out woman. Although disappointed, but Zhang Feng is not too desperate. After all, traveling through this thing is not a stopover. Afterwards, I had a short chat with Jingxiu and left. He can't stand the tranquility. He was afraid that he couldn't help it. Farewell to Jingxiu. Go downstairs. But I met Duga with weird eyes. Brother Zhang Feng, have you entered young lady Jingxiu's boudoir? What's wrong? Zhang Feng asked rhetorically. Duga did not answer him. Instead, Zhang Feng looked up and down, left, right and left, and asked, you came out less than an hour after you went up, did nothing. Drink a bowl of tea. Darbing, are you drunk or hysteria? Why are you talking so weird today? Am I weird? Duga exploded. Do you know what it means to be in young lady Jingxiu's boudoir? Do you know how many people in Great Tang are beating young lady Jingxiu? Do you know his idea? Do you know? Until this fried lemon essence was finished, Zhang Feng interrupted him and asked, can we speak well? This young lady Jingxiu, what is it capable of? Don't you know? This time it's Dugo's turn to get lost. Zhang Feng obediently and honestly shrugged. Dugo's mouth was sweet, and he almost spewed a mouthful of old blood. He took Zhang Feng and sat on the stool on the first floor and said, brother, you are awesome. You know, Jingxiu is the most important woman of all the stubborn hearts in Chainan City. All the stubborns fought once before for Jingxiu, but in the end they didn't know what happened. In the end, everyone signed a tacit agreement. That is, only people who can truly use their talents and break young lady Jingxiu's Zither tune are eligible to marry her. Zhang Feng is stunned up. These damn stubborns are all idiots. Right? Isn't it just a piece of music? What's so difficult about this? Difficult? Duga really wanted to hammer Zhang Feng to death. He stared at Zhang Feng with red eyes. You know that young lady Jingxiu's song is an isolated copy. It is rumored that an old palace lady accepted Jingxiu as a disciple and then passed it on her, and even if princess wants to learn, she won't pass it. How difficult is this song? Do you think? This. Zhang Feng is speechless, and Duga looked like a dog and said word by word, you know, once someone breaks young lady Jingxiu's song, it means that Jingxiu wants to marry him. No matter who he is, and how old he is. Zhang Feng sprayed Dugo's blood with a mouthful of old blood face. What did you say? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 311. Zhang Feng is dumbfounded. What kind of fucking shit is this? Isn't it just the song 18 refrains on Tartar pipes, just to break this song and marry someone? What if the opponent is 180 years old, with half of his neck in the dirt? You fucking marry him? Grass. This fucking what the hell rules? Not only that, Zhang Feng thought of a terrible thing. That's the one Duga said before, that Chainan had to abide by all the stubborn rules. Let him accidentally break it. Zhang Feng is a little dizzy. He couldn't help but think of the real stubbornness in Chainan City. Zhang Sanchong, Sheng Chumo, Wai Xiu, and a freak Dugu. These four are the stubborn heads of the real Chainan City. Although these lords are normally invisible and not leaking, they still have all the stubbornness in Chainan City. My god damn, it's okay. Why am I running here? This is really exciting. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, brother, is it too late for me to regret it now? It's too late. Now you think about it, I'm here. What does that mean? The stubbornness of the entire Chainan City knows about this. When Zhang Feng wanted to run, Duga said dejectedly, don't even want to run. Now it's closed, you will also leave. Not Chainan, wait until tomorrow morning. If Iron Nox and the others make a move, you may still have a whole body. Shen Sheniu makes a move, it has a fart effect. Zhang Feng wants to cry. It's nothing to do my fucking thing. Nothing to do to death. Grass. Those are all plague gods. Everyone came to hide in a hurry, but now they accidentally offend these masters. Sheng Chumo, Zhang Sanchong, and Wai Shu are pretty hungry ghosts. If you can let them know about this, then I know. Darbing. Now you have nothing to do, brother. I beg you one thing." Duga rolled his eyes and asked, "What's the matter?" "You should go and tell old Lee about this now, and ask him to find Lord Zangson right away." "Isn't he at odds with Lord Zangson?" "This matter has to be settled by someone." "Okay, this is easy to handle, but what is the physics you are talking about?" "I want to see and see." Zhang Feng is about to agree, but he was stunned when the words came to his lips. This guy, his mothers didn't expect, is such a chicken thief. "Okay, you darling, you are trying to profiting from somebody's misfortune." "Okay, isn't it physics?" "I'll tell you, you go and do experiments for me, as long as you can. This has been done for me, so what should I teach you?" "What's the matter?" Dugu also trembled with excitement. With great effort, I finally dug out 2 kinds of babai from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng is not nonsense. Said, "This matter, you must never pass it on to others." I will tell you. If you can make a 10-kilogram iron, and 10 catties of cotton, thrown down from 10 jang at the same time, and let them land at the same time, I will pass it to you. However, there is a requirement, except for the tied rope. Don't bundle anything weighing more than a pound. This is aerodynamics, and it is also a kind of physics trick. If Du Darbing can really crack it, it means you have physics. What about the innate talent on the internet and give you a little elementary school knowledge? After all, if when the time comes, if the school is set up, this grandson is a ready-made free teacher. Sure enough. After Duga heard this, he frowned deeply and broke his fingers. Zhang Feng patted him on the shoulder, lightly saying, "Don't question the authenticity of this thing." What Zhang Feng said, "Which one have you seen is a fool?" This is actually in physics, the most primary level introductory question. If you can't even do this, I'm sorry, you don't deserve to be my Zhang Feng's disciple. Youngster, this is your punishment for fooling me. You can crack it slowly. Zhang Feng looked outside the door, and the patrol soldiers did not return. They found an empty bedroom and fell asleep. But he didn't notice. Since he went downstairs, Jingxiu has been watching his every move. How can she not know Du Go's true identity? This little devil is all around him playing, and who is old Li in his mouth? After he heard Du Go's alarmist talk, he immediately thought of a countermeasure instead of just exclaiming, which was beyond Jingxiu's expectations. That old Li is Li Chengqian? Jingxiu doesn't understand. But simply leaning against the bed rail at this time, slowly savoring what physics Zhang Feng said. 10 catties of iron and 10 catties of cotton land at the same time? Interesting. You the future husband. What kind of person are you for a song? What is the so-called piano? What can you do to marry me? What can I put on a wedding dress? Can't help but, Jingxiu's face above, a touch of sorrow appeared again. The cold moonlight, from the windows of the attic, illuminates Jingxiu leisurely, and the reflection is printed on the first floor, where Zhang Feng just stood. And Dugu, like a wood-carved clay sculpture, stands on the first floor of the brothel. However, everything that happened here has already disturbed Li Shimin, who had already fallen asleep. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 312. Have a busy day. Not only solved the estrangement with the Father Emperor, but also dealt with Tibet's affairs. This is a great event for double happiness. So Li Shimin and Li Yuan talked freely. After telling the love of father and son, this was long in joy. I was so happy with Empress Zangson and went to bed. However, at 3/4 of ugliness, the small yellow sect hurriedly said something in the ear of the guard, and then the guard at the entrance of the palace hurriedly reported the incident with the small yellow sect. It was passed to the little court eunuch, the servant. Little court eunuch woke up Li Shimin fearfully. His Imperial Majesty, the spies outside the palace just got a secret letter about Cheng Chumo and the others. In no time, the little court eunuch dare on the lifted dragon bed. A word faintly sounded. Say. It is rumored that Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong took a mysterious man into the Yanlai building. The mysterious man confronted young lady Jingxiu's Zither tune. I have entered young lady Jingxiu's boudoir. Oh, ha 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 ha. This is another good thing I heard today. Not bad. Send my will. Let Wai Shu send a message to all the stubborns of Chainan City. Who dares to catch the attention of young lady Jingxiu, or who dares to inquire the mysterious man's message, no matter who it is, kill. Little court eunuch hearing this, he was shocked and cold, and he was about to push it out in a hurry. But at this moment, Li Shimin said again, tell their father about this good thing, the fun has just begun. Ha 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 ha. Little court eunuch has quit, but at this time, Li Shimin has no sleep. Empress Zhang San on the side asked suspiciously, second brother, is that official prostitute your attention? Li Shimin thought for a while and stopped. Zhang San wagged the waist said, I didn't expect anything before. But just last time, after I learned that he actually rejected the marriage, I was thinking, what happened to the Jiang Feng brother? Is there any hidden danger? So, I was wondering if I could find him a concubine, even if it was a maid in the room. After all, Jiang Feng brother alone, the days are hard, even a washing and cooking person, there are no people around me, I feel ashamed. That's why I thought about asking why Shu this youngster, didn't he expect actually asked, this Chainan city. There are such strange women. So, I beating somebody at their own game. Zhang Sanwaga looked suspicious looking at Li Shimin. Li Shimin looked a little unnatural. So what, go to sleep, I'm sleepy. But Empress Zhang San still didn't say a word, just staring straight at Li Shimin. Second brother? I don't know how long it took before Li Shimin was going to fall asleep. But at this moment, Empress Zhang San CIA asked leisurely, concubine asks you something, every time you go out of the palace? Do you really go to Jiang Feng brother? On the other side, when Chu Shi was about to arrive at Yin She, a team of Jinwu guards, holding the token of his imperial majesty, with 3 little Huang flags on their horses, came out of the imperial city and out of the imperial city. After that, the team immediately divided into 3 teams, and then divided into 3 directions, going to Chengyojin and Zhangsanwuji, as well as the residence of Du Yui. Even Big Fool Yuchi can only stare at the Emperor's order, and watch Wai Shui gallop past his eyes like 2 to 80,000. Cheng Manor. Wai Shui came to Cheng Manor in person. This place is worthy of being the home of the military god. Although it is late at night, the 10 generals at the door are still standing straight. If all the lights are blown out, then there will be strangers from here. If you pass by, it will definitely be mistaken for stone and clay sculptures. 2. The moment a faint sound of horseshoes rang at the gate of the city mansion, 10 famous generals wearing jiren, also in an instant, looked towards the place where the sound of horseshoes came, and grabbed the waist with their hands, subconsciously, with vicissitudes of eyes on the handle. This is instinct. It is the instinct of a soldier. Furthermore, at the time of the 3 sutras in the middle of the night, those who can come here are either from the palace or enemy. Who is here? At this time, headed by a man with a stature like an iron tower, he strode out a step. In an instant, 10 servants formed a simple battle formation, and the guard furiously shouted. The sound like a thunder, but the sound of horseshoes that are approaching quickly has a trace of disorder. However, at this moment, in the sound of horseshoes in the distance, Wai Shui hurriedly said, Ning brother-in-law, don't shoot arrows. I am Shu, I am Wai Shui. Hearing this, the guard at the gate of Cheng Manor was deeply sighed in relief. And it is at this time, in the shadow on the gate of Cheng Manor, a man also wearing armor, with a grass neck dangling, jumped to the front of the crowd. He is the brother-in-law of Wai Shui. It is also the captain of the guard this time. I saw his sword-like eyes looking at the people who were galloping not far away, and shouted, this is in the middle of the night. Why don't you stay in the imperial palace? Well, why do you run out? While speaking, Wai Shui and the others also appeared at the door of Cheng Manor. Holding a token aloft, he said, I am ordered by His Imperial Majesty to come to Uncle Cheng. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 313. Fuzzhong. The front yard. The night in Cheng Manor is not quiet. The endless snoring sound is very irregular throughout the entire mansion, and it has never stopped at all. In Cheng Manor's living room, Cheng Yojin, wearing a dress and yawning, glanced at Wai Shu and asked, youngster, what needs to be here in the middle of the night? Uncle Cheng, Are you Chumo back home? Wai Shui cautiously asked. Chumo. Didn't the youngster go with the Jiang Feng brother? Maybe he's still drinking now. Why, His Imperial Majesty wants to call him. No. No. It's like this. Uncle Cheng. Seeing Wai Shui talking cooing, Cheng Yojin frowned, his fists squeezed randomly, and there was a burst of sound. The sound of crackle. If you have something to say, just let it go. If you have nothing to do, get out. Don't. It's something, but. Uncle Cheng, let's talk about it first. And wait until you can. Can't you stop kicking your ass? Cheng Yojin frowned and got up. Wai Shui hurriedly said, just now, a spy went into the palace to report His Imperial Majesty, saying that Chumo and Zhang Sanchong took the Jiang Feng brother to Yanlai building. This matter I know. What else is there? Just let it go if you have a fart. That's it. What? The Jiang Feng brother took young lady Jingxiu down, and this has already happened. It passed out. So, what? Jiang Feng brother really took down Jingxiu? Fuck. Cheng Yojin didn't care about it before. To accompany Jiang Feng to Yanlai building, His Imperial Majesty didn't say anything. What can he say? And this is a good thing. Don't open the meat for him. This youngster will be bad if you hold it all day long. But this. How did you take down Jingxiu so fast, and also spread the matter out? Now Cheng Yojin finally understands why His Imperial Majesty will be at this time. The messenger is here. This is His Imperial Majesty who wants us to wipe our ass. I thought of this. Cheng Yojin hurriedly waved his hand. Come here. Bring my piece of clothing. While speaking, Cheng Yojin stood up and said, you said there is Zhang Sanchong. Will anyone go to Zhangsan residence? Go on. What's the matter with Dugu? Didn't I hear that I was looking at the store? Did he report this incident? I don't know. But I heard the gossip and Jiang Feng gave it. What is Du Gao's syllabus? It is estimated that His Imperial Majesty is really for this reason. Okay, you should quickly inform the two old bastards to see if this son is going to how to save it. While speaking, Cheng Yojin kicked Wai Shui's butt, and Wai Shui limped away in pain. As soon as Wai Shui left, Cheng Yojin roared, Old Ning, Lord. In an instant, that was just outside the door, the man with a heavy bow appeared in the living room instantly. Cheng Yojin touched the chin, said, it's not convenient for me to show up on this matter. You immediately lead a few good players, and you personally lead the team to surround me with the Yanlai building. Except for the out, a fly is fucking to keep me out. Yes. At the same time, Zhang Sun Wuji and Du Nui also received this information and couldn't help but feel a little confused. This Jiang Feng brother awesome. A shot is a law. I haven't done anything yet. Only a few hours? Did you take down Jingxiu? But they're stubborn children of Chainan. That is also the door. At this time, if you let them know, it would be crazy. In case a large group of crazy people are stuck in Yanlai building and Jiang Feng is killed, it is impossible. After all, there are Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong, but they are worried that their identities will be exposed. And the identity of Jiang Feng brother. How sensitive is this time? At this time, in case Guanlong faction really noticed the consequences. What a big trouble. Go. Let the servant in the Fuzzhong immediately inform you that the people in Cheng Yojin should be coming to the Yanlai building soon. Our people can prepare everything. Just wait for tomorrow morning. Stubbornly warned me, whoever dares to make trouble. I invited Zhang Sun Wuji to the Ministry of Justice prison for tea. Zhang Sun Wuji's mansion. After Zhang Sun Wuji finishes his order, where can I still sleep? The author's chin is turning around in the living room, and then clenching one's teeth and said, come and prepare the sedan chair, go to Cheng Manor immediately. Lord, it's almost the now at the time of Mao. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. That man hurriedly accepts the decree and went down. His Imperial Majesty can let him in the middle of the night. Jinwu guards passed this incident to his ears. What does it mean? That is enough to show that His Imperial Majesty wants them to wipe their ass. When Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly left the mansion, the gate of Nadu mansion, there is also a sedan chair, escorted by the guards, hurriedly towards Cheng Yojin's mansion in the night. Although there is a tumult outside, Jiang Feng is in the Yanlai building. I slept very sweetly, even whispering a name in my dream. In the attic, Jing Xiu was insomnia. She had heard it through the window, outside the door for a while. The sound of rustling, and the faint sound of weapons colliding. She knows that she will be out of the cabinet only by daybreak. But the premise is that noble son Jiang, can he really block those crazy talents? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 314. Early morning. It's not bright yet, but Jiang Feng has already been woken up. Brother? Jiang Feng, brother, wake up. Feng Tsai, I'm waking up soon. What's the matter? What time is this? Let me sleep again. Sleep. Jiang Feng turned over and fell asleep again. But Dugu is in a hurry. He was awakened by urine early in the morning, and went out in a hurry, but met a group of people who were squatting outside. Although they were dressed in ordinary guard clothes, but he knew him, and he was not unfamiliar. Cheng Mena is guarding the outside of the Yanlai building. Don't think about it, Duga just needs to think about it. This is the matter has been passed into the palace. Otherwise, why would the guards of Cheng Mena be here to watch for them? So, Dugu was in a hurry. He shook Pimp, who was in charge, and asked about the rooms of Zhang Sunchong and Cheng Chumo. One person, 1 foot, and one more sentence that your father is here, instantly making two big fists. Life stopped in front of his face. The two of them didn't believe it before. Then the grey dawn sky quietly leaned on the teeth of the window and took a look, and the hair on Cheng Chumo's back exploded. These people are his father's veterans, and it is never ambiguous to beat him. If you are caught by these masters at dawn, you will have to peel off if you die. What should I do? Chong Tsai, this is not going away now. I would rather brother-in-law that is the archer, and any wind and grass will not escape his ears. By the way, Darbing, at the end of last night, what happened? I remember the Jiang Feng brother was chatting with that Jing Xiu. Finally. By the way, when did you come? Duga hearing this, the face and the plate are distorted. Iron Knox, do you know if you two got into trouble? You went to Bishik last night. You know that the Jiang Feng brother finally took young lady Jing Xiu. It's down. Huh? Take it down? Dang, such a cowhide. Really took it? Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong, who was hiding in the sidelines in spite of the fear, asked, awesome. It's really my brother. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Duga hearing this, the nose is crooked with anger. Do you guys know that you are in trouble? Who do you not want to provoke? You have to let the Jiang Feng brother stab the hornet's nest. I guess wait until dawn. I can't leave if I want to go. You guys got into trouble this time. His Imperial Majesty knows about it. What? His Imperial Majesty? Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong are hearing this, and they are stunned. Wait. No, Darbing, you heard it yesterday. What they said is, let us play with Jiang Feng brother, right? But I also know, where is the best place to play in Chainan City? It must be the Yanlai building. And you also know about it. You didn't say anything at the time. If you want to play, our Jiang Feng brother, definitely can't. Don't you play with those rouge and vulgar fans? If our Jiang Feng brother was taken to play with the vulgar and vulgar fans, then we don't need other people, and we don't have face on our faces. So, when the two were put together, they brought him here. What's wrong with this? Dugu was fainted. Wrong. You fucking, what's wrong with taking the Jiang Feng brother to play? You have to take him to stab the hornet's nest. Jing Xiu is good, but do you know that it will make the Jiang Feng brother annoy me? Sorry. Who dares? The two foolish guys are angry at hearing this. Looking at Jiang Feng, who was sleeping on the bed, he scratched the back of his head. This matter, Iron Knox just stopped there. Who would dare to say anything? They don't want to be mixed up. It really doesn't work. Let's call Chen Qian out. No, let Shui come with Jinwu guards. I want to see if Crown Prince and Jinwu guards will make them shut up. You are wrong. Dugu interrupted the frenzy. Cheng Chumo said, I guess this matter, if your family can come, then it will be a big deal. I guess, His Imperial Majesty. All this arranged, so let's just wait to get to the board. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo narrowed his neck and realized what was great. How to fix it? Chongtsai, Darbing, this matter was decided by the three of us together. You have to find a way. Cheng Chumo knows how good his brother-in-law is. It is definitely his Lao-Tzu's idea to let him come out. Now, if he doesn't peel off his skin when he goes back, that's weird. And Zhang Sunchong is also anxious. At this time, can Cheng Chumo's father know? What about his father? Normally, it's okay. They can all be turned a blind eye. But can they live it today? His Imperial Majesty knows all about it. Who is that? That's his uncle. When the time comes, he was beaten no less than these two goods. Maybe he's short the board at home, and he has to suffer from the board of his Aunt Empress Zhangsun. Involved. Zhang Sunchong wanted to cry. Brother, Darbing. Here, your brain is in a hurry. You think of a way. How are you doing it now? It looks like it's going to dawn. If this is caught, who are we? It's not easy. I will definitely give the three a sin of losing the imperial family's face. Hearing this, Dugo's face also looked ugly. I knew that because Mao didn't look good at the store. I wanted to come and join in the fun. This fucks. Dugo wanted to fiercely smoke himself, pointing at the two angrily and shouting, my Dugos reputation has been ruined by you two. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 315, Fame. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong hearing this, rolled the eyes. In this, you are the most wretched, right? Are you embarrassed to say Fame? Something happened, why did you go? But early now, isn't this an afterthought? Come on, shut up. I see things up to now, if we can slip away before they find out, there will be a little bit of change in this matter. There must be room for brother-in-law. If they wanted to arrest someone, they would have arrested a few of us a long time ago. But they didn't arrest. What does it mean? Duga hearing this, carrying hands, like little old man, touched the sparse black hair on the chin, and said, since they didn't come in after knowing this last night, they are for others to see. Who is it for? Cheng Chumo scratched his head, and said puzzledly, is it for us? You are a pig. If you don't show it to you, who did you show it to? I suspect that on the one hand, they are here to protect our safety and prevent those jealous and stubborn from rushing into it. On the other hand, I want after letting us see them, it's best to find a way to slip away. If we can't slip away, then when the time comes, someone will come in. Let's stuff the second smuggle lid out. Speaking of this, Duga said again, if we are finally packed away in sack, I suspect that the last place we go will definitely not be Jiang Feng's little tavern. Jiang Feng brother will definitely be sent back. But our words? Probably heavenly prison. Have you ever thought about it? If we are blocked here, then those ministers will definitely impeach us early today. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong are hearing this, and their looks have changed dramatically. Fuck, Darbing, we are a good brother. Think of a way. If I get caught by my father, I will be pulled out. Zhang Sunchong said cryingly. Damn, I knew I would not bring my Jiang Feng brother here. I wanted to show off my goodness in those stubbornness. How did my brother pick the flower in their hearts? It's good now up. My stubborn identity is about to be exposed. If this is exposed, they will have to face it. But the impeach of all the officials in the entire Chainan city know that these puppies were brought out by them. If he let his Empress aunt know, the consequences would be extremely miserable. Noble son, don't panic. Concubine knows a way so you can get out safely. When everyone was anxious, Jingxiu gently pushed away door. It seems that she has heard everything just now. Everyone was too late to say anything. Cheng Chumo looked at Jiang Feng who was sleeping, and he wanted to wake him up with a big kick. But he dare not. After all, he still wants to drink and eat meat with Jiang Feng, and more importantly, Jingxiu is here. He can't be rude. Feng Tsai, wake up. Feng Tsai, your woman ... wife is here to see you. Feng Zi, you fucking get up Folozi, you are going to be beheaded. Just when Jingxiu frowned and was about to come up to see in person, Jiang Feng's face was blushed. At that time, Jiang Feng stretched and finally woke up. When I saw the full house, I was shocked. Looking at the crowd with a dumbfounded look, they asked, I said ... brothers, what else? Young Lady Jingxiu, you guys haven't slept all night? Why do you sleep? Do you think everyone is as good as you? Cheng Chumo pulled Jiang Feng with a speechless face and ran away. Walk around. Something went wrong. Hurry up and run away before the accident. Jiang Feng was stunned. I slept for a while. I didn't do anything. Did you encounter a ward round? Ian Knox, what's wrong with you? Anyway, tell me what happened. Okay. Jiang Feng looked at Ian Knox in confusion. Oh, brother, you senior slept comfortably last night. Did you know that you put the hornet's nest last night? You got into a big disaster. Yes, you got into a big disaster! Exclamation mark. Cheng Chumo just wanted to say that he stabbed a hornet's nest, but when he saw Jing Shu's cold eyes, he couldn't help but change his words quickly. Jiang Feng is even more confused. Looking at Dugu and asked, Darbing, it's up to you. Although you are very long-winded, but I want to hear you long-winded now. This fuck Chen Sheniu is not long-winded, but I can't speak these sharp words, and I always roar in a hurry. What can this do? Dugu hearing this, only then sighed and threw a fist at Jingxiu. I told Jiang Feng about all the causes of the incident, but ignored the main point, that is, the chain reaction caused by their identity, and the fact that His Imperial Majesty knew about it. Jiang Feng sniffed. Looking at Jingxiu with a slightly unnatural face with a dumb face, he tremblingly asked, Is what they said is true? Everything is true, but now it's too late. If another quarter of an hour, the little girl can guarantee that before the arrival of the stubborn group, those high-ranking officials coveting Jingxiu will immediately rush forward. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes went black and almost fainted. Chen Sheniu, I'm lacking hatred and enmity with you. Why do you cheat me like this? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 316. Jiang Feng wants to cry. As long as your fucking realization is clear to Lao Tzu, it's okay. I'm doing this now. I drafted the uncle. Jiang Feng in the heart is distraught. But in Jing Shu's view, it is a different kind of performance. Noble son, does this think that a little girl is not worthy of noble son? Noble son also thinks that a little girl is born in the dust? No, it's not. Then ... What's going on? It's a bit fast. My head is still dizzy now. Girl, don't get me wrong. After I relax, I will personally come here to explain what happened today. It's not that Jiang Feng doesn't like Jingxiu, a flower in Chainan City. This dam, even if you marry back as a concubine, how awesome is that? Thinking about it, I feel exciting. But, it's still early. At least you have to wait for him to be a full-time official and have a life-saving ability, on which dam broken system activates a life-saving skill. At that time, let alone have one, I dare to marry him if he gives me 100 of them. Furthermore, this is just as soon as I met, so I decided. Jiang Feng feels a little dazed. But obviously it was not the time to ask about these things at this time. Jiang Feng also took the opportunity to see the people outside and downstairs surrounding the Yanlai building from the window. I couldn't help but panic. Walk. Let's go now. This damn thing is caught. Then let's not even think of alive today. So, young lady Jingxiu, can there be anything like this here? If so, please show me the way. Then, Jiang Feng, I will definitely give you an explanation. Now it's important to escape, and according to Jiang Feng from the later film and television works, we know that brothel is the place with the most secret passages. But he was disappointed. In Cheng Chumo's trio of foolish eyes, he saw Jing Shu's speechless shook the head. The little girl prepared a ladder for you in the backyard. If possible, you can follow the jujube tree in the backyard to the dyeing workshop next door. The little girl doesn't know about the next thing. That's it. Okay, many thanks young lady Jingxiu. Jiang Feng clasped his fists and urged Cheng Chumo and the three to go downstairs. He is anxious. If this is caught by Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sanchong and Wai Xiu, then next year, today will be his Jiang Feng's death day. Can he be in a hurry? See this. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong ran away, and Duga returned after leaving there. He respectfully gave a Confucian scholar and said, Many thanks girl this time. Many thanks again, but I have something to ask next. Do noble son, please. I have long heard of Do Noble Son's book, and I was fortunate to see it today. Jingxiu is also the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Dugu was not polite, and asked, last night, Jiang Feng brother ... sure that nothing happened? Noble son Jiang is upright, but he doesn't what about Jingxiu, but nowadays, although the little girl has not been married by noble son Zhang's Ming media, she has already accepted her promise. It is noble son Jiang's scumbag. Do noble son is noble son Jiang's friend, brother, so why is it so abrupt? Ask about this. Duga complexion stiffened, repeatedly waved his hand and said, I don't mean anything else, I just want to get the real answer. When the time comes, they will report it truthfully like my father. Countermeasures to solve today's matter. Today is disturbed, we will see you another day. While speaking, Duga left in a hurry. But when he went out, he paused and asked, we can escape, but young lady Jingxiu was a little unhappy. But he said patiently, noble son is worried about this matter. Jingxiu can survive in these dirty places, and there will naturally be a life-saving method. Please also do noble son leave quickly, come on. Don't let noble son Jiang be a burden. Dugu is gone, with full of questions. What he really wants to ask is, how did Jiang Feng match Jingxiu's song? This is something he has thought about for a long time, but he didn't get it. I don't think too much about Jingxiu. His Dugu is impossible. Young lady Jingxiu is now the Jiang Feng brother and the woman of the teacher in the future. He is absolutely not afraid to have any more not thinking about it, but he is a fool. He was obsessed with all kinds of blood academic things, especially after he got the arithmetic last night. He became even more obsessed with Jiang Feng's words and deeds. Even more, how is it troubled the whole chain and even the young, talented people of Great Tang, who are famous officials and nobles. Who doesn't want to find the solution map of this song as soon as possible, and then embrace the beauty? But now, when Duga climbed over the wall and looked at Jiang Feng's back, he couldn't help but make up his mind. No, I have to get a solution for this song. This is something that keeps everyone obsessed. But will Jiang Feng give it to him? Obviously it is impossible. These are all things to follow. The moment Jiang Feng and the others just jumped into the dyeing workshop, a carriage, sedan chair, against the burning clouds of the east, hurriedly came to the front of Yanlai building. And Old Ning and the others, at this time, slightly squeezed the handle of the knife. Come, stop. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 317. With a roar from Old Ning, the people who rushed over, also stopped at the downstairs of Yanlai building at this time. There is no way to stop, because they all know the gatekeeper. That's Cheng Yojin's confidant general. How dare they not stop? At this time, I thought that the officials of the Imperial College of Supreme Learning slowly walked out of the sedan chair, looked at the all-around scene slightly, clasped his fists and said, I don't know why the general is here. But who is Old Ning? He didn't even give this person a glance, still staring at everyone indifferently. With more and more people, all kinds of rumors continue to spread among the crowd. Fuck, you see, these individuals are Cheng Manner's family generals. What is this going to do? Did Cheng Yojin stay here for the night? But there is no need for such a big show. Right? You don't know anything about this, right? I heard the gossip that last night, Chen Great Demon King took his little brother, Lady Guangwen was harmed. What is this? So fucking possible? They really don't want to live anymore. Fuck, Demon King is on the march. Look at when he will give you serious attention. Is it reasonable for you? Didn't he always come by force that time? Then these people came to capture Chen Great Demon King? It's not clear. As people's discussions and the number of people gradually increased, the scholar who wrote about Chainan City, who claimed to be a genius, was also angry. But when I saw this posture, I was shocked, but still reluctant to leave. Just hide in the crowd and shoot cold shots. I see, this Chen Great Demon King, Where is Chen, great demon king? This is clearly the great demon king of Chengyojin. Yes, P, didn't you hear that a few days ago? Chengyojin outside the city lied that he was arresting the rebels, but he was taking the opportunity to eradicate dissidents. His heart is shameful. Tell me, who is Lady Guangguan? That is, even His Imperial Majesty and Crown Prince are very respectable people. His Imperial Majesty dare not be strong. I heard that Crown Prince came to see you before. I have eaten cold shoulder. I think Chengyojin must be strong. Oh, my Lady Guangguan. In the crowd, as these voices continue to increase, everyone instantly feels an impulse to want to rush into Yanlai building and look at Lady Guangguan. What is going on? General Ning. Could it be that, as they said, General Cheng was playing in it? If so, as long as you say it, the officer will leave and never come to Lady Guangguan again. But if it is true as in the rumors, you are here to catch the Chen great demon king. Why don't you do it? Yes, Cheng Manor is clearly here. Cover. What cover? The demon king is obviously Cheng Yojin himself. There is ability, you let us in. Old Ning looking at everyone indifferently. Seeing that everyone has the urge to step forward, they waved lightly. In an instant, all the guards of Cheng Manor pulled out the double-edged saber at the waist at this time. If anyone dares to take a step forward, this general will kill without mercy. Everyone was shocked. This ambiguity made everyone even more excited that their eyes became red. Those talented scholars rely on Confucian scholars, and they squeezed forward crazily. And at this moment, teams of hurried horses' hooves sounded. Everyone was shocked to see that a group of Ministry of Justice soldiers were coming in a hurry. Everyone froze. Cheng Manor. The Ministry of Justice of the eldest grandson is here. What happened to Yanlai building? Did something really happen? And in the eyes of everyone in amazement, a family in Zhangsan residence will whisper something in Old Ning's ear. Old Ning gave the man a surprised look. That person is definitely nodded. In the eyes of everyone's unfathomable mystery, Old Ning waved, withdraw. Nothing was said. There is no explanation. They left in a hurry amidst the bewilderment of everyone. What's the situation? Is this convulsions? Block the door of Yanlai building, and then the unfathomable mystery is gone. Yes, ghost, walk. Go first and see how Lady Guangguan is going. Go. Where does everyone care about this unfathomable mysteries move? Let's take a look at Lady Guangguan first. It's the right way. In public, ministers, merchants, and young, talented people rushed into the Great Hall of Yanlai building. The old bastard can be regarded as an interesting person, with his hands on his hips, blocking the stairs of the attic. What are you doing? What are you going to do? To rebel. This is the Yanlai building, the place of the imperial family. If you want to do something, weigh it up first. The old bastard's words instantly extinguished the fire in everyone's hearts. Old mother, did we learn last night that someone had insulted Lady Guangguan's king Bai? This is to see who is brave enough to do such a thing at the feet of the emperor. There was a trace of undisguised contempt in the eyes of the old bastard. Looking at the people, pointing their fingers at them and saying, just you? You are also worthy. I thought I drank a few bottles of ink. Do you really consider yourself to be a dish? The rules of the restaurant. The rules of the restaurant are recognized by the imperial family. Do you want to see the rules? Yes, please follow the rules first. Come. Don't fucking think you have money, you are officials, and my old lady can't do anything with you. Remember, my old lady is doing business with His Imperial Majesty. The words of the old bastard instantly made everyone's face flushed. But everyone is stubborn. That looks like the posture that Xun can't show up, and they won't leave. This makes the old bastard a little wondering what to do. Come on, don't dare, don't push away, it's annoying. And just now, Hua Hui gently pushed away the third-floor attic from the window screens. The indifferent voice broke everyone's hearts instantly. Thank you all for your company and love these years. The little girl is here to thank you all. Just last night, the oath that Huiki had made was fulfilled. One noble son, the noble son who has never married, has broken the Zither tune of Zither. Therefore, Zither tune will be married to him soon, so please don't humiliate concubine's reputation. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 318. When the sound of Shuxiu fell, everyone can hear the broken sound of rustling sound in their hearts. Everyone is blinded. They can imagine that one day, they can get a fortuitous encounter in a dream, and they can decipher the Zither of Lady Gwenguan. But, why last night? Who saw it? Who can prove? Everyone wanted to find the beast in grief, but they didn't dare to make trouble here, because this is the place set up by the imperial family. If they dare to make trouble here, they have to weigh it. After all, the people from the Ministry of Justice and Cheng Manor have already come to meet each other. That is to say, the people on this matter already know it. But, because of this, everyone feels more uncomfortable. Who is it? Let's go. Go to Cheng Manor. The old man must know today, who on earth can be so talented and able to unlock this unique Zither tune. Go away, go. Mother, if Cheng Manor doesn't give an answer, tomorrow morning, the old man must participate in Cheng Yojin's book. The farce here is finally over. However, this incident became more and more fierce. I am happy to see the fame of Xuxu. To what point? She can make all men crazy with one piece of music. As for this, Chenin officials, but anyone who had a little bit of inside information on this matter, retracted their necks. What's the matter? If Cheng Yojin dared to make trouble like this, he would have been tied into heavenly prison by his imperial majesty long ago. He would dare. After the Ministry of Justice people came, they didn't say anything. Both parties left. This has already explained a lot of things. If you still don't understand it, you might be fooled by lard. Either the heart is really out of mind. The person who has been thinking about beauty all day, died in vain. At this time, Cheng Chumo and the other four also returned to Little Tavern in fear. The four of them said goodbye to look at the store, and by the way he repaired the door. This is how big eyes staring at small eyes became fascinating. I said, several brothers, do you have anything to explain to us? Zhang Feng gnashing teeth asked. Then, Feng Tsai, this matter, then, I'll go back now. Cheng Chumo looked away, was about to slip, but Zhang Feng said coldly and made him sit down again immediately. Okay, go. I won't keep you. But once you get out of here today, then it won't be my Zhang Feng's brother. So what? Brother, don't I want you to get to know those stubborns? And this Lady Gwenguan is the inviolability of all stubborn hearts. I thought you knew Lady Gwenguan. So, what? I want you to meet the most beautiful woman in Chenin City by the way. But you are so awesome. When you meet, you will put everyone in your mind. The perfect woman is back. Shut up. Zhang Feng rubbed his temples, his face gloomy. This incident is a cause of trouble, and now I think it's all over. Chong Tsai, you think Zhang Feng is my brother, right? Zhang Feng asked with his hair. Yes. That's good. Then you obediently and honestly told me that before Lady Gwenguan. What's going on with the agreement? Are you a piece of music? What does it have? Isn't it just an 18 refrains on Tata pipes? It's not. Zhang Sanchong and the others are speechless. Finally, Duga sighed. Zhang Feng brother, you may have really misunderstood Inox. Although he is honest, his mind is really not bad. Which man in Chenin City didn't know the name of Lady Gwenguan? We did something wrong about this matter before, and that's because you didn't know that you didn't know about it. That's why we made a fuss. But don't worry, we are here in this matter, and if it's not good, there will be our father in 1 inch. Don't worry. We will settle this matter for you. I'm not talking about this. Zhang Feng smiled in distress. I just want to know, why did you guys know that rule before? Why didn't you tell me? I know you are awesome, but you know what Taoist priest is really stubborn in Anqing. Where is it? You guys? Those are the real 4 great demon kings. Cheng Chumo, you know, and Zhang Sanchong, Wai Xiu, and a big fool Yuchi, not to mention that everyone feels afraid of Dugu. You know now, why am I in a hurry? You pierced the sky. Zhang Feng's worries, but it made the 3 of you feel a little bewildered. It turned out to have been doing it for a long time. Is the Zhang Feng brother worried about this? Brother, if you are worried about this, then I have to laugh at you. Duga patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder with weird eyes. Brother, Iron Ox can be called the four great demon kings. You may not know the origin of the name. I can only tell you that Zhang Sunchong, Cheng Chumo and Wai Shu are the. Both of these have to be called a younger brother. Of course. Duga unfolded his folding fan confidently, and said in a very cool manner, they all have to listen to me. Yes, although I am not familiar with ancient and modern, at least I can keep them safe and sound every time. Zhang Sunchong and Chen Chumo looked at Duga and couldn't help but corner of the mouth twitched. If you didn't use you as a dish, you really can be on the countertop when you are a roasted sweet potato. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 319. Okay, it's okay, darling, if you can handle it, it's best. If you can't handle it, you know the consequences. Zhang Feng is so annoyed to death. Where is the mood still inking on this matter? There is also a silly account in front of me. There is an extra wife and I haven't made it clear yet. Here's another one. Moreover, in Chainan City, all goddess who are stubborn in mind. Fuck. Is this still called Lao Tzu to live? About the femme fatale, Zhang Feng is always regarded as the imperial edict. Didn't expect. The first one is to hide in the past. At least the name is very good. Never met, not familiar, let's not. But what about this one? I have seen all of them here, and I have also entered the boudoir of others. Basically, Zhang Feng can guarantee that this is being spread everywhere in Chainan City. Thinking about it, I feel my head is big. Okay, Feng Tsai, I'm starving to death. So quickly make some good stuff to cushion your stomach. Just put your heart in your stomach for this matter. Steady, brother, I will definitely. Can this be done properly for you? Cheng Chuma yelled, touching his belly. It's okay not to say. Zhang Feng also feels hungry in his stomach. What do you eat? The whole meal, preferably tiger whip. By the way, is the tiger's waist still there? If yes, hurry up. I was tired yesterday. It's been one night. Zhang Feng rolled the eyes, looking at the three people waiting to be fed. They walked into the back kitchen speechlessly. In fact, I want to find an opportunity to avoid these three goods and think about how to do it. After all, if this matter continues like this, he has to deal with things. He doesn't want to wait until the system is activated and go to the imperial court, and he will be in trouble. I absent-mindedly tinkered with a large pot of stewed vegetables, before he could bring them out. These three goods could not wait long ago. They got into the back kitchen and a large pot of stewed vegetables with one person, and then they did it by themselves. Picking up a lamb's hind leg in the meat pot, he went out with joy. Nor sit. Squatting at the door of the store, one person, one head of garlic, while eating while looking at the outside of the store, seems to be inquiring about the wind. But this Dongyue Street is sparsely populated, and the news is quite blocked. Until the appearance of a person, several uncles could not help but their eyes brightened. The visitor is the aggressive old scholar who came to be accountable. Old scholar has no children under his knees. Although he has read poetry and books, he has a high self-reliance for some reasons. Therefore, even if he fell in the end of his family, he was unwilling to let go of his arrogant backbone in the end. Remove the appearance of Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng did not say about his life experience, whereas Chainan, that is the place of a galaxy of talent. Although Zhang Feng only mentioned an ambiguous place name, everyone actually found a family from it that could match Zhang Feng's identity. This is how Zhang Feng's family was washed away by the flood, leaving only a single seedling. But these are not the main points. The focus is on Zhang Feng's weird and incompatible character with this world, simple, lazy, and with all the stunts that everyone has yearned for, something even in dreams. So this is why, although Old Scholar didn't say anything clearly, everyone can see that Old Scholar really wants to be good for Zhang Feng. And this is also true at this time. Last night Zhang Feng did not return all night, and Old Scholar stayed up all night. As soon as the market opened early, he went out to inquire. That's a big trouble. He actually knew about the Yanlai building last night. Who is Old Scholar? I just thought about it for a moment, and I understood everything in an instant. These little bastards have pierced the sky. That's why Old Scholar came aggressively, ready to blame Jiang Feng, and then tied these three great demon kings to surrender. Even he has a consciousness to be generous today. When I saw four people, it was as if they were all okay. They squatted and closed the door to eat stew. Old Scholar was so angry. You rubbish. Come in for the old man. Who is Cheng Chumo and the others? That's the son of National Duke, but they must also know the world and the things before Jiang Feng and this old man. So they just smirked and followed Old Scholar eagerly into the little tavern. Feng Tsai, let me ask you, what are you going to do about the Yanlai building last night? As soon as he entered the door, Old Scholar asked with his hands behind his back and his face solemnly. Well, Jiang Feng scratched his head, not knowing what to say. I couldn't help but stab Dugu with his elbow. Dugu put down the tableware, wiped his mouth, and said, Old Scholar, don't worry about this matter. Our father is also at this time knowing about this, so I don't think the matter has been broken up now. It means that this matter has been suppressed. You, don't worry about it. Are you still worried about Feng Tsai? Then what? Old Scholar, you can be safe. If our father can't handle this matter, I believe that no one can hold on to this matter. Speaking of this, Zhang Sunchong smiled confidently. You have seen it too. Now that this incident has not been spread, what does it mean? Isn't this just being suppressed? And Feng Tsai is broken by the truth. With the Zither tune of Lady Guangguan, this won the beauties. If anyone dares to find something, it only takes the Jiang Feng brothers to show a little talent, and everyone will shut up. Speaking of which, Zhang Sunchong with a stern expression, could it be Old Scholar that you are questioning Feng Tsi's talent? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 320. I was fooled by Zhang Sunchong's three goods, and sure enough, Old Scholar was fooled. After careful consideration, it is true, but Old Scholar will not be relieved. With a sigh, he pointed to Jiang Feng's forehead and said, You, I did this for you. It's empty, you quickly get a better gift. And I'll send it back to Jiang. Man, you don't know that gossip is a fearful thing. While speaking, Lai Xukai looked around in tavern, holding 2 jars of wine, and hurried out. Come on, you have to deal with this mess quickly. Dang. Give you 2 jars of wine for sir. By the way, he will get rid of the misunderstanding. In Jiang Feng's stunned gaze, Old Scholar actually pulled a few hemp ropes from the wall to tie the 2 jars of wine together, and then hung them around his neck. From the tavern counter, I tore off an oil paper bag, poured the pot of braised pork that Jiang Feng hadn't eaten into the oil paper bag, and ran away in a hurry. Feng Tsai, I suspect that Old Scholar is in his pocket, Duga said while sucking noodles. Jiang Feng twitched his lips. I don't care. Based on his knowledge of Old Scholar, if he wants to eat, he can eat it in tavern. He will not say anything when he vomits. But when I think of Jiang family, Jiang Feng's head hurts again. Brothers, don't you have abilities? I will give you a chance. If anyone finishes this, I will immediately put all of what I have learned give it to you. What? Really? Really? Hearing this, the eyes of the 3 of them turned red in an instant. Jiang Feng's ability, they have long been jealous. At this time, seeing Jiang Feng saying this with such a solemn expression, why is everyone not interested? Jiang Feng sees this expression scattered into, nodded. I don't ask you to do that. Imitate the dog and steal chicken, nor will I let you do anything that violates the moral bottom line. You only need to help Tang put yaks in dim sum stores things, and the stubborn things in Chainan City, are all settled for me. Then I, Jiang Feng, will do what I said before, and I will definitely teach you what I said before. How? Okay. Feng Tsai, 1 spit and 1 nail, I am next. Jiang Feng has a feeling of being misunderstood, and quickly added, you are afraid that there is no understand what I'm talking about. What I mean is, you help me fix the bad things you did this time. Don't bother your family members. I need you to do it yourself and get this done for me. I don't think it will take long. One of my secret plans is about to be implemented. When the time comes, you are still needed. How many people can I hear Jiang Feng's gorgeous meaning? At this time, they were all overwhelmed with excitement. Are those stubborn? They only need to hook their fingers, Do they dare to make a mistake? I'm afraid it's not because of fewer fights. Furthermore, Zhang family, isn't it just a Zhang family? Brother's wife, naturally you have to take it seriously. When the time comes, you only need to choose a decent betrothal gift in the house, and decently settle this family. His Zhang family patriarch's mouth is not laughable. Are you going behind the ears? However, they really didn't understand what Zhang Feng meant. Zhang Feng meant to let them retreat from this relationship. These are not important anymore. The important thing is that now, one person slapped Tavern's door open with one slap, and that strength instantly made old he, who worked overtime to repair the door last night, to no avail. Who? My mother, who is so bold, dare to break my brother's door. Beat him? Brothers. Fuck. Everyone who was in the mood was suddenly disturbed. How could this group of second-generation ancestors not be angry? But when everyone's curses sounded, Zhang Feng looked at the dark shadow in the sun with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As Zhang Feng was recognizing it, the tower-like sound and shadow made a faint sound. It's you, here. Although this sound is not loud, it is fatal. I heard this sound after that. Cheng Chumo didn't even think about it, but he knelt on the ground with a subconsciously puff. And Zhang Sunchong is even more straightforward. Just go ahead. Only Dugu, although a little scared, can still maintain a little Confucian appearance. Standing trembling with fear aside, holding a gift, arching his waist. Chen brother-in-law, why are you here? Why did I come? Cheng Yojin glared at three youngsters. I just walked out of the sun and saw Zhang Feng. I saw that Zhang Feng had no damage. Then he roared out, you bastard, you have to blame Zhang Feng for nothing. If something goes wrong with him, you should bear it. Can you afford the responsibility? Chen Sheniu, get out of me. After cursing for a while, Cheng Yojin was still puzzled. He pointed to Cheng Chumo, who was kneeling on the ground shiver coldly, picked up a bench from the ground and was about to smash it. Seeing this, Zhang Feng fiercely jumped his eyelids. Is this my father? Such a dead father? Old Chen, stop. Go down this bench, and your son will be gone. Zhang Feng finally couldn't sit still, said Cheng Yojin, who was incomparably angry. Seeing this, Cheng Yojin threw the stool in his hand to the ground in a resentful manner. In Zhang Feng's distressed gaze, the stool was at the next moment, and Cheng Yojin sat under his ass and grabbed it. He picked up a leg of lamb on the table and gnawed it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 321. Cheng Yojin said nothing. Neither did he dump Zhang Feng. This makes Zhang Feng a little embarrassed. But Zhang Feng is also getting angry. It's my shit. You shook your face when you came. Are you going to show it to me again? If it weren't for your son, my special mother, would it be like this? Vulgar. Really vulgar. If old Li is here, what will he do? Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Yojin, who was gnawing at the leg of lamb and drank from an unknowing bowl of lamb. He was already scolded in his heart. But now, Zhang Feng can only get it crooked in his heart. After all, old Chen must have done this. Otherwise he would be the first one to come. Now Zhang Sunchong is in a miserable situation. Although Cheng Yojin did not beat them or scold them, this is not his Cheng Yojin style, and there is no need to think about it outside. His soldiers are dispatched. What will happen? Last time, because Cheng Yojin went out of town to get that thing done, he got a lot of trouble. What about now? Think about it. This is the most terrifying. As long as Cheng Yojin sends out his anger, everyone can fool around hee ha ha. But now? The tiger who doesn't get angry is the most frightening. Then what? Chen brother-in-law, you sit down first. We still have something to do. We have to get back. Zhang Sunchong can't stand anymore. Hurriedly he was about to slip out the door, but before he could walk out, Cheng Yojin chopped his hand and brought him back. Youngster, this matter, let's talk about it. Who took the lead in the matter? I am wronged and indebted. I will only be the leader 1 inch. Cheng Yojin glanced at the three of them and said, the three of them all have the desire to die. Everyone did not speak, but looked directly at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng doesn't do it now. By the way, you guys played enough, and the romantic was happy last night. Instead, I got my fiercely pitted. How can I drop it? Now I want to ask Closey to wipe your buttocks again? Zhang Feng rolled the eyes, as if I didn't see it. Now, the three of them were anxious. What do you want to say, but dare not? And Zhang Feng, this scam, seems to be deliberate and does not speak. How can this be done? The three of them watched as the leg of lamb in Cheng Yojin's hand was getting less and less, and they were increasingly wondering what to do. Hiccups. Just when everyone didn't know what to do, Cheng Yojin fiercely hiccuped and didn't know whether he was full or alcoholic, so he wiped it with his sleeve. He wiped his greasy mouth and said, "You bastards, youngster, Zhang Feng brother is such a good person. Do you all dare to take him to the fireworks place? Take it with you, it's for his own good, and he will eat meat for him. But you can see what kind of silly things you are doing. Do you know? You smashed Master Cheng Yojin this time. You Iron Knox, you roll over for Losey." Cheng Yojin's tone was very steady, as if he was narrating something. And the miserable Cheng Yojin among them is not like him. But at this time, the three people who were involved in this matter were about to cry. You are really angry. As long as you get angry, we won't be so fluffy in our hearts. Father ... What about this? Well, last night, we drank too much, so I also want brother Zhang Feng to learn more. After all, you are 20 years old and don't know what that. You all know about this. So, when I saw you and old Lee brother-in-law, they didn't say anything. I thought you were tacitly agreeing. So, did you go pick that flower? Cheng Yojin was slightly angry. Do you know, Lady Guangguan, in fact, in the morning, your brother-in-law, wanted to match Zhang Feng. But you know why you put it down again? It's because Lady Guangguan was all over it, covered with spikes. You see, Chainen, who is full of flowers, but who would dare to touch the flower girl? You really fucking silly. While speaking, Cheng Yojin was finally angry. He picked up the left leg bones of the pit in his hand and went to smash Cheng Chumo, while Cheng Chumo looked at the bones of the lamb from far and near, shaking his teeth, preparing to be hard next. But, just now, Zhang Feng sighed, "Old Chen, forget it. Iron Knox did not do anything wrong about what happened last night. This is my fault." See the righteous master speaking. A surprise flashed through Cheng Yojin's eyes. But pretending to be angry, he put down the bones of the sheep in his hand, turned around and said, "Brother, you are an honest person, but I know that you did not do this thing. These three bastards, youngster, I watched them grow up. I don't know what they are like. Although I am a rough person, old Chen still has human abilities. So, Zhang Feng brother, don't stop me. I have to teach them a lesson today. But they have a long experience. You don't know. I want to. It's not the humane Yanlai building that Lord Zhangsun finally sent the Ministry of Justice. Do you know that now, Duke of Lu is going to go to jail? This is what people did. Whenever they drink, they eat a bite of food. It's not going to do such a bastard thing. Zhang Feng brother, if it is the brother, you must not pull me. Let me rectify my fate. This is an improper doorway. It hurts you. Don't block me. Zhang Feng, face full of black lines, looking at his stomach, the greasy big bones, stared at Cheng Yojin and only rolled his eyes. I didn't move you at all. You want to fight, but you do. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 322. Okay, you are not worthy of acting. Zhang Feng in the heart slandered. However, Cheng Yojin has not been dismantled yet. Old Chen, you extinguish the fire. Let me tell you about this thing slowly. Zhang Feng's face is dark, and finally he suffered untold hardship. Only then took the murder weapon from Cheng Yojin's hand, put him on the table, winked, and let the three get out of the house. That's how I said, old Chen, it's actually my fault. Brother, don't take shit to yourself. You Zhang Feng brother, if it were that erotic, would we not know? Come on. Zhang Feng patted Cheng Yojin on the shoulder and said, Old Chen, actually this matter, there is still a reason. Do you also know the oath of Lady Guangguan? I know. Where is Cheng Yojin? Pissed off. See Zhang Feng taking the initiative to say that he sat upright and didn't even drink alcohol. Zhang Feng twitched his lips. This product is here to be a spy, Really? What do you want to know, old Li? Don't you just come here. As for, aren't you tired? Zhang Feng in the heart scolded old Li a few words, and then said, actually, when we were drinking, we talked about Lady Guangguan. You also know me as a person, for all kinds of rumors. I am very interested, and after drinking, let's not talk about it. This is mystical tune, you said, Zhang Feng. Can you not see Fang wrong? Check it out. Cheng Yojin scratched the back of his head, nodded. When you say this, I think it is possible, because you are crazy about literature, and it is such a novel thing. For others, I may think that old Chen is for beauty. But you, it was really for that Zither tune. Does, brother? Do you really understand that tune? Cheng Yojin was shocked in the end. Who doesn't know the famous name of Quen? Even His Imperial Majesty once looked up the Imperial Palace classics for this magical Zither tune, but he only knew what was passed down from the family of a female official in the palace. After that, even the name of this song, no one knows it. But thinking of Zhang Feng's superb calligraphy and his unpredictable and mysterious ability, he really has that kind of ability. Zhang Feng nodded. In Cheng Yojin's shocked gaze, he said, so, this thing is not what you know. This is all I want to explore the magic of that song. Don't be afraid, go and compete, said here. Zhang Feng gave a wry smile. As a result, you also know, although I knew Lady Guangguan's good name and this divine comedy, I forgot that she still had a vow. Until after unraveling all of this song, Darbing only told me about the incident under the pressure of me. This is also what happened this morning. Zhang Feng was very depressed. But Cheng Yojin was completely stupid. He really unlocked this thing? This is exactly the same as what His Imperial Majesty predicted. Zhang Feng, brother, you are ... awesome. Cheng Yojin stretched out his thumb speechlessly, almost pressing on Zhang Feng's forehead. Zhang Feng rolled the eyes. What's awesome? I don't know what to do now. I accidentally offended the stubbornness of Chainan City. Old Chen, do you think I will have a good life in the future? P ha ha ha. Cheng Yojin, hearing this, holding his belly, laughed. After laughing for a long time, I asked, brother, do you know who those stubborns are? I don't know. Zhang Feng is depressed. Cheng Yojin glared at him. I said, old Chen is also true to you. Didn't you see that my hair is pale? This will happen sooner or later. No, it is estimated that it has reached Cheng Chumo, Wai Shu, Zhang San Chong's stubborn heads and ears of the bastard. Can you still laugh? Don't you think of a solution for me? There is no way 1 inch. Cheng Yojin smiled breathlessly and said, but I only know one thing, this matter, you can put your heart firmly in your belly. Old Li has already settled this matter for you. Isn't it just a group of stubborn Ministry of Justice high official Zhang San Wuji that is the grasshopper on one of our boats? He has already settled it for us. Zhang Feng, hearing this, then he asked dumbfounded, are you sure about this? My old Chen packs a ticket. Hearing this, Zhang Feng is deeply sighed in relief. At the same time, I was speechless. So, you are doing a show when you come in? You already knew this thing could be solved, right? Zhang Feng, finally I see, this guy at first is just acting. Cheng Yojin didn't care when he saw that he was taken apart. He drank wine and said with a smile, we guys are very curious. You said that the song, you really understood it? Then this what is the first song? Why does Great Tang have so many literati pokers? No one knows. If you know, then something strange will happen. Zhang Feng shrugged and asked, do you know 18 refrains on Tartar pipes? Cheng Yojin took a sip of wine. I don't know. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 323. Zhang Feng is speechless. Well, you definitely don't know about this. But you can ask if it is anyway. It's okay to ask if this is. Zhang Feng roared. Well, Zhang Feng, brother, what exactly is this song? Cheng Yojin immediately understood. This product wants a step up. This is easy. But Zhang Feng, hearing this, there is an impulse to kill. Cheng Yojin took a deep breath and said, before I say this tune, I still have a story. Do you want to hear it? Yes. It's this time. The heads of Zhang San Chong and 3 of them were protruding from the door. and Dugo's head was slapped when Jiang Feng looked over. Apparently the person who just spoke was him. Jiang Feng and Cheng Yojin don't care either, and Jiang Feng also seems to have found the audience. He always feels that if this matter is really said to old Chen, it is really play the lute for a cow. But it's different now. With these three audiences, speaking of which is also exciting, isn't it? Jiang Feng beckons with the hand, let the three people come in, and personally filled the three of them with wine, then said, actually, when it comes to the 18 refrains on Tartar pipes, there is still one person to say here. Kiwenji. Does anyone know? Me. Sure enough, it's Du Darbing. Speaking of this person, Du Darbing couldn't help but look forward to it. Kiwenji, who is rumored to be the daughter of Kai Yong, was deeply influenced by literature since childhood, but in the end he was taken away by the nomads because of the war. Jiang Feng nodded, said with some appreciation, Darbing is right. But this person is indeed recorded in the historical records. But do you know that she was finally exchanged by Cao Cao with a lot of money? Duga hearing this, and then I started thinking deeply. And these profound things make Cheng Chumo a little bit boring, and each minding their own business just eat meat. And Cheng Yojin is immersed in it. He can't make up and immerse himself in it. He must be in order to His Imperial Majesty. If the Jiang Feng brother said one word is missing today, then he must be in order to His Imperial Majesty. I understand the reason, so I won't say anything. At this time, Jiang Feng said, actually, at the time of nomads, Kiwenji married the virtuous king of the left. Don't ask me who is the virtuous king of the left. Just ask number. I know. Jiang Feng blocked the mouths of several people early, and continued, after Kiwenji returned to Han, he missed his children and created the 18 refrains on Tartar pipes. The odd tune is the tune played by Lady Guangguan. There are 18 chapters in the tune, so it is called 18 refrains on Tartar pipes. It was once included in the Han Yu Fu, but because of the chaos that followed, it was completely disappeared. I thought this song should have been lost, but I didn't expect to hear the complete volume here. The Jiang Feng brother, then Zither tune's words are what? Can you tell us something? Duga couldn't help but ask. This tune has tortured me for waiting for scholar for several years, so let's go. Jiang Feng shrugged and said, actually, there is nothing to conceal. It's just a means by a fallen woman to protect herself, that's all. Since I have broken the lyrics and music today, then let you see it. Why not? He cracked this song, but he believes that many people outside are dissatisfied. So simply, using these three mouths to publish this tune is also a solution to the current predicament. Darbing, transcribe it to the old man quickly. Cheng Yojin waved his hand and said without refusal. While Cheng Yojin was talking, Jiang Feng in the heart brewed for a while and then slowly said, this is the first shot, and the general idea of the first chapter is like this. 'Twas peace when I was born, but Han's fortune declined and torn. Without mercy from heaven, chaos descended from high. Without mercy on earth, I came to this epoch nigh. A perilous road extending in days of war, refugees, aghast, dispersed in grief and all. Hordes of Tartars rampaged far and wide, against my will, submit to coercion I abide. Facing odd customs foreign to me, to whom could I tell my abuses other than me? Playing the zither harmonized to Tartar pipes at the first refrain, nobody would learn of the detestation I've sustained. Second stage, third stage, fourth stage. Jiang Feng said more and more quickly, and after that, he basically never stopped. I return home and see my kin. The fields and gardens are half wild, but the spring grass is green. Bright candles are lit again from ashes and ruins. Cool spring water cleanses a jade that had sunk in the mire. As I hold towel and comb, I rediscover the good rituals and etiquettes. Touching the kin again enables me to live or die without regret. From going out through the past to my return was 12 years. Now all my sorrows are told in this tune of a Tartar pipe. When the last paragraph is finished, Jiang Feng took a sigh of relief. Looking at Cheng Yojin faint smile and asked, Old Chen, I bet you can treat this song as a family heirloom. and it will definitely be famous in later generations. Hee. The feeling is good. But you also know that the basket you stabbed this time is not small. For this thing, I must deal with the above things first. For these things, it's the rough guys who don't understand, so I won't grab a few of them. Although Cheng Yojin knew the importance of this thing, after all, he was deeply shocked by Jiang Feng's reading. But he dared to hide such good things privately? I'm afraid he doesn't want life anymore. For such good things, you can only wait for the reward from His Imperial Majesty. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 324. Duga cautiously sorted out this thing, and this neatly transcribed it into 18 copies. Look at these 18 pages. He was dumbfounded. This is what made the entire Great Tang young, talented people crazy for several years. He didn't feel the joy after getting the answer. Instead, there was a kind of oppression force. He didn't dare to imagine that if this thing were to spread out, then Great Tang would surely set off a Zither frenzy. Moreover, all literati will fight for it and be regarded as a treasure. After all, he has listened to the tune, but he remembers the tune in his mind. With these words, the gentle and sad feeling in it, if it is a woman, then it will be. If any man gets it, there must be a woman crazy about it. Feng Tsai. By the way, Cheng Yojin neat and tidy folded these things, including the manuscripts, and put them in his arms. Then he asked, I heard old Li say, you want to run a school? Academy? Jiang Feng brother wants to run a school? When did what? The three Cheng Chuma were shocked. Cheng Yojin glared, and the three of them shrank their necks and had to sit motionless in the corner. Jiang Feng did not hide it either. Yes, old Li came before and said about it. That's good. Cheng Yojin nodded. I heard old Li say that he has done the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. If you have a clerk, Li Qian will bring it to you in person tomorrow morning. By the way, for this gentleman, isn't this available? Jiang Feng pointed to Dugu. In an instant, Dugo's head twitched. What does this mean? Dang. When is Mr. No, I want to study that mathematics. But suddenly, Dugo and Zhang Sanchong suddenly felt a sense of being cheated. The Jiang Feng brother was just digging a hole for us. But when I think about it, they are relieved again. Jiang Feng is so lazy. There will not be too many students. Apart from a few of them, there will only be prince, princess and there's a few elder brother, younger brothers. Don't worry. When the time comes, they learned it first at Jiang Feng. When the time comes, just when the three Zhang Sanchong were secretly refreshed, they laughed unconsciously. Cheng Yojin was so annoyed that he smashed an empty wine jar. In an instant, the three of them kept quiet out of fear and closed their mouths. At this time, Cheng Yojin asked the most critical question, which is also the main purpose of his coming this time. Jiang Feng brother, the house is next to you. We have taken it down and the title deed is here. While speaking, Cheng Yojin took out 2 government offices from his arms to start the game, the title deed certificate and a key, and then said, I believe that in a few days, someone will come to rearrange the house according to your requirements. I went in and looked at the house. It is a house that a wealthy family once left. It's okay. It's the last time that Turkic spies made a big hole in the ground, but it doesn't seem to be a bad thing to you. Now, there is a critical step. What are you going to do? To teach? This is what Li Shimin wants to know the most. To be different from Imperial College of Supreme Learning, and to see results in the shortest time, this is the general teaching method. It certainly won't work. If it is possible, Li Shimin will do his best to do this, so he is not relieved. So he asks Cheng Yojin to use this matter to ask questions. By the way, I also want to know what Jiang Feng is. How did it plan? Hearing this, Jiang Feng clicked, nodded. The house is just like that. You just need to find the craftsman for me. As for the others, I will arrange it. But this way of teaching Jiang Feng before the route, I never thought about it. And there is no time to think about it. Now that Cheng Yojin said so, he remembered it. The way of teaching. Jiang Feng thought about it, and instantly made a plan. At the beginning, there are definitely not many people. This person can only be from a few of your houses. As for the future, let's talk about it later. The number is fixed. So old Chen, tell me, How many children do you have when you add them up? I can calculate. What teaching philosophy is appropriate? Children's words. There are 4 youngsters in our family. When they reach the right age, let's not talk about the others. There are also 4 in old Lee's family. If you add them up, there are probably 50-60! 50-60? This. Jiang Feng is dumbfounded. This is just a few families. So many people. Jiang Feng is very speechless. People in this era are really capable of giving birth. But when you think about it, it doesn't feel so strange. This is a class of students. Elementary school students. Are you teaching like this? Jiang Feng carefully recalled the teaching philosophy of elementary school students in his previous life, and then said, I first explain that my teaching philosophy is different from many of them now. First, I don't let the students memorize something by rote. Second, I only teach everything once. As for how much I can learn, it depends on the individual. Every day, it is time for class. Recite ancient poems and famous sentences, and rest an hour at the end of the halfway. The afternoon is the handicraft class. As for what I do, it depends on my mood. Brother Jiang Feng, this includes what physics you are talking about. Is there arithmetic? Dugu asked the question he most wanted to ask. But Cheng Yojin widened his eyes and asked, what is this science? Also, what the hell is that in physics? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 325. Jiang Feng was also confused. He can't answer these words. Who, Darbing, show old Chen the thing I gave you. By the way, you can explain it to old Chen. Jiang Feng is too lazy to talk about it. What's wrong? And under Dugo's explanation, Cheng Yojin was also confused. Especially when I saw the arithmetic table in Dugo's hands. He couldn't understand this thing. Especially what one after another gets one, or something. Does he understand? But I don't understand. I don't understand. He really knows a little bit about mathematics. I remember. The mainstream now is the 9 chapters on the mathematical art. Can you compare it with the 9 chapters on the mathematical art? I mean, this stuff. Can you really surpass the 9 chapters on the mathematical art? Cheng Yojin really doesn't understand. But this time Dugu also looked towards Jiang Feng. Just like an abacus. The 9 chapters on the mathematical art, most of which require the assistance of an abacus. The calculation is very lengthy, but if you use it with this kind of multiplication and division, Jiang Feng cannot guarantee that everyone can become a genius in arithmetic. But in the field of accounting and arithmetic, I definitely go further than others. And this 9 and 9 multiplication, the division with Chujiu, was originally based on the technique of heaven and earth's cathodic and anodic art, which simplified the foundation of the 9 chapters on the mathematical art. Jiang Feng, according to his mind, for this the record of things, not so much for Cheng Yojin, is for 3 people who are as big as coins with big eyes. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, Jiang Feng made an analogy. Simply put it, what I said includes the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, as well as geometry, space, weight, volume, size, etc., and even the physics that I said before. If you can't grasp the things I said, then physics, forget it, you don't deserve it. 1 inch. Jiang Feng looked at Dugu looking thoughtful and said. As Jiang Feng said so, Cheng Chuma was anxious. Brother, you said before, that kind of heavy cavalry thing. When are you going to teach us 1 inch? I'm so anxious. Yes, Feng Tsai, you still have the light cavalry army. Why didn't you say it? Why is this all what Du Darbing and Li Qian learned? The 2 are in a hurry. After waiting for a long time, did you wait for this? Cheng Yojin guarded Dugu and did not allow him to rest. After finishing the book, he recorded all the things Jiang Feng said. Then he asked, yes, I listened to Ionox said, before you. Hi, what are you anxious for? I will tell you. As long as you are not afraid of death or hardship, I promise that there will be no one in years. I will let each of you wish 1 word dead. Jiang Feng smiled slyly. Even Cheng Yojin couldn't help but shudder. Quickly asked, Brother Jiang Feng, how do you want to train them? Training? Jiang Feng gave a puzzled look Cheng Yojin, then said, no, I won't train them. Look at it. While speaking, Jiang Feng said with his fingers. I plan to teach in accordance with the points model. I will give all students a score every day. Every day is 9 points, starting at the time and ending at the unity time. During this period, everything must be managed in a closed manner, and the meals for each meal are I personally set that on this day. Not only must I learn all the classifications of the above-mentioned phased arithmetic, but also the classification on the literature, a total of 15 items. In the morning, I learned about literature. Time, no time. The afternoon is for studying. If I finish my homework well in the morning, even if I don't finish well in the afternoon, the penalty for rest time in the evening will be reduced. But if I didn't study well in the morning, it will be done in the afternoon. I didn't learn well, then I wish you good luck first. Jiang Feng's plan was quite interesting at first, but after listening, Cheng Yojin felt that something was wrong. Among them, there seems to be a trace of conspiracy. Brother, are you planning to train their martial skills at night and actual combat? Smart old Chen, I suggest you try it too. Very cool. Get out. Cheng Yojin's head buzzed. Mother, this smashed goods, from the root, has been broken. The whole person is so bad. Starting from the past, at the time of day on, just those things have just been done for a day. Then at night, do you have to do physical training? Finally, he understands that what he said before is not training. Could it be that he didn't expect this aspect at all before? After I reminded me, I remembered this moment, and I clicked it temporarily. Cheng Yojin has the illusion that he has entered the Ministry of Justice prison. At this time, these three products are even more desperate. But Jiang Feng didn't care about this, and continued, actually, at first, I really forgot this one, but today, since your request is so strong, then I will naturally be fine. No, is it just a military training class? I will not rectify you either. Taking into account you're as powerful as an ox, I just adjusted the difficulty to 10 times. The three people heard this, rolled their eyes and couldn't bear it. Liv spit out a mouthful of old blood. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 326. Even Cheng Yojin hearing this has a feeling of being above. Although he doesn't know what Jiang Feng said and what his training method is, think about a heavy cavalry that can tell you that you can train a person into the strongest cavalry in the shortest time. With light cavalry army, assassin who is good at assassination. Is this a relaxing training method? Look at the two youngsters lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Cheng Yojin can understand that this one will definitely make a loss, but he still asked, Jiang Feng brother, you said you. What is the training method? I think about it. Jiang Feng ignored the two people who were listening on the ground, and seriously recalled, I have seen TV and movie plots of special forces training. After a while, he said, in this way, the training is not complicated. Just train physical fitness, endurance, and endurance. Normally, I don't know how to do it. After all, this is in Chang'an City. We have to keep a low profile, so as not to attract the attention of the government. So, I just ran around the yard a few times, then turned over a few courtyard walls, and held the water in the water for a while. It's just that you have to tie the result sack to your body, it's that simple. Really? Duga can't stand it anymore. Looking at Jiang Feng's smirking face, he asked. Really? Jiang Feng, always spit a nail. What, Darbing? Do you doubt me? No. Where can Duga dare to question? He has only deep fear and excitement now. These two feelings are very strange. One is an urgent desire to go. After all, the kind of literature mentioned before, as well as the magical arithmetic, are all things that attract him. But there is still a feeling, that is a sense of fear that emanates from in the depth of one's soul. This feeling is very strange. Like a devil with baring fangs and brandishing claws ahead, waiting for you, but you can't stop wanting to get closer. At this time, Duga feels this way. From Jiang Feng's expression, he understood that this training is definitely not easy. But, I just don't know that this package does not include myself. But the moment this idea was just born, Jiang Feng gave up his dream. Of course, this military training, Yes, this is military training. Everyone must participate. If anyone dares not to participate, then it is equal to automatically withdraw from my school. No matter who talks or intercedes in the future, don't step into the entrance hall. Even His Imperial Majesty can't intercede, because all my abilities are learned from these things. Cheng Chumo, Zhang San Chong, and Dubi couldn't help but explode in their minds. I can't care about anything at this time. Unlimited contempt. Boasting you. Just your body grid that can't stand my slap. Do you still say this is all your abilities? Feng Tsai, I just asked you. We are here to learn military capabilities. What about you? Math and literature. There is a fart. Do you still want us to be on the battlefield with enemy generals? Talk big is not a success. Cheng Yojin also felt a pain in his head. Zhang Feng shrugged and asked, then I will ask you. First, how can you calculate the number of people from the size of the place in the shortest possible time? How much is it? How can you tell from the horseshoe prints and wheel prints whether the opponent is a heavy soldier or a heavy cavalry or light cavalry army? Or how can you tell from the speed of the opponent's split rudder? Can the other side fight for a long time? The two-word unfounded. Even a generation of military god Cheng Yojin has been questioned. How to answer this? Who will count these? Brother, if this is encountered on the battlefield, who still has time to calculate this? Just wave the arm and it will be over. Wrong. Zhang Feng shook his head and looked at Cheng Yojin and said, you don't know how to war. If it can be calculated in a short time, then the most effective countermeasure can be used to target send troops sexually and use some military traps. This will be able to self-destruct 800 before the opponent reaches our army's position. All of this is calculated through calculations. Yes. Now you talk about this calculation, math, and some things. Are they useful? Zhang Feng asked solemnly. Now, Cheng Yojin has nothing to say. What can he say? What kind of tactics? What kind of tactics? Before the opponent came in what style? Here directly send the same soldiers and horses, or if the opponent comes cavalry, just follow the instructions written in the military book, come first covered by a rain of arrows, and then forming the light cavalry army battle formation and heavy cavalry battle formation. It is over. What other tactics are there? However, this can damage 800 things before the enemy even reaches our square. Thinking about it, Cheng Yojin feels that it is impossible. But if someone else says this, Cheng Yojin will either kick him with a big kick, or he will be dragged to the battlefield and let him take a day trip to the battlefield. But who is this? This is what Zhang Feng said. Unfortunately, Cheng Yojin remembered something Zhang Feng had said before, and hurriedly lowered his voice, slapped Zhang Feng's shoulder, and asked each word, Zhang Feng brother, what you said, but the classic of wonders you said before. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 327. At this time, the air became a little dignified. Not for anything else, but for the classic of wonders. If you learn that Zhang Feng's professor is classic of wonders, then how many of them would dare to learn from Cheng Yojin? Even if Zhang Feng dared to teach, they would not dare to learn without the permission of His Imperial Majesty. Zhang Feng thought for a while. Classic of wonders, this thing he really searched for a little bit in his memory during this time. This thing, isn't it just a human acupoint map? But Zhang Feng thinks about it carefully. But it's not right. If this thing is so simple, how come these people go crazy when they hear Classic of Wonders? Does this thing really have a book called Classic of Wonders? Could it be the latter? The thing that helped Li Chunfeng and Yuan Dangang evolve Tuib to Hetiluosu, or Classic of Mountain and Seas? Zhang Feng can't figure it out. Cannot help but cry out in the heart. I didn't want to deceive people. I didn't think about it. I accidentally pretended to be a forceful thing. This is a damn thing. Just a lie. How many lies are needed to fill the hole? But sorrow and sorrow. This thing really has a way. Isn't it classic of wonders that I have mastered modern technology? Yes, it can be said that these all are classic of wonders. But the real classic of wonders, Now you are not qualified to learn. Only after you have really mastered the so-called that, you will have qualified to learn Classic of Wonders. So what, qualified? Everyone just relaxed a little. But everyone's interest has been enough again. Cheng Yojin is obviously the most qualified among them, and now I'm going to ask about it. He hooked Zhang Feng's neck, cleaned his bowl of wine, and asked with a smile, Zhang Feng brother, tell me, how far is Classic of Wonders from now? What I mean is, to what extent do they have to learn before they can be qualified to learn Classic of Wonders? At least, if it is conservatively estimated, it will take about 3 years! Zhang Feng said, first of all, the Chinese textbook I developed, which is the literature academic course, can't be left behind. There is also arithmetic. You must at least learn the primary level of physics before you can touch the threshold of Classic of Wonders! I call this thing chemistry. Chemistry? ? The four of them were thoroughly confused by this weird name. Blinded. This one is more novel than the other. First of all, mathematics, everyone can at least understand. But now there is another chemistry. What is this again? However, Zhang Feng did not explain, but continued, this chemistry is still early, and it is useless to think about it. So you don't want to play my words like a damn thing? Even if it comes out, not only there won't be any benefit to you, but there will be infinite harm. So, put away your careful thinking. What should I teach? What I will teach 1 inch. You will also give Zhang Feng, leave something heirlooms about. The last sentence is what everyone hears is the key point. Cheng Yojin only glanced at him. Only those things your grandson would have. If you really do it well, your damn thing is already in chain and make one's mark. One word. Your special mother is lazy. So lazy. But after talking for a long time, Cheng Chumo didn't hear what he wanted to hear. As for what Classic of Wonders, he couldn't fight him. He didn't want to learn. He just wanted to learn about heavy cavalry! Well, Feng Tsai, you are telling me, you have come out so many different types, in this training, how do you classify? You never ask for everyone to teach according to what you just said. Do you know, although I don't know what you are talking about, I can tell from your expression, those things you mentioned are just fucking things. Forcing someone to pierce through. Zhang Feng stopped doing it in an instant. Nox, why are you talking? Do you know that you interrupted my Silk Road? I know what I made. That is the ability that I taught Zhuge Kongming once. Just say, don't you learn it? Learn. Cheng Chumo listened to it. Zhuge Kongming's name. How dare you not learn it? This is a generation of military gods. But, I still want to know what the heavy cavalry you are talking about is. Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead, searching for special forces training in his memory again. The video, especially the soldier assault, and the novels I have read, think of a little bit. That's how I said, actually, I thought of this thing a long time ago. I didn't say that last time. You will become the most beautiful in the millions. Is that bastard? Heavy cavalry. Cheng Chumo coughed and his face flushed. The most beautiful cub. Even Cheng Yojin is interested. Heavy cavalry pays attention to load, with extremely high defense, and maneuverability, fully armed armor, to attack the enemy's battlefield. This is the first point, physical fitness. I ask you, if you are physically weak, how long can you wear a heavy armor of 50 catties? Cheng Chumo thought for a while and said, it's almost an hour. It is estimated that within an hour on the battlefield, I should carry a heavy armor of 50 catties, and a maximum of 100 catties in my body. And I heard that General Cheng Yojin of Great Tang, as well as General Yuchi, can carry a weight of 100 catties. A fierce general with heavy armor. Zhang Feng hearing this, a little speechless. 100 catties, load for 2 hours? Zhang Feng didn't know that Cheng Chumo took a flattery of his father, but Zhang Feng still admired him. Wearing an 100 catty thing, wouldn't you be crushed to death? It's really awesome. Zhang Feng gave a thumbs up and said silently, cow. Zhang Feng did something stupid about this. It can be said that it is a cow. Cheng Yojin's face is green. Brother, this Cheng Yojin is the person we admire the most. Can you? Got it. Zhang Feng was beaten, is about to hold his breath, hurry to beg for mercy. This came out of Cheng Yojin's arms and avoided a catastrophe and said, heavy cavalry is not about how thick armor should be worn and how much weight it has to wear. On the contrary, heavy cavalry simply don't need that heavy armor, just Great Tang's simplest clear light armor, it's enough. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 328. Heavy cavalry don't need heavy armor. I'm afraid you Zhang Feng don't know how to write death. If this is on the battlefield, I am afraid it is a round of assault of the place. There will only be batches of horses left in the heavy cavalry. But Zhang Feng continued, I know you have concerns, but if I tell you about the purpose of the heavy cavalry, you will know it. First of all, the heavy cavalry. I think you all understand. I won't talk about it for the time being, then I will talk about my teaching philosophy. Zhang Feng persuaded, under the slap of Cheng Yojin raised high, he hurriedly stopped talking about the heavy cavalry. In this era, these arms are still clearly distinguishable. First of all, he doesn't need such heavy armor. Instead, he can carry more heavy equipment, such as crossbows, such as Turkic's javelin, etc. This is all acceptable. You think I thought, if you wear something like a Titan, is the fucking going to fight? Or is it anti-beating? Cheng Yojin hearing this, it seems like nodded. You're right. Basically, our army, heavy cavalry, is responsible for attacking the enemy's formation. But this archer is generally very precious. What you mean is to arm the archer into heavy cavalry? No. Zhang Feng shook his head. Then what do you mean? This is another crossbow and a javelin. Isn't this a configuration only owned by the archer? Cheng Yojin quit. He has been a soldier all his life. How difficult is the training difficulty of this archer than a stupid heavy cavalry? Heavy cavalry, to put it bluntly, is a group of robust men riding big horses to rush into battle. Where do you need such things? One person has a longe, and one person has a double-edged saber. This is the configuration of all the cavalry in Great Tang now. As for the difference between the heavy cavalry and the light cavalry army, it is really not so obvious. You only need to use the armor. One loss, one change, remove the protective gear from the horse, and it basically becomes the light cavalry army. Where is the such a way? Feng Tsai, is this the new type of soldier teaching material you have prepared? Cheng Yojin asked suspiciously. Yes. Zhang Feng shrugged. I said you don't understand. Don't ask if you don't understand. Are you confused now? Cheng Yojin is going crazy, looking at Zhang Feng's eyes, full of dangerous smells. He seemed to say, can you finish it in one breath? Zhang Feng just took a look. He hurriedly shrank his neck and continued, actually, this is really my teaching philosophy. The combination of cavalry and crossbowmen on the one hand can enhance the advantages of long-range shooting. Think about the Great Tang's powerful crossbow, which can be within 200 meters. Shoot the enemy accurately, but the cavalry does not need to shoot so accurately. As long as there is one round of riding and shooting to be shocked, it doesn't matter whether you kill the enemy or not. It just needs to be in an imposing manner. It's enough to frighten them 1 inch. As for the real kills, please light cavalry army. Speaking of which, Cheng Chumo finally understands a little bit. You mean, the heavy cavalry just goes to the battlefield to pretend to be? Zhang Feng was choked. You can understand it. It's awesome, very powerful. And you will understand the specific things later. If the cavalry is so fun, why do you introduce so much? When the time comes with you Chen Sheniu crying, brother, you can talk about light cavalry army. And big fool wise assassin, what new role does this have? Zhang Sanchong can sit still. Slapped Cheng Chumo aside and he was about to sit next to Zhang Feng, but under Cheng Yojin's eyes, he could only squat next to Zhang Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Feng feels a little airy. Taped Zhang Sanchong's forehead, and said, don't worry. Let me take it slowly. Everyone is full of black lines on their foreheads. This matter, we have to start with the heavy cavalry. After all, The heavy cavalry's shooting is only a deterrent. It makes the enemy believe that we are always launching a charge and want to be the well of this. The known figure must be taken care of by the enemy. So at this time, the importance of heavy cavalry is reflected. Shield. This thing, you guys, are you familiar with it? As long as a shield is used, it can resist the attack without blocking the coordination of the body. Moreover, at the moment of an enemy attack, a shield formation can be used to temporarily form a battle array. This is a test of the flexibility of the heavy cavalry. But there is an important factor here, that is, the leader of the heavy cavalry who becomes the target. You Inox want to be such a person. It is necessary to coordinate all the strength in the whole body. Besides carrying the weight, you must also use your strength more flexibly. Only in this way can the brother behind you not be in vain to protect you. The heavy cavalry I want requires only 3 requirements. As long as you can pass the level, congratulations, you will become the most beautiful cub on the battlefield. First, coordination, perfect cooperation, and neat discipline. Wu takes off the heavy armor, put on a light armor, and equipped with a shield. As long as you know, on the battlefield, you are a mad cow, and you are finished. Third, think become the leader of this group of lunatics and perfectly satisfy the first 2. Chen Sheniu, do you still want to be the most beautiful cub on the entire battlefield? Become what I said, the heavy cavalry? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 329. How did Cheng Chumo not think about it? As a military family, his dream is to become an existence beyond his father and use his fist to create his own business. Instead of relying on father's halo, stay faint. He has long been bored. However, father is not stupid. He is just pretending to be stupid. Only in this way can their Cheng family prosper. This is also an official rule. Don't give His Imperial Majesty and entire court, civil and military, a little bit of handle. Otherwise, that little handle may be a fatal blow. This is why Cheng Chumo was so excited after hearing that Zhang Feng wanted to teach him something about heavy cavalry. At first, he was desperate. Even if he knew it, his father was impossible to let him join the army. As for his official career, forget it. Take Cheng Yojin's words, that is, their ancestors were not the penholders, but in the end they didn't know what was going on, and they agreed to change the song, which is considered to have acquiesced to his wish to join the army. This made Cheng Chumo's extinct heart burn again. The same is true for Zhang Sanchong. He also wants to join the army, but it was also because of National Duke's identity that he couldn't breathe. But after learning that His Imperial Majesty acquiesced, how was he not excited? At this time, after hearing that the heavy cavalry is so powerful, how can he sit still? Anxiously asked, brother, even if I am Chong's life-saving benefactor, tell me about this light cavalry army. What is it? It is the same as the current light cavalry army. What's the difference? Zhang Feng thought for a while, and said, this is really nothing to distinguish. What? Zhang Sanchong exploded, and Cheng Chumo smiled. Zhang Sanchong saw Zhang Feng meditating. He picked up a wine jar from the ground and hit Cheng Chumo's head with a bang. At this point, Cheng Chumo finally fell silent. Brother, just think about it. If you really taught me this craft, I Chongtsai, even if I climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I will repay you! Exclamation mark. Feng Tsai, just talk about it. Look, the city railways are like this. It's awesome. You can't. What is Zhang Sanchong and Zhang Feng thinking about? I couldn't help but wondering, brother, are you doing boasting? Right? Who's fucking holding a boasting ratio? Zhang Feng is also annoyed. Let me tell you, light cavalry army. The previous method of distinguishing reputation is really good, but you are so anxious. I thought of a little bit. Light cavalry army. What you want is lightness and surprise. Zhang Feng used to combine the horses of this era, but when Zhang Sanchong asked about it, he didn't know what to do. But when I saw Chen Sheniu smiling, he instinctively picked up a wine jar from the ground and pressed it on Chen Sheniu's forehead, instantly letting Zhang Feng think of it. A class of arms. Who fucking said light cavalry army? It must be a cavalry. Who dares to say that? I really want to kill him with a damn thing. Special Forces. This profession is very suitable for this product. No way. This product is too mobile and has agility. Such a person is suitable for fish in troubled waters. Ahem. Good fish in troubled waters is a raid on a long distance while taking advantage of the chaos. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng squinted his eyes and asked, Chongtsai, let me just say one thing. If you think it's okay, then this matter is finalized. If you think it's not possible, then follow Iron Ox. Go fuck, you said. Who is the fuck? Just like him. What, you say? Zhang Sanchong said with excitement. But when he raised his head and watched Cheng Yojin staring at him, he trembled and hurriedly changed his words. Zhang Feng can also be regarded as seeing that, although this group of goods are normally stubborn, but once they really encounter problems, they will have their own opinions involved. Zhang Feng said, I once had an idea, an experience summed up from 18 Cloud Riders of Yan. 18 Cloud Riders of Yan. You guys you all know, I won't talk about it here, but at that time, what did this unit rely on for everyone to become terror-stricken at the news? On the one hand, it was excellent equipment. On the other hand, it was invincible discipline and military quality. However, in the end, it still fell, and even the whole army was destroyed, but at that time, this army made everyone become terror-stricken at the news. And finally, why is it destroyed? The reason is not shown for the time being. I will only talk about one of them. The ghost that has been wandering outside the battlefield. An army that does not care about victory or defeat on the battlefield, but only cares about the target mission. They are like ghosts. Anyone who dares to stop them will perish under their iron hooves. They only care about whether the target is dead, and only care about the task, whether it can be completed in the shortest time. Do you think this team will? How is it? This Cheng Yojin and Dugu, who was recording in chalk, were shocked. The Ghost Force. What is this? What does it mean for a team that does not care about life and death, but only care about tasks? 18 Cloud Riders of Yan. What is this again? They will not know. Even when talking about 18 Cloud Riders of Yan, Cheng Yojin stood up in amazement, looking at Zhang Feng and asked one by one, Zhang Feng brother, do you mean, you want to build an 18 Cloud Riders of Yan? No, I want to build a unit that can fight on any terrain and in any environment. Chongtsai, do you want to go? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 330. Go. Zhang Sanchong is silent, and Cheng Chumo was about to blurt out, but was stopped by Cheng Yojin's eyes. As a veteran and the elders of this group of teenagers, he naturally knows their abilities all the time. Cheng Chumo is suitable for Rampage. Zhang Feng arranged it correctly, but this Zhang Sanchong. Although he has been imitating Zhao Zilong and imitating from many classics, if Zhang Feng trains according to the light cavalry army method, he will not do more to stop it. But 18 Cloud Riders of Yan, this in itself is already a legendary battle formation training method. From the prosperity of 18 Cloud Riders of Yan and the collapse of Taoism, no one can successfully replicate the training method of this army. Zhang Feng really has a way. Liu Yi is dead. This method has also been completely lost. Is Zhang Feng really able to do this? This is what really shocked Cheng Yojin. Liu Yi is a person who only relies on 18 Cloud Riders of Yan in his hands to like a fish back in water in Jingbian, but this person is also a person that everyone dare not mention. When first year of Emperor's reign, Liu Yi rebelled, and his 18 Cloud Riders of Yan were destroyed because of this. No one dared to mention this history. Also I dare not follow suit, but Zhang Feng actually proposed such a method at this time. Cheng Yojin couldn't help but hesitated. Zhang Feng brother, do you really know the training method of 18 Cloud Riders of Yan? How did you learn about this? Zhang Feng sees Cheng Yojin's face dignified, shook his head and said, I don't know the training method of 18 Cloud Riders of Yan, just to make an analogy. This is not funny, you know, this person is with His Imperial Majesty. The grievances of the 18 Cloud Riders of Yan, it's okay to talk about it here, but don't talk about it in front of outsiders. If you let those with your heart hear it, when the time comes, you will be called rebellious. Sin. I know, I'm not stupid. Zhang Feng rolled the eyes. Of course he knows the power of 18 Cloud Riders of Yan. The reason why he used this to talk about it is because the 18 Cloud Riders of Yan is comparable to the special forces he wants to train, and this 18 Cloud Riders of Yan, for them, is fairly familiar, so they can understand, speaking of which better. That's all. His Zhang Feng's head is not iron enough, so he doesn't want to use his head to touch Great Tang's taboo. This is just an analogy. Don't worry too much. I can guarantee that the people I train will only be better and stronger than 18 Cloud Riders of Yan. You only need to remember this. As for the light cavalry army, forget it. The people I train call special. The team is more suitable. From individual combat to joint combat, everyone can quickly break up and become the strongest individual, or they can be combined together instantly to become a team of human bulldozers. How about Chongtsai? Don't dare to come to the special team to play. When the time comes, you can fight with Inox again. Done. As long as you dare to teach, and old Li has no objection. I did it with Chongtsai. Zhang Feng nodded, added, by the way, this is also my test of your sister. I will only teach you a few for the time being. As for the others, that's all my homework for you. But if your next person fails to learn well and doesn't get a score above the passing line, then you should follow along and be punished. Also, Darbing, you two got to participate. Dugu was dumbfounded. What is this about me? I didn't say I'm going to the battlefield. I just came to learn. Zhang Feng rolled the eyes. You? I will ask you, do you learn what I teach? Learn. Dugu stubborn nodded. That's not enough. Since you want to learn, you have to learn everything. I don't ask you to be so awesome with Inox or Chongtsai, but at least you fucking yes. In the formation of troops, a few of them can live well. In all my teaching concepts, you, Li Qian, Big Fool Y, and Chongtsai Inox can't be less. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Feng continued, you know, why did I answer old Li? Do you open this college? Could it be that your deadline is approaching? Cheng Chumo asked suspiciously. Zhang Feng was furious in an instant. I'm fucking your uncle. You don't want to smoke? Cheng Chumo scratched his head and said, old Li, they didn't say that you have cultivated 5,000 in that place. Yeah, fuck off. I can't pretend to be forced. Fucking 1 inch. Zhang Feng is depressed again. Angrily knocked on the table and said, I'm all for your good. Think about it, when the time comes, you can enter the dynasty with me when the time comes. Well, elder brother, don't I have a face on my face? The most important thing is that you are all from the merchants to enter the official career. If you don't have the skills, you think you can get a foothold in the imperial court? Do you think you can be like me? I am giving you a chance. Are you stupid? The most important thing is Li Qian. I have learned a lot and have a wide range of knowledge, so on the battlefield, he is the commander in command. I can rest assured that Darbing is a military advisor. As for, what about Big Fool? What is he doing? Dugu asked. Now, they finally understand why Zhang Feng made such an arrangement. This method, even if they are on the battlefield at this time, after the entitlement and the increase in the title, in the imperial court, there is really a chance to challenge the old stubbornness. Because what they have mastered is just one word. Everything. 2 words. Wide knowledge. Widely, from arithmetic, economics, to plotting battlefields, etc. They have taken care of it. However, one of them seems to be missing. Big Fool. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 331. As for Wai Shu, Zhang Feng has never known why everyone calls him Big Fool. He looks reckless, but he doesn't look stupid. His old Y's son, old Y, looks so savvy. Is it that genetics must be reversed? Zhang Feng is a little confused. But after getting along with this group of goods for so long, he has more or less figured out these stubborn situations. Big Fool Y is really suitable for assassination. Since old Li dared to let him be his own personal guard, and that night, he actually climbed up my house beam without my knowledge. I knew from that time, this guy is good at assassination. Then, What awesome assassination techniques have you mastered? Dugu is eager to have a try. Zhang Feng was speechless, looking at Dugu like a fool. I think big fool, why shouldn't be called a fool? I think you are really stupid. You are a pig. If I am a little bit better, will I be batted by you? I was despised by Zhang Feng, but Dugu didn't care. Instead, he wanted to know more about the way of assassination. Cheng Yojin couldn't help but ask, Feng Tsai, what you said is the way to assassinate? Zhang Feng took a sip of wine, getting up, carrying his hands on his back, and squinting at the door. Cheng Yojin doesn't know where he is. This is Zhang Feng trying to pretend. Gazed at Dugu. Why? I'm going to write down one word for Lozi. Dare to forget a word, I will have you good fruit when I go back. Dugu persuaded, shrinking his neck, stained with ink, waiting for Zhang Feng to open the mouth. A knight unadorned a tartar tassel, over Wu catches the frost and snow, a silver saddle dazzles along with his white horse, rustles across like a shooting star, 10 steps to kill one person. 1,000 miles without stopping. If you leave, you will hide your merit and fame. In leisure I drink at a random mound, caressing the unsheathed sword on my knees. Invite a feast, entice with delicacies, grasping my cup I exhort the Marquis of Ying. 3 cups of Tranuo, the 5 mountains are light, after the eyes and ears become hot, the spirit is unhealthy, save Zhao with a golden hammer, Handan is first shocked. The second strong man of Qianqiu, the city of Xuanliang, the fragrant death of a chivalrous man, he is not ashamed of the world, who can book your excellency, the white-head great profound scripture. This. Cheng Yojin was shocked. Dugu was shocked. Zhang Sunchong and Chen Chumo are even more excited and their blood is boiling. 10 steps to kill one person. 1,000 miles without stopping. This is a damn night. Fuck. This. Is it big fool wife Mao? Why not Lozi? I want to be so happy too. Everyone roars in the heart. The kind of artistic conception embodied in this poem by Zhang Feng, no matter who it is, you will be deeply attracted by the poetic artistic conception. Happiness and enmity, this is the way a man should have. Brother Zhang Feng, what is this poem called? Dugu was a little choked. Before, he was indeed very resistant and despised the vulgarity of the sergeant, but when this poem came out, it reminded him of the poems chanted by Zhang Feng and Zhang Feng's sentence. It's okay to go outside for a walk. At this moment, he finally realized it. Is this poem ... It's called Ode to Gallantry. Zhang Feng's voice is extremely bleak. Originally, he planned to keep this poem for himself. After activating the system, like Li Tai Bai, he wrote a poem on the city wall of Chainan, and then left unhurriedly. But now that damn system has not been activated, and he also has a goal. For example, after the words side by side king, and then watching the world become the territory of Great Tang. At that time, isn't it faster to be happy when you are going to Xiaoyao? I'm not worried about being fucked by others. Would it not be beautiful to hug the left and the right, and then one person, one piano, and a group of wives and concubines, with poems and chic, to travel the world? So, just now, he didn't want to waste his tongue. Put this poem directly out. After all, now Li Bai is his mother, I don't know if he is born or not. Borrowing his poems can be regarded as carrying forward for him. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng suddenly came back to his senses. This fucking digression. This poem was originally prepared for myself. Let me say it first. If anyone is a damn, then I will ascend. When the time comes I will train. Double lit. Hearing this, the 3 goods who were about to say something, quickly gagged their mouths. Zhang Feng then said, but I'll say it first, it's an encouragement for you guys. Life is a war, how can you win in this war? It depends on how you lay out, and each of you has different skills. I don't know if it's God's meaning, but each of you is very fragile if you separate out. Yes, but if you twist into a rope, then in the future, you will definitely become the most beautiful cubs of Great Tang. As for Xiu, he is an assassin living in the shadow, although I have no ability to pass on his assassination technique. Of course I have not mastered such awesome things, but I can teach him to be the most awesome person in this regard. He is also the biggest trump card in the future when your lives are in danger. Whether it is speed or whatever, he is 100 times better than you. You should know this, right? Zhang Feng asked. Several people pat their heads, nodded. A fierce man who can drink half a jar of ethyl alcohol without dying. I think I am unworthy. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 332. Several people all agreed on this matter. I didn't know that it was ethyl alcohol before, and thought Wai Shui was a big drinker, but after knowing that it was ethyl alcohol, everyone regarded Wai Shui as deity. Even His Imperial Majesty was shocked. For such deity, Zhang Feng's arrangement this time, Cheng Chumo and the others admire the prostrate oneself in admiration. Think about it, people and ethyl alcohol are fine. What about yourself? Are you afraid to drink? Look at Dugu again. This one only drank a bowl and was drunk for a day. How can this compare? Cheng Yojin touched his beard, and saw that Dugu had almost remembered everything, so he got up. Feng Tsai. Now that this stuff has come out, let's go back and tell Old Li about it first. Let's prepare here first. By the way, what? Don't mess up recently. Run. Old Li is afraid that something will happen to you and your ability. Don't spoil it. After finishing talking, Cheng Yojin put a drop of money and left. The walking is extremely chic, but Zhang Feng seriously suspects that this product is hurting him, but he suffers from no evidence. As soon as the things are done here, Dugu filled a bowl of wine with trepidation, came to Zhang Feng's side, and said, Brother Zhang Feng, my admiration for you, it can be said to be like rivers, lakes and seas. Fart if you have it. Zhang Feng glanced suspiciously at Dugu, and said straightforwardly, Then what? Dugu rubbed his hands and said, You have also seen, my small body can't stand the toss. So, I think, I'll get this business right from the rear. Isn't that all right? Why do I have to go to the battlefield too? I'm a literati. Is it a bit like going to the battlefield? Not appropriate. Not appropriate. Zhang Feng stared. Do you think him joking? From the very beginning, I just said, can't afford to play, get out as early as possible. Who is begging to learn something? And last night, who poured me alcohol to death and prepared to set my stuff? Zhang Feng remembered everything. It can also be said that although he is drunk, his heart is clear. These goods are every damn good thing. One is better than a grandson. As a hot night, if you are not shivered by yourself, maybe you will leak the loincloth. Now, I want to beg for mercy. Although Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong do not understand the purpose of Zhang Feng's arrangement, Dugu knows. This is confessing privately. However, what Zhang Feng said was so wild, so awesome, that he had already made the 2 second hands kicking and kicking with excitement. Who would know that this is the one set by Zhang Feng plan? They are already in the military. As for training, can Zhang Feng play them to death? But Dugu is different. This stuff is a nerd. If Zhang Feng does this, he will be finished in minutes. So he strongly protested and didn't want to go to the military. But at this moment, the two goods and one person stood by Dugu and said, Brother, do you know what blessed sharing is? I didn't see it. Is this an opportunity Feng Tsai gave us? We twisted everything we are good at into a rope, so that our brother can be a good brother for a lifetime. You said, what can you do if you play with those broken books in the house all day? Why don't you go to the barracks with us? That's a good place to earn military work. Once you have gained more military merits, you will be rewarded. Isn't it a matter of minutes? Furthermore, look at Li Qian who is going to go there. Are you afraid of a woolen thread? Do you Darbing think you are better than a brother? Dugu wants to cry. I want to kill these two idiots. What I learned in this fuck normally doesn't work anymore at this time. When Zhang Feng saw this, he also started to persuade him. Yeah, Darbing, you are too weak. Think about it, if you don't have those frontier soldiers, do you think you can do academic research with peace of mind? I will tell you another poem. 1 inch. The lonely smoke rises straight in the desert, the sunset graces over the yellow river. Can you see such a scene in Chainan? You are thinking about all the poems I mentioned before. You think about that scene. Your taste. Your fine taste. You want to be a child to the soft egg protected by the old do, and hide in the book. Or do you want to witness the prosperous rise of Great Tang, your product? You have a good product. Well, iron knocks, Chontsai, walk around. Let's go to the carpenter. Let this idiot think about it, and watch the door by the way. Jiang Feng completely stunned Dugu all at once. At this moment, I was stunned for a moment, and in the end it was just like a wood carving, and it was stunned. And Jiang Feng also elated Cheng Chumo and Zhang Chong out. As soon as I went out, the dazzling sunlight was clever. For the first time, Jiang Feng felt that this damn thing is also good. Life is like a play. All fucking relying on acting. Feng Tsai, what shall we do to find a carpenter? Repair the door? Wouldn't we just give you a new one for this broken door? Cheng Chumo scratched his head suspiciously. Jiang Feng slapped Cheng Chumo on the back of his head and roared, I have a grudge against your old Chen family. Today you have to give me a strong one, but if it breaks in the future, my mother counts on you. Also, when did I tell you to find a carpenter to repair the door? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 333. Then we came out. What did you do? Zhang Chong looked at Jiang Feng curiously. But after seeing the wretched face of Jiang Feng, he suddenly said, do you want to see young lady Jingxiu? Get out. I'm not so lustful. Ghost. Now tell me, last night, did you have? Zhang Chong reveals. Everyone understand the look in the eyes. Jiang Feng, who is watching, wants to punch someone. Your uncle, is Lao Tzu such a shameless person? Do you think anyone wants iron oxter so quickly? Even if I want that, it must be sentimental. Otherwise, it is not worthy of our status. Jiang Feng also started boosting. Cheng Chumo stopped doing it, pointing to his nose aggrievedly and asked, brother, what's the matter with me? You are ugly. Go away. Your mother, Chontsai, your mother is ugly, your whole family is ugly. By the way, could it be ... I didn't come to see young lady Jingxiu, but Jiang Miss family? Unfortunately, the two second hands showed gossips on their faces. Jiang Feng, who is watching, wants to punch someone. Go on, I just want to come out and walk around. Fuck, in your mind, why is it that all the fucking women are women? Literati. This is wrong with you. Cheng Chumo stopped doing it for now. We must do something. But Jiang Feng was the first to stop him. Come on, stop talking nonsense. I came out this time just to think about putting all the teaching aids down. When the time comes, you annoying guys, get me to the school as soon as possible. I will let old scholar teach you. Wait. Zhang Chong looked at Jiang Feng in surprise and asked, you mean, let old scholar teaches us? What can he teach us? Jiang Feng glanced at the two of them. If you don't teach anything, I will teach you the rules. Otherwise, I will be annoying if you just look like a fool. Jiang Feng pile teaching is really bad, but someone is good at it. Old scholar, although he doesn't know how to teach people, at least, he knows a little bit about etiquette. Before teaching them, he must first flatten their water chestnuts. This helps their future development. They are like a sword now, a sword dissatisfied with the killing intent. If they are not allowed to hide their edge first, if they are not in march, they will definitely be the teachers behind. Aligned. He is 20 years old. He doesn't want to be bald. So he thought of old scholar. Although old scholar rejected him before, Jiang Feng is confident that he can fool him again. And it's the kind that came on the initiative. Literati. Don't you always like those poems and songs? 18 refrains on Tartar pipes has been memorized anyway. And he is afraid that he will have nothing in the future. This is a good thing. Ki Wenji's posthumous work, even if it is taken out at this time, there will be literati madness. Just put this thing under the eyes of old scholar and shake it. Can he still come? And this thing old scholar learned, when the time comes, thinking about bringing young lady Jingxiu over, let her teach these second-rate musical instruments. That is also a beautiful thing. Just pretend to be more forceful. Jiang Feng believes that no one wants to learn. After all, life is a drama. What does appearance depend on? It's a wave. No way. There is one more person. Miss Jiang family. You have to get it too. Washing, cooking, serving tea and water, all have to be served. Otherwise, Wouldn't we be a little sorry for us? Thinking about it, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile. The one who laughs is called a cheap iron ox. Look at this product. Do you miss a woman? Look at this smile. It is a wave. Zhang Sanchong looked at Jiang Feng with infinite contempt. Cheng Chumo also glanced at Jiang Feng and couldn't help but leaned back subconsciously. Let's stand a little further away. This product is probably in spring. On the other side, Jiang Mansion. At this time, Miss Jiang family, Jiang Yuiao, listened to the maid Qiuya talking about Yanlai building. Her eyes were full of shock. Qiuya, do you think that noble son Jiang and Gingxiu ... When the time comes, will I be the wife? Are you, miss? What do you think? The Jiang family noble son listened to the Yanlai building people say, just a big fool. People go into the Yanlai building, they are all rushing to go. He is good, standing stupidly. The lobby is also amazing. Forcibly broke all Zither tune of young lady Jingxiu. So, it's only under the circumstances that it's like this. It's also the stubborn and hateful group. Knowing that my uncle doesn't know anything, and I took my uncle to that kind of fireworks venue, miss. Do you want to take a letter to let noble son Jiang stay away from those stubbornness? Qiuya. Jiang Yuiao's cheeks are flushed. Gazed at Qiuya, and said shyly, you know, Jiang family noble son is a bit dull about this. Maybe those stubborn ones who do it like this, noble son Jiang will get the hang of it. Maybe. Wow, miss, am worried that you can't think about it. You are so embarrassed. Qiuya short of breath. Go up and play with Miss Jiang family. And while the two were playing around, Cheng Yojin's servant, Old Ning, personally boarded the gate of Jiang Mansion. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 334. Old Ning visit. Moreover, it is still an unfamous greeting card, which is not common in business circles. Great Tang's merchant status is very low, and Jiang family is no exception. Today, as soon as the young man sees someone, he can tell from the look of the other person's eyes and the calluses on his hands. The person must be in the military. Can Jiang family patriarch Jiang Shan not see this? He just saw the person's walking posture, and he understood everything instantly. The purpose of this person is not simple. Is it because of that hostamata? Thinking of this, Jiang Shan's face became a little nervous. Looking at Old Ning, he hurriedly greeted him. This brother, this Jiang, excuse me for not going out to meet you. I hope to forgive me. Jiang Shan greeted him with a fist. He must pay respect. Old Ning is not such a cautious person. After Jiang Shan paid respect, he was nodded. I came here by the order of Patriarch. There is nothing to do. Just come and see. Hearing this, Jiang family, who has been trembling with fear, is even more puzzled. This person is obviously a military man. This is not for the hostamata. Why is that? But at this time, I can't guess that it's not a bad thing at all. So I dismissed the woman and led Old Ning into the living room. After serving tea, Old Ning asked, I have heard there is a strange woman in Jiang family. My patriarch originally wanted to visit in person, but I was busy with business, so I was sent to send me a gift? Jiang Shan is dumbfounded. What does this mean? A gift? What to celebrate could it be? Is that son-in-law? Jiang Shan is also a wonderful person. Hurriedly took a purple sandalwood box with both hands. Old Ning then said, I know you are very confused. My patriarch is a good match for Jiang Feng brother. Originally, this gift was given to Jiang Feng. The youngster is also an interesting person. What do you say? Brothers, I didn't need any gifts, so I refused them. But my patriarch people are also very curious about Jiang Feng's future in-laws. This is why I have to come and have a look. It's acknowledgement. The youngster is a nasty man. Although he is very talented, his character is too stubborn. He never receives ill-gotten gains. Otherwise, his abilities would have made him dissatisfied with what Jiang Feng earned. Youngsters are also rare. Old Ning followed Cheng Yojin's orders and normally learned Jiang Feng's ability from Cheng Yojin, which exaggerated Jiang Feng fiercely. This is nothing. The most important thing is that Cheng Yojin is afraid of Jiang Feng's affairs today. which caused Jiang family to misunderstand. That's why he came to wipe Jiang Feng's ass. It can be considered as a visit to find out what Jiang family really means. But after Jiang Shan heard old Ning praise Jiang Feng so much, he instantly became calm. The excitement is to scold the servant for serving good tea, being good for food, and sincerely sighing, Jiang family's blessing. Jiang family's only daughter can marry a literati. That's what Jiang family has cultivated in 8 lifetimes. Blessings and so on. After getting Jiang Shan's guarantee, old Ning and Jiang Shan sat at the wine table for a drink. During the period, Jiang Shan also made an exception to let Jiang Yuiao come out and pour a bowl of wine for old Ning himself. When old Ning saw Jiang Yuiao, his eyes were straight. After holding the wine jar excitedly, he took out a piece of jade from his arms and slapped his lips. The hands of Jiang Yuiao. I'm a rough man. This jade was given to me by patriarch in foreign domain. Although it's not a valuable thing, but the first time I met today, it was my old Ning. A meeting gift for you. Jiang Yuiao respectfully accepted, and said, thanks senior gift, ha ha ha. Just call me old Ning. My patriarch is commensurate with the Jiang Feng brother. You will be the wife of the Jiang Feng youngster in the future and the primary wife of his Jiang Feng. You can't call this senior, a primary wife. Let Jiang Yuiao and Jiang Shan's mood be settled. What happened to Jingxiu? Chainan City was already full of turmoil at this time. How did they not know? Although this incident was strictly blocked, but it was all seen by the neighbors, and passed to Jiang Mansion in private. How can this not worry Jiang Shan, the daughter of this mansion, although she also knows some piano, chess, calligraphy and painting? How can she compare with the talented woman who can make the entire Great Tang crazy? But at this time, the arrival of this mysterious person brought Jiang Shan's heart back to his stomach. In addition, the arrival of this person also showed one thing, that is, the marriage is stable. Although Jiang Shan had heard of Jiang Feng's reputation before, he was basically lazy, sitting and eating in the sky. Although he was a little bit talented, he could eat that stuff. Look now, let's not say whether that thing can be eaten, judging from the person he knows who can assign a military figure to visit him. This youngster seems to be a good mix. Although the piece of jade was given to my daughter, I knew it was worth more than 10 silvertel. Sheep fat jade. This thing is not something an ordinary person can get. Is it true that Jiang Feng, the future son-in-law, really is the National Jiatong University, and has established a relationship with the wealthy officials? After having a good drink with old Ning again, old Ning left with a satisfactory answer. Jiang Shan touched the beard on the chin, cautiously, madam, and Jiang Yuiao were nervous. His eyes opened the delicate wooden box. However, when Jiang Shan saw the contents inside, his eyes contracted violently. In the astonished eyes of the two females, Jiang Shan took a deep breath and said solemnly, today's matter, don't tell anyone about it, just as the future son-in-law sent someone to visit Wang Yuiao. Right. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 335. Everyone was dismissed. Jiang Shan rarely does business today. Sit alone in the study, staring at the wooden box in his hand in a daze. Daddy, I don't know how long it took. Jiang Yuiao's voice slowly appeared in the study. I saw that Yuiao is now wearing a goose and yellow gown, a light outfit, a pair of big eyes, and the vermilion lips inherited from her mother. All are so ecstatic. Yuiao's mother ability wine girl, Jiang Shan was the slave of the great family when he was young. Because he made good dim sum, he was loved by the old lady in the Fuzhong, so he surnamed Jiang. So when it was the age of marriage, old lady found a handsome wine girl when she went out and bestowed it on Jiang Shan. In addition to being a slave, Jiang Shan also rewarded him with 10 silvertels, bought possessions, and started a family. That's why this Yix and Dim Sum store was created. More than 20 years ago. Jiang Shan has never forgotten the kindness of that family. But today, what old Ning sent made his heart tremble. That thing was a jewelry he had seen several times at old master's house, thinking that General Madam had hung around his waist. Inadvertently, the woman's accessories were dropped and were acquired by Jiang Shan. At the same time, a bird's wing on the jade pendant was shattered. This caused him to cry all night in the kitchen holding the accessory, and he was cried by the old lady, and with the proof of the servant of Cheng Manor who came to look for, he returned the accessory! It was also that time Cheng Madam was righteous and rewarded him with 12 silver. But today, this accessory appears again, so everything makes sense. Soldier, the signifier made the soldiers mobilize, and the white soldiers called the masters from the bottom of their hearts. How many people are there in Chainan City? In addition to Cheng Yojin, Jiang Shan really couldn't think of him. Who else? And what does this jade pendant show? This shows that Jiang Feng, his future son-in-law, is the nobleman of Cheng Manor, National Duke of National Duke House. He can call him brother. Then Jiang Shan is also a little uncertain. He can only be sure that Cheng family knows everything about him. Secondly, Cheng family did not mention everything before, so that means that this marriage is fully respected for Jiang Shan's meaning. Cheng Yojin didn't immediately let him open it, and he asked the family to ask in the future, which means that he still has feelings. Everything is left to him. Can he call the shots? This matter has already been decided. He has never thought about divorcing. He knows that the foundation of his Jiang family is only Yu Iao. He only hopes that Yu Iao can. It is enough to be satisfied with this marriage and be happy in the future. The reason why I agreed to the marriage of old scholar is mainly because of Jiang Feng's talent. They are all surnamed Jiang. This is the main reason why he agreed to this marriage. He wants Jiang Feng to rely on himself to have some fame, face, and family background after marriage, so that he can see to Jiang Feng, Jiang family can reach a higher level on his behalf. That's enough. Looking at Yu Iao with a worried look, Jiang Shan took a deep breath and asked, Yu Iao, at a blink of an eye, you are 18 years old. You know everything about our family. You are born as a slave, although you won't be able to help you in the end. I've gotten out of slavery, but Shanjia's household registration makes everyone even more embarrassed. So, for my father, I want to find a better offspring, so that you can live and eat for the rest of your life. Why free? But you also know that Chainan City is either the second-generation ancestor of high-ranking officials, or the heirs of officials. As our family, you can only go for concubine. Daddy, I don't want to give up. I can't bear you to suffer. Father. Yu Iao also cried weeping beauty. Jiang Shan sighed and wiped away old tears. Daddy shouldn't say these bad things, but Daddy just wants you to know that we were born and have no choice. So, I will ask you again. Once, Jiang Feng, this child, you have also heard of his reputation, and even asked Qia to visit him. I also heard that the youngster is not kind, so I will ask you a question when I reply to you. Jiang Feng, do you marry or not? If you are willing, just nod. Even if I fight for bankruptcy, I will earn you the name of a true wife. You have also heard from the person just now, Jiang Feng, this child is outstanding in writing, and he is very fond of the great character, and he will surely become so popular in the future. Now he has an affair with Gingxiu. If you don't dislike it, even if I am shameless, I will be shameless. Fight for it, Daddy. I wish. Jiang Yuiao cried. He knows what his dad wants. Her father, he wants to be Jiang family all his life, and he wants to put the name of Kangxi on their Jiang family genealogy. And, for various reasons, Jiang Feng's name has already been carved into her heart. His poems are things that accompany him to sleep every night. She has not. Although he doesn't understand what her father is worried about, she only knows one thing, Jiang Feng, her husband. What she didn't know was that Jiang Shan was worried that once he stepped into Cheng Manor's circle, he would not be calm in the future. After all, Guanlong's previous incident against Cheng Yojin is not over yet. The little servant of Yanlai building who came to buy cakes, told him everything. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 336. On Chainan Street, Jiang Feng aimless took Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong for a stroll. In order not to attract attention, Jiang Feng ordered the two goods and went to the clothing store to change into a less irritating clothes. Jiang Feng's even borrowed eyebrow pencils from the powder shop next to the clothing store and gave them to them. Simply painted with a little outfit. But because of sweating, I touched it with my hand. The whole face is black, so even if Cheng Chumo's father is standing in front of him, he doesn't necessarily know Cheng Chumo anymore. After walking the whole street again, Cheng Chumo sat weakly in front of a stall selling glutinous rice and asked, "Feng Tsai, are we here for a walk?" "Well, let's have something to eat before leaving. It's almost 2 hours. What shall we eat?" "My treat." Jiang Feng looked at the glutinous food stall, and simply sat down. "Come on, shopkeepers, come to the Sanhai bowl of glutinous rice." Cheng Chumo hurriedly shouted, and did not forget to shout again, "Shopkeepers." The old man the so-called old material is the native dialect of the Chainan people, that is, the aged-old glutinous rice, my pure taste, a sea bowl. Women who do not drink, will be turned on land can't be. Taking advantage of the poor cooking of shopkeeper, Cheng Chumo asked, "Feng Tsai, what are we doing here? Is it to inquire about Yanlai building?" "Hush." Jiang Feng gave a false voice, and asked in confusion, "My damn thing wants to see, can I find Cheng Chumo that stupid? Then the damn thing is the real demon king. We picked the flower of Jingxiu accidentally, and now with his temper, can't you turn Chainan City upside down? And Zhang Sunchong's products, my place. It's also weird, these 4 great demon kings, with such a big thing happening. Can you really sit still?" Jiang Feng's suspicion is not wrong. If it is true that the 4 great demon kings know that the first flower in the capital has been picked, how can it be fried? But now, don't say it is Cheng Chumo. A few masters, even those who are stubborn, everyone appears. Do they all like to hang out at night? Zhang Sunchong looked at Cheng Chumo with a weird look and said, "Ian Knox, Feng Tsai asks you, why didn't Cheng Chumo go crazy and overturn Chainan City?" "Fuck you, mother." Zhang Sunchong didn't say it, but it was okay. Let Cheng Chumo blow his hair in an instant. "Mother, I'm sitting next to you, and this young lady Jingxiu, I don't speak. Which turtle grandson would dare to step on her steps?" The subdivination of old Zong's life is rooted for him. Moreover, Cheng Chumo personally took the lead in this matter and sent Jiang Feng to Jingxiu. He also wanted to give Jiang Feng something he could get his hands on. In fact, he wanted to Jiang Feng pretended to be forced in front of him. Let Jiang Feng eat at once. Otherwise, this grandson has been dragging $200,000 to $800,000 all day long. And when he watched him pretending to be forceful, he wanted to punch someone. This time he didn't expect, and finally tried to pretend to be forceful with Chongzi, thinking look at Jiang Feng's collapse. But didn't expect, fucking, did you really pick this flower based on your ability? This is nothing. These are all Jiang Feng's abilities. But you have to say Cheng Chumo is a stubborn thing. Do you talk about it? Where is Lao Tzu? Sorry for you. That's all right. By the way, Feng Tsai, if you come out, just for this matter, I advise you to put your heart in your stomach. This incident, Ian Knox, his father is out, then this incident means that no one dares to mention it in the future, even the bastard Cheng Chumo dare not say anything. Really? Jiang Feng looked suspiciously at Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong. He always feels that these two goods have some conspiracy, but even if there is no evidence, he simply doesn't want to. The fragrant glutinous rice dumplings and the soft glutinous rice dumplings make Jiang Feng's appetite greatly increased. The 3 of them stared at their eyes and watched the shopkeepers serving them, blowing on the edge of the sea bowl, and taking a sip, then breathing in a mouthful of heat before drinking. After a few sips, Cheng Chumo patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. Fortunately, Jiang Feng's opinion was not matched, so he hurriedly flashed. Cheng Chumo almost slapped Zhang Sunchong's head. In the sea bowl, Cheng Chumo got into trouble with a sword, and hurriedly said, "Well, we ate, Should we go to Yanlai building again to see young lady Jingxiu? How did she escape this disaster? You still want to visit brothel? Zhang Feng's head hurts. When I hear brothel, my brain hurts. After eating the glutinous rice, I will work for Lozi. Go and find me the carpenter with the best craftsmanship in Chainan City. Carpenter? The two of Chengchumo are hearing this, and then I understand why Zhang Feng wandered around in Chainan City. This is to find a carpenter. But at this point, what do you find a carpenter to do? Zhang Feng knew that these two goods were confused, and while eating glutinous rice dumplings, he said, as for the school affairs, you all have snacks. Put your heart on the right path. Don't think about women all day long. The time comes, I learned that women are not very easy yet. Okay, after eating, I go back to sleep. If you want to learn the ability, you will find the carpenter for me. If you don't want to learn, you do what you like. Don't bother me. The two didn't know why Zhang Feng made such a big ignorance. Finally, the two of them looked at each other, and they distracted the two of them, which made it clear that they wanted to go to Yanlai building. Brother, I understand. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 337. After separating the two, Zhang Feng has nothing to do again. Today, the sun is caught by a large cloud of black clouds, so the people on the Chainan City Road are more energetic, but the most energetic is the locust flying all over the sky. The place where the locusts pass, although it is not a barren, but it is not much better. On the leaves of the trees on the street, large and small holes, and densely packed locusts lying on their stomachs, are all the way the locusts declare their territory to humans. Looking at the locusts flying all over the sky, Zhang Feng was not in the mood to think too much. Now he has enough troubles. The marriage of a Zhang family has already caused him a lot of trouble. Now that there is an extra person like Jingxiu, he is not annoying. I still don't know if Grandma Wang will squat himself on which street, but it's strange to say that I don't see old scholar or Zhang family dim sum today. Unfolding, everything seems weird today. While aimlessly walking, while thinking about his thoughts, unconsciously, Zhang Feng actually walked onto the streets of the East Market, and was instantly stunned by the screams of the sky. Zhang Feng's sweat and the body odor peculiar to bearded merchants in western regions almost killed Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't think about it anymore. After all, the boat went straight to the bridgehead. It's better to see if you can buy some shellfish from the beard's hands. After all, Chang'an has been able to do business in Chang'an since Guanlong faction's suppression was lifted from the waterway. This is a hot trend. At this time, Chang'an is the East Market, and basically all of them are foreign merchants, or merchants from the kingdom of Nanzhou. Anzai Market has become a local market in Great Tang Market. While looking at all kinds of people from the outside world, Zhang Feng even found a man who was hawking a group of wine girls with a whip in it. Although it is very secretive, but in the end or for the people of the government, please go for tea. Dare to buy and sell people in Great Tang, especially Chainan. Come on, have a cup of tea first. There is also the foreign merchant, holding the dog-head gold to sell it. Zhang Feng, who looked at it, was greedy. But when Zhang Feng rarely picked up a head-sized dog-head gold and placed it on the tooth flower, the bitter taste almost made Zhang Feng spit out the wine last night. This damn cheating is also done a little bit. Your uncle, get a stone and smear it with a little gold powder. This is a damn thing. Unscrupulous profiteer. Zhang Feng angrily yelled at profiteer and left. Don't look at the foreign merchants with innocent and honest faces. The fucking heart is their kind of stuff. With a kind face, I don't know how many people have been deceived. At this point, Zhang Feng saw the exquisite glazed glass products, or fur, jade stone, gems and the like, and he just glanced at it and thought it was a fake. Why? You haven't seen the man with wicked eyes? Unconsciously, Zhang Feng had already visited the entire East Market, and when he was ready to return to the little tavern with no interest, his eyes fell on a piece of black paint. A man from Nanshao in a headscarf was sitting in front of the stall and taking a nap. On a sheepskin in front of his stall, There were 3 large pieces of black moss that were so dark and black. Something that exudes a pungent smell. This thing is actually stained with a few flies, and densely packed locusts. That's it. This lazy guy doesn't plan to clean it up. No wonder no one has watched it. However, because of this, Zhang Feng's heart has bursts of ecstasy. What the hell is this? This is rubber, and it looks like an old rubber. This thing is a bag. Shopkeeper, how do you sell this black thing? Zhang Feng pressed the surprise in his heart and asked calmly, pinching his nose. The businessman is very dark, and his eyes are sunken, and his grey-faced beard looks like a monkey on the mountain. The middle-aged businessman didn't doze off instantly when he saw someone asking for a price. He licked his face and asked, "Master, have you taken a fancy to our 3 baobabs?" What are you? Zhang Feng pinched his nose and pretended to be confused. Well I don't know, I just brought him from Nanzhou because I saw him. I originally wanted to try one's luck, but no one knew it. Stop. I ask you, what is this? Zhang Feng also lost his temper. What he fears most now is wordy. If anyone dares to be more verbose than him, he will beat someone in minutes. But now that something interesting has appeared, he has to be patient. The man saw that Zhang Feng lost his interest, so he hurriedly said, "This is a kind of resin from my nunshell. It is very strong. If it is applied to straw sandals, it will make the sandals extremely durable. The adhesive used in the shipbuilding of Nanzhou." Stop. How much are your $3? See Zhang Feng's bid. The businessman's eyes instantly heated up. I almost knelt down for Zhang Feng. Seeing that you are from Chainan, we don't want too much. For these $3. You just give 100 pennies. 100? My mother really treated Lao Tzu as a pig and went to slaughter. Zhang Feng was angry. Get up and curse and prepare to leave. And the yelling and cursing here instantly attracted 2 bailiffs who were defending public order. Upon seeing this, the businessman instantly lost his soul, and hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng's trousers with a cry of voice and said, "Master, you give me meal money will become deal." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 338. Zhang Feng is like a thief. In the eyes of all bailiff who maintains street market law and order, he hugs a sheepskin package the size of a water tank and rushes back. As he ran, Zhang Feng was like a fool, his mouth grinning behind his ears. For nothing else, at this moment, holding these 3 oak resins, he couldn't help but have a crazy idea in his mind. If this can be made into rubber from these 3 resins, and then made into tires, that's a cool one. This is the real Xdivine artifact. You sit in a sedan chair, you ride a horse, you can do it. I can't ride a horse, but I can ride a bicycle. In this era, this thing is my only one. Zhang Feng. Thinking about this, Zhang Feng smiled even more. When I returned to Little Tavern, I saw Tavern's door, which had been repaired long ago, and Dugu and the others disappeared. Only Old Scholar and Grandma Wang, Oldie and the others sitting in Tavern, and Guzi and Zuzi, like loyal guards, hid in the alley early. When Zhang Feng came back, they hurriedly said, "Brother Feng, you are back. Don't you know, my father and the others," they said, "they found a good day for you. And next month they will let you marry that little woman from Zhang family?" Zhang Feng was stunned. "Zuzi, how did you know about this?" Zuzi sniffed, looked suspiciously at Zhang Feng and said, "Brother Feng, don't you know?" Zhang Feng's head is shaking like a rattle. "When I watched Guzi and drank Zuzi, I believed it a little bit." "Brother Feng, this is the case. Didn't you go to brothel at night yesterday?" Although this matter is on the market, it has not yet been so gossip women know, but it will be a matter of time before they know this. Therefore, Grandma Wang found Old Scholar to drink with my father, thinking about it, come to you today, and then get your birth date, and then give it to you. Wait. How did your dad know? Also, I go to brothel, that it's to meet friends with poetry. Do you understand? Zhang Feng's sophistry. But what do you say to such a hairy child? He was bored, put down the resin in his arms, and threw it to the 2 of them. "Hide this thing for me. I have a great use. Don't let anyone know." And don't open it. Know it? No. Seeing Jiang Feng being so solemn, Guzi and Zuzi slapped their chests. Jiang Feng just carried his hands on his back, turned a bend with a sad face, and immersed his head into the little tavern. As soon as he entered the small tavern, Jiang Feng was caught by Grandma Wang. Yo, little brother Jiang, are you coming back? Come on, sit down, old woman, you'll come, nothing else. Just predictably, this next month, there are a few good hours, thinking about whether to settle things down, and then get married next month. Jiang Feng is speechless. You haven't even written these characters yet, so you are thinking about it, and you are still in charge of me? Anything? Who are you? Although I've already started foul-mouthed in my heart, but Jiang Feng still smiled and said without a smile, Grandma Wang, you sit down first, we are not in a hurry. Didn't I talk about it before? My master once said that only I can get married when I enter the imperial court. Although both parents have passed away, we have to wait until I have asked the master. It's not too late to talk about it, right? Let's do this. Old scholar said with a solemn face. If it had been before, it would be nice to say, but you did such a ridiculous thing yesterday. Jiang Mansion is all asking, you said, people want a face and a tree wants bark. And neighbors in the neighborhood know about you and Jiang Mansion. You are now ... Where do you let Jiang Mansion's face go? P. Also, have you ever thought about it? If a woman is rejected by her husband, then her life will be ruined. Think about it. If you want fame, or what? You say you want to ask your master. Okay, old scholar will ask you, who is your master's first and last name? Where do you live? The old man has to ask him personally if he doesn't want his own disciple to get married. Shining lintel? This master. The old man has never met in his life, but the old man would like to ask him if he has learned what filial piety is. Old scholar is angry. Jiang Feng is speechless. Master, a character who was originally made up by nothingness to prevaricate them. How do you say this? Can't you say that master is Confucius? That would definitely be annoying to death by old scholar. Old scholar, don't worry. My master has no fixed place to live. Since the beginning of this year, I am going to travel overseas. I don't know where he is now, but he said that at the end of the year, he will come back to accompany me to celebrate the new year. By the way, to teach me some overseas knowledge. Jiang Feng can only ignorant of his conscience, again fabricating lies and prevarication. But this time, a few people seemed to have a lot of thoughts, and they ignored Jiang Feng's flicker, and just followed. Old scholar's words are, first give him the birth date, and he knows a great master. Give quiet the birthday horoscope, and then talk about the next thing, the worst. The marriage must be decided first. There is no way. Jiang Feng can only write down his birthday with a twist. Of course the month and day written are correct, but for this year, he can only postpone it for 20 years according to his current age. So far, all this is Shishiren and left. Jiang Feng is like a discouraged ball, staring at the door muttered unfocused. No, I have to find a chance to meet this so-called Jiang Yuiao. How can I escape this matter? Seems more like a trap, said here. Jiang Feng suddenly patted his head. Fuck, I got a big deal. Damn Chen Sheniu, you will let me see you. I fuck. So guys come and get me drunk, and then bring Tang. Brothel? Fuck. What kind of brother is this? Our great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 339. The next few days, Jiang Feng's experience is still calm and tranquil. Even the old scholar who has been forcing him to marry, at this time, seeing Jiang Feng deeply frowns, shook his head and left. Even old he, and the others are like this. Not only that, Guzi, Zuzi, seem to have disappeared and disappeared. This always makes Jiang Feng feel a little bit bad. Old Li and Chen Sheniu, they are also gone. It seems that everyone is very busy at this time, and Jiang Feng didn't bother to relax. Seeing the locusts all over the sky, it seems to cover the sky and the sun, and the weather is getting hotter. Looking at the locusts all over the sky and every big tree in Chainan City that was slowly turning into baldness, Jiang Feng carried a basket of vegetables and went out. He had a hunch for such ghost days, but didn't expect there are still more locusts than he thought. In later generations, there will be all kinds of pesticides, all kinds of insecticides, sandblasting on crops, and there have been locusts for hundreds of years. They are only a little bit sporadic. Unlike this, good guys, pedestrians on the street, if you add them up to weigh, it is not necessarily heavier than the total number of locusts in Chainan City. This is the horror of ancient times. The vegetable market of Chainan East Market is located on the side of Yongin Canal to the east of Huitong Lane. There is a morning market in normally. This is already a vast crowd. After the launch of the cooperative, the people's living standards, it has really improved more than a little bit. And the people in the vegetable market can't help but get up much. Everyone is carrying a basket, carrying their hands on their backs, and wandering around, like a landlord who is patrolling their own property. Those who don't know think that the goods are the owners of these vendors, but those who know will understand. This is because I have money in my pocket. Burned. If it's one or two, it's okay, but basically the people in Chainan City all look like this. Just like this, Chainan City opened in his house quickly. In this scene, all foreign merchants could not help but go crazy. Why? Chainan people are so rich. Every time an empty basket goes out, when I go back, the food basket is full. Even from time to time I talk to someone I know or someone I don't know, and I also lift the basket in my hand, in front of your eyes, shake it around. But today is different. I don't know if Jiang Feng hasn't been out in the past few days, or what. In this damn food market today, not only are there fewer people who come here to wander around with their hands behind their hands, but even the people who sell vegetables are basically lost. Jiang Feng doesn't know what is going on, but faintly, he also felt something was wrong. After walking around, he just didn't see a green vegetable in the vegetable market. What the hell is that? Is Lao Tzu out of season? That's not right. Jiang Feng lifts the head puzzled and looked at the hot sun. Is this June right? Where is the problem? Jiang Feng scratched his head, sat on the glutinous stall, and awoke the shopkeeper who was taking a nap. Shopkeepers, a bowl of glutinous rice, add eggs. Hearing this, shopkeeper's spirit has come. Go. Officer, wait a minute. Shopkeeper, what's the matter with this market? Why is there no food? Jiang Feng asked the question in his mind. Shopkeeper shook his head and sighed. Oh, this little brother, at first glance, you are the kind of person who doesn't go out often. See what is in the sky. Locusts. P.S. The heavens punish the disasters from the heavens. You go to Chainan City to see, the mountains are bald. Where is there any food? Now people outside the city, the door is afraid to go out. It's pitiful. This time, all the dealers have suffered. Oh. The speaker was unintentional, but Jiang Feng was suddenly shocked. Shopkeeper, this locust, weren't countless people digging the insect egg of the locust early this year? Why are there so many? April and May, Jiang Feng raised this matter early in the morning. And at that time he saw that the people around Chainan basically searched the surrounding land. Where is there any locust insect egg? In the end, the locust insect egg has become a hot item, and it needs to be imported from Longyu Road, which cannot meet the needs of the wealthy. Nothing else. Just Jiang Feng said, this thing can aphrodisiac, can nourish the kidney, and instantly makes this thing that chickens hate. And it becomes a delicacy for high-level people. Shopkeeper brought a bowl of steaming egg mash, sighed, and sat on the side of Jiang Feng and said, that thing is longer-legged. There is no more. But he has it in other places. Those things are all in groups, flying up and down in a large area. You said yes. How do you do it? Oh, I'm doing it now. This glutinous rice is at the end of the day. And only 3 bowls have been sold. This business is difficult to do. Jiang Feng hearing this, his face became serious. As shopkeeper said, the locusts around Chainan were stopped, but fucking Tibet and Tuihan didn't stop. Now that locusts are breaking out, what will Tibet and Tuihan look like? If this is dead now, when the time comes, locusts swept across Great Tang, not to mention the vegetables. This dam would return to the primordial society to gnaw grass roots and bark. But this seems to be a good business opportunity. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 340. Zhang Feng's aimless strolled around on Qian Street and saw the brown, green or brown-yellow locusts the most. The sky was everywhere, and even in the end, there were so many locusts that people simply didn't fight and walk. Zhang Feng also went back to tavern with his head full of locusts. This fuck, it looks like this year, this vegetable can't be eaten. Mumbling, Zhang Feng kicked a rock while walking forward slowly. When he could finally see his tavern, he saw a man pouting his butt and peering through the door. The visitor is wearing a purple robe. Who else besides Old Li? Hey, Old Li, there is a problem with your eyes. I am locked. Why are you still watching? Zhang Feng silently appeared in Li behind Shimin. The scared Li Shimin almost died on the spot. He turned around and saw Zhang Feng sighed in relief. I said you are youngster. You can't make a noise when you walk. This is scary. Li Shimin urged Zhang Feng to open the door as he muttered. As soon as I entered the door, the locusts in the sky were blocked in an instant. Li Shimin said sadly, brother, you have also seen the locusts in the sky. This. You are not saying, this thing. Has it been prevented? And last time, didn't you say that the locust plague will only break out next year? This look at this what is it? Even Li Shimin's back garden, royal gardens, and imperial farm were all hit by disasters. How can this not worry Li Shimin? And this imperial city is not spared. The locusts hiding the sky and covering the earth are even in the palace of political statement. This made the people of the astrology supervisor at the imperial court assembly this morning have another meal, and the whole super meeting was full of crying. What disaster is coming? What kind of things come from heaven? And everything the Li Shimin he was doing is about to explode. This was extremely depressed and came to Zhang Feng for a drink to relieve boredom. Old Li, don't worry. You take a look first. How accurate is our prediction? What else is this accurate? Li Shimin spread his hands and said while staring, this stuff is about to eat people now. If this goes on, you have to deal with things. The food has been damaged. What do you think is this? Oh, Zhang Feng slowly patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. Old Li, don't worry. Take a sip of wine first and be shocked. Look at His Imperial Majesty. It's not in a hurry. You are a plain-headed citizen. Do you want to be in a hurry? As for your industry, it is estimated that it is not the same as your current salt-making technology. What is the same as the Cambodian business, or the cooperative alone, is your total income in the previous year, right? Why are you still anxious about this? Longi road industry, if it is gone, it will be gone. What is the money? Money is the bastard. If we don't make money, can we get it? And Old Li, let me tell you a secret. Zhang Feng looked casually, and Li Shimin looked at it with itchy teeth, wishing to smash this guy's face with a fist. But he endured it, and said silently, when is this all? You are not paying for it. If this goes on, it will be over sooner or later. I don't know. The price of this food has been overturned now. Even if you said before that there was a locust plague, the food that I asked me to farm would not be enough to support it until this time next year. Is this not the way to do it? Sooner or later, I will starve to death. Li Shimin vomited bitterly. Zhang Feng alone, this disaster is really nothing to him. But Li Shimin is different. His family has a big business, and the entire Great Tang belongs to his family. How can he not be in a hurry to come up with this? Millions of people are waiting for him to feed. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder, and whispered, Old Li, this is when we get rich. I'll tell you first, if you want to do it, let's work together. If you don't want to do it, I will do it alone. When the time comes, don't be jealous. Hearing this, Li Shimin was taken aback. He understands Zhang Feng's temper. As long as he is scornful, he promises to say that everything is important, but once he speaks seriously, you should pay attention to it. But now, could it be that this product is not fooling people, pretending to beep? I couldn't help but Li Shimin asked, you Tell me. Jiang Feng slowly took out a few plums from his arms and said while eating, actually, the method is exactly the same as the method used to control locusts. What? The same? Are you afraid that you don't know the current situation? Back then, the locusts were still insect eggs and everything was okay. Just get a hoe and pick it up. Moreover, with your flickering technique, you really made money, but now it's different. This sky full of locusts, even if they want to flicker, they have to flicker. Look! At that time, the insect egg was yellow, deep fried, and bite it down. After the meat is drunk in oil and wrapped in flour, it is known to people, and it can be eaten. But who has never seen this locust? This thing has been a harmonious insect since ancient times. Tell me, this thing, I can get it out for you to eat. Can you eat it? Li Shimin is speechless, but Jiang Feng is mysterious. He brought up a dustpan fried yellow orange locust from the back kitchen, and said to Li Shimin beckons with the hand, Old Li, look, what is this? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 341. When Li Shimin looked at it, his hairs exploded in an instant. Jiang Feng brother, you, who are you? Hey! In Li Shimin's horrified gaze, Jiang Feng grabbed a handful of locust and stuffed it into his mouth. The salt and pepper locust, the scent instantly spread out of Jiang Feng's mouth. Looking at Li Shimin, there was another turmoil in his heart, but fortunately, I had the experience of eating an insect egg once. Although it was a bit disgusting this time, Li Shimin still held back and did not vomit. But looking at Jiang Feng's food with keen pleasure, Li Shimin couldn't help it. Jiang Feng brother, this thing ... Then what? Why do you eat such filthy things? This is not to eat. Even if he is valuable, but you can't abuse yourself. Account for yourself. Jiang Feng was stunned. This thing, in his time, had been a damn snack long ago, isn't it? And it's still a snack for all ages. So why is this a mischief? Jiang Feng threw the dustpan on the table, and the golden grasshoppers flicked in the dustpan in an instant, causing Li Shimin to fry again. Jiang Feng elated took a sip of wine, and then said, Old Li, come on, the insect egg last time is not as delicious as this. I ask you, did you have diarrhea, stomachache, or something uncomfortable when you ate insect egg last time? No. Li Shimin shook his head. To be honest, why not do that? Let me ask you, what is the effect of tonifying the kidney? Not bad. Jiang Feng spread his hand and said, that's it. Think about it, that thing has such a strong effect when you were young. Think about it, this thing will have poor effect. Jiang Feng quietly leaned close to Li Shimin's ear and said with a smile that everyone knows, Old Li, this thing can nourish the kidney and strengthen the yang. You won't try it! Li Shimin is dumbfounded. Really? Jiang Feng can still lie to you. Hey, I say you Old Li, why did I fool you? Jiang Feng is reluctant. I stared and said while eating, you like it or not? When the time comes, I opened a factory in Chainan. No, I only process and produce this stuff. Think about it, Lao Tzu said that this thing can be aphrodisiac. Just think about it, who doesn't want to buy it? Even if Lao Tzu said this thing is worth tentals, think about the noble officials and the wealthy. Who doesn't he want it? You know this. Li Shimin was confused. This thing is really as magical as Jiang Feng said. Li Shimin picked out a relatively small grasshopper from the dustpan, closed his eyes, and threw it into his mouth. But the moment Li Shimin's teeth were on the grasshopper, the whole person's expression froze in an instant. The taste of salt and pepper, and the fresh and crisp taste of grasshoppers, is more delicious than chicken, and more tender and delicious than the hare or the snake meat. It's delicious. Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin's horrified expression, and then took a picture of Li Shimin's shoulders. Old Li, this is just such a thing. The last insect egg, you also made a lot of money. This time you see, everywhere all is. This what is it? This is money flying in the sky 1 inch. You don't want to put him in your pocket? Yes. But, this stuff, I also said, even if I can accept it now, but the people can accept it. Think about it, what happened to this thing? Are you believing or not? Your dustpan and grasshopper go out? I'll be broken in minutes. Li Shimin quickly stuffed a grasshopper into his mouth while pointing at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's eyes are straight. I said old Li, you said, but this grasshopper, can you eat it slowly? You can also make this thing at your house. Didn't you give you the secret recipe last time? What are you going to grab with me? You grabbed it. Why are you so bad for me? Do you want to eat alone? Jiang Feng suddenly wanted to understand. Is this guy trying to say nothing of this thing, and then make a fortune? This is not good. Li Shimin twitched at the corner of his mouth and glanced at Jiang Feng with a suspicious face, and said, how can this be? Am I speaking frankly? I like to eat this stuff. But you also do you want to know whether the people can accept this thing? Not only will you be wrapped in flour, you can still let the people see this thing at a glance. He is a grasshopper. Don't worry about this. Since I, Jiang Feng, dare to say it, there is nothing I Jiang Feng can't do. I'll ask you now, dare you to do it with me? Jiang Feng patted his chest and held it up after taking a big sip from the wine bowl. He said slowly, actually, you also know the advantages of this locust. It is good for your body and contains a lot of things you don't know. Look at it. Locusts. What do you eat? What do you eat with grass, leaves, and grain? This is the essence of food. You only just need to stand there and shout, this a gadget can aphrodisiac, can strengthen the body. Eat a pound, it is equivalent to eat the nutrition of a pound of pork. You go and see, this stuff is hard to sell. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 342. Jiang Feng didn't even tell that this locust is rich in protein and contains amino acids. Even if this is said, Li Shimin can only send the two characters he. The problem is that he doesn't understand. And Jiang Feng also said hi. This is a non-profit business. Even if Li Shimin does not participate in the stock, he must do it. This damn thing is a non-profit business. But Li Shimin is not happy anymore. Asked, I know this stuff. I also ate the insect egg. It is indeed as you said. But the amount is too much. Now, you just want to make money. But have you ever thought about it? How harmful is this thing? Let's not talk about other things, just his current quantity. How can we finish it? While speaking, Li Shimin pointed at the densely packed locust scrawling on the window paper and gave a wry smile. Let's think about it first. How to destroy this stuff. Otherwise I can guarantee that we will all be hungry in less than a month. Jiang Feng also realized the seriousness of the problem. In the heart, after pondering the method to kill locusts, there were three plans in an instant. This matter is the matter of His Imperial Majesty. Let's not worry about it. Don't worry about it. Li Shimin's eyes are all straight. It seems that you are not harmed by this stuff. I ask you, after waiting for a month, where do you go to buy food? What do you eat and drink? When the time comes everywhere locusts, even if this thing is really so good, we can't eat locusts every day, right? Li Shimin's words are very reasonable. Jiang Feng couldn't help but stop eating the locusts, touched his greasy chin, thought for a while and said, if it's me, I have 3 ways to effectively kill the locusts! What way? Hearing this, Li Shimin hurriedly got up. The thing about the army of chickens and ducks is basically not very reliable now. He also thought about it, but when looking at the densely packed locusts in royal gardens, it would take how many chickens and ducks to eat? This method is definitely an utterly inadequate measure now. I have 3 ways here. Old Li, which one do you want to listen to first? Li Shimin hearing this, frowned. Don't talk about the army of chickens and ducks. He's not reliable with anything. Not a vulgar army of chickens and ducks. Jiang Feng faintly smiled. Now, the army of chickens and ducks can only be regarded as an auxiliary army. My first method, please remember it. The first one, it's medicine. Insecticide. Li Shimin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Are you talking about arsenic trioxide? Get out. Jiang Feng hearing this, his face went dark. How much do you have for this thing? How much can you buy? Even if you can afford it, When the time comes, this thing will not say whether it can poison to death locusts. I promise before the death locust, you must be beheaded. Do you want to use arsenic trioxide? Can you use arsenic trioxide for this thing? Do you have the money to burn it, or do you want to die? Have you ever used arsenic trioxide? I guess that in a few moments, the people of Chainan City will kill you more than half. You weigh carefully, are you dead or what? Li Shimin, hearing this, his face changed abruptly, and he hurriedly asked, then you say, what do you use for this thing? Mugwort, add some other things, realga powder, and the sapnins, these things, you are mixing them with a little pepper and morning glory seeds, then boil them into water, and spray them out. Even if people accidentally eat them, they will only have a stomachache for a while, and then fart. Nothing. And this thing is cheap, and you can get it casually. You say you like arsenic trioxide so much. This pollution-free thing, isn't it fragrant? Zhang Feng fiercely said Li Shimin. The key point is that he is afraid of this grandson. If he dares to do this, he will have a big problem. Let's not talk about the locust thing. How long does it take for him to take arsenic trioxide? As long as he crawls on the food you eat. If people eat it, don't they belch? This damn foolish mind. Li Shimin was also criticized by Zhang Feng as if he had done something wrong. And he also savored the Taoism carefully. Arsenic trioxide is just what he said casually. Who dares to use this thing? This is the control item. If anyone wants to use a little bit, they have to go to the government to report for the purpose. Even if he wants to use it, he may not be able to get it, and the output of this thing, if you want to deal with so many locusts, it can only be a fantasy story, that's all. But with the method Zhang Feng said, Li Shimin struck a little in his mind and knew his price instantly. It doesn't add up to 10 cents. Not only does it cost no money, but also covering the mountains and plains are all covered by it. You can't use it up. What's the most important thing? It is harmless to people. This is the most important thing. But when I thought that Zhang Feng had two other options, Li Shimin couldn't help but asked excitedly, Brother Zhang Feng, what else do you think? What is it? Zhang Feng stretched out two fingers and shook it. It's not that there is one more. In fact, I have countless more. Which one do you want to listen to first? Li Shimin hurriedly asked. Then you talk about it? Well, that's okay. I will give you this old hat to popularize it. Remember it clearly. The second one is Huagong. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 343. Fire attack? Does Zhang Feng really want to burn with fire? This damn thing must burn the entire Great Tang. Zhang Feng brother, is there something wrong with your method? Let's not talk about anything else. Just this Chainan City. You can't burn both Longta Mountain and Kinling Mountains. Right? Is that something wrong? Am I? Zhang Feng is speechless. I said, you old Li. What is your strength? Am I not an analogy for you? I said if I were His Imperial Majesty, I would do this. Can you listen to me first? Finished? Well, I want to see. How do you want to burn the mountain? And then before you enter the Imperial Court, you will end your life first. Li Shimin is also interested. When Zhang Feng heard this, he was instantly reluctant. Xin said, you old Li know a goat shit? Although I don't understand, I have seen TV shows and the coups in the novels to prevent fire and locust plagues. You know a hammer. Old Li, this is just a speculation of mine. As for how to do the above, it's not something we worry about. Don't get excited. Let's not drink and just talk about it. Drinking talk. Don't get excited. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder, picked up the wine bowl and banged with him. Li Shimin only then slowly asked, I'm not worried. If you really do this, then you will be completely finished. Your talent in this life, isn't it just like this? Old Li, there is something wrong with you. Zhang Feng pointed to Li Shimin's brain, and said silently, aren't we talking? Do you think I'm so stupid? I'm going to burn it. What I said is if I were that one. Let's talk about this hot thing now. Think about it. Who the fuck said, This I must go to burn the mountain. Are the locusts migrating in patches? We only need to clear out a wide Tenjiang fire belt in the place where the locusts must pass when the locusts are coming. Bring it here to burn, so that a large number of locusts can be burnt to death. Do you think it is feasible? How can this be a burning mountain? What are you thinking about? Li Shimin hearing this, and then feel relieved. But after a glance at Zhang Feng, he mumbled, "Who told you not to make it clear? I thought you were talking about burning mountains." Okay, then this is not a long-term solution. And many places are not suitable for this stuff, such as our Chainan city. What should I do? You forgot. I said insecticide. Zhang Feng mysterious smiled. I said, I have countless ways to get these things in minutes and get it done for you. Okay, don't blow it up. Li Shimin is speechless. Let's not talk about our Chainan. Let's talk about the locusts on Longyu Road. How should I cure it? My medicine ingredient of hundreds of acres. It's all fucking broken! Exclamation mark. While speaking, Li Shimin really squeezed a few tears from his eyes. Zhang Feng, who is watching, only curls his lips. Said silently, I've done it. How old is it? You shed tears for such a broken thing. By the way, last time I said, let the army of chickens and ducks you prepared. How many did you get? When Li Shimin heard it, his expression instantly stagnated. Looking at his appearance, Zhang Feng was no longer calm in an instant. Why didn't you do it then, last time? Wasn't it still early? And at that time, the locusts were all in the soil. I was thinking about this. It was a bit early to make it, and I didn't make it. Plus what happened after it. So, Zhang Feng was stunned. I said, Old Li, you are really awesome. I told you last time, this thing is a good thing to solve the locusts. You now. Okay, let's not talk about it. If not, if you go to Tinker now, you can make a lot of money. Li Shimin hurriedly changed the subject. So what, didn't you say that there are still many ways? You talk about the chickens and ducks. Let's just say, isn't it too late to buy now? The way is to have drops. But I don't know if I make money or not. I still think that harvesting locusts and then learning the insect egg is as reliable as you can. Don't stare at me if you do. Watch out for the drops of eyeballs. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin staring at his own eyes and changed the subject depressed. Actually, when using fire attack, if you use a little Tang insecticide from the pharmacy, the effect will be better. And this thing, even if it is sprayed on in Chainan City, the people will not be poisoned. I said it before. I won't talk about this method. There is an army of chickens and ducks, but you don't have it, and neither do I. If you have it, burn it with fire. Then, if you use insecticide to smoke it, if you eat it with chicken, duck and pig, it basically only takes 1 month, and the locusts in Great Tang will be completely disappeared. However, this is necessary. See what His Imperial Majesty is going to do. Zhang Feng was speechlessly shrugged. Don't say anything anymore. But Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin, who was frowning and contemplative, and couldn't help curiously asking, Old Li, I've been wondering, where is your mansion? I've been walking in Chainan City for so long. Why didn't you see it? And what the fuck are you worried about? This has something to do with you. The sky fell, and His Imperial Majesty would hold us up. Maybe you wait. I bet that His Imperial Majesty will think of a way tomorrow morning, or soon. Let's think about how to use this opportunity to get the factory up. If you don't do it, I will do it alone. That's it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 344. For the locust, Li Shimin has been sad for the past 3 days. But didn't expect Zhang Feng this, just chatting for a while, and thinking of so many ways. The method of burning, although it looks a bit vulgar, but this detailed first rank is really reasonable. If you are near Shilipo outside Chainan City, you only need to cut down all the weeds and trees at the place where the Bay Bridge connects with Chainan City. Those insecticides mentioned by Zhang Feng are poured directly on the fire. Wouldn't it be better to double the results for half the effort? But this youngster, How did you get into the eye this time? These 3 sentences are all about money. Is there any way in this? It's weird. Li Shimin thought for a while, and asked, Brother Jiang Feng, you locust. How do you get it? Now the economy of Chainan has just started. If you do it like this, it won't conflict with the imperial court. How come? Jiang Feng is not happy now. Do you know that once this thing of mine is made, extraordinary will not conflict with the imperial court cooperative, but it will further stimulate consumption. What? Li Shimin was shocked. How can this be a small locust? Hee. Jiang Feng brother, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Jiang Feng has blown up his hair. I thought you were the brother, you actually said I was kidding? Have you seen me Jiang Feng kidding? Li Shimin twitched his lips. Jiang Feng was blown up instantly. Hey, you still don't believe it, do you? Come on. Jiang Feng took Li Shimin to the backyard. In the backyard on the tree in the middle, tie the trunk with a rope, and then spread grease paper under the tree, pull and shake. And instantly densely packed locusts fell on the paper. Li Shimin can't figure out what Jiang Feng is going to do. Just watch it carefully. I saw Jiang Feng at a moderate pace from the ground, tinkering with which locusts into a basin, then filled the basin with water, sprinkled a lot of salt on it, and rubbed it slowly, only then fished it out of the water. Li Shimin is dumbfounded. What is this going to do? I had to follow Jiang Feng and basking the cleaned locusts on the floor of the backyard. At this time, Jiang Feng said, I said before that the medicinal value of locusts is very high. An important Chinese medicine for treating kidney deficiency. The effect of strengthening the yang and invigorating the kidney is 10 times higher than that of the insect egg. Think about it, how much did you earn from the locust insect egg? Can people object to it? Nothing? Do you know why? Li Shimin scratched his head with a dazed expression. Then no one opposes the locust insect egg, and many people regard this as a profitable business. Jiang Feng slapped Li Shimin on the shoulder. You don't understand. Right? As long as you promote you did good, everything can be bought and sold. Think about it, you just ate this locust, and you said that others can't eat it. I'm used to it. Then I grind it into powder and sell bone strengthening powder. Do you think someone will buy it? And the price at that time is not at this price. Now, it's a pound of fried locusts, sell 3 cents to 5 cents. When the time comes a hype, the price has to be overturned. Think about it, the price we sell is so expensive, how much lower the price will be when the price is up. If you think about the locusts, even if there is no army of chickens and ducks, at that time, the entire Chainan people would be crazy to catch them. While speaking, the moisture on the locust has also dried up. Jiang Feng grabbed a look and took Li Shimin into the stove. Set up the fire, burn the oil, and when the oil is almost burnt, pour a dustpan locust into it. Shoot! Li Shimin was shocked by this scene and shuddered, and Jiang Feng's eyes rolled again. It didn't take long for the fried locusts in a dustpan of yellow-orange to be ready. But this time, Jiang Feng didn't eat it directly. Instead, he sprinkled it with condiments while it was still hot, then put it in a stone mill and gently crushed it into powder. Holding up a handful of powder, Jiang Feng found a bowl, rinsed it with boiling water, and then handed it to Li Shimin. Taste the taste of this stuff. While speaking, Jiang Feng and Li Shimin left the kitchen and returned to the hall again. Looking at the layer of fat floating in the bowl and the yellow orange soup, Li Shimin resisted the discomfort, took a sip, and the taste was still good. It is more delicious than the lamb soup in the imperial palace. This couldn't help but make Li Shimin's eyes bright. I understand what you mean. Although the locusts are not easy to sell, they are made into powder, and they are also bone-strengthening powder. This taste is more delicious than that of lamb soup. If I don't know this thing, I must think this is a delicacy. You mean, use this thing to turn him into a treasure, and then stimulate the economic market again. Is that right? Smart. Jiang Feng couldn't help but thumb up. You finally got the hang of it. However, it also depends on what His Imperial Majesty means. Although we think so beautiful now, there is an insect egg after all. Where is the precedent? Maybe His Imperial Majesty has already thought of some countermeasures. but I guarantee that His Imperial Majesty did not think of this insect powder. So, Old Lee, what do you think of this way of making money? Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 345. Lee Shimin also moved. Should you say that you are carrying fried locusts to sell? Lee Shimin can guarantee that some people will blast the head of that man in minutes. But it is different now. As long as powder is made, and some other ice paste is added, or it is mixed with flour, doesn't it become bone-strengthening powder? Looking at the layer of oil in the bowl and the tempting fragrance, Lee Shimin endured the hotness, while blowing the bowl while tasting carefully. If the taste of this thing is added with flour, the quality will be less, but the price will be much lower. In this way, who will not taste the smell of locusts, knows the salt if you put enough. Who the fuck can eat the wormy smell? Soon, a bowl of bone-strengthening powder was finished. Lee Shimin smacked his lips and said, "Jiang Feng brother, then this thing can really strengthen your bones? It is necessary. By the way, do you want to participate in the stock market?" Lee Shimin also learned Jiang Feng's appearance, shrugged. With such a big interest, if I don't participate in the shares, wouldn't I be a fool? Okay. Since you also want to participate in the shares, then it's the old rules. You pay for the technology, and for this thing, if you find a better doctor, he will tell you whether this thing will strengthen your bones. People who have troubles drink this thing and drink a bowl, just equivalent to drink a bowl of meat and bone soup. Old Lee, do you now know the profit in this? As long as you find someone who can blow, I believe, even that tukla can make money. Lee Shimin hearing this could not help curl one's lip. Are you trying to deceive others? Lie. I ask you, you also ate the locust insect egg, you also ate this locust. I'll ask you, what's the taste? Is the locust insect egg working? Come on, I have to go back and think about it. If I can, I will old son them go and do something and save a little loss. While walking, Lee Shimin said, I have basically done everything about the school. If it is the work of the carpenter, there will be house renovations. Someone will come to you later. You just need to tell them what you want. After Lee Shimin finished speaking, he took the remaining fried locusts in the dustpan, and the locust powder was taken away. The nickname is to take it back so that they can taste it, but Jiang Feng seriously suspects that this product wants to go back and try it. When Lee Shimin went out, Jiang Feng hurriedly yelled, Old Lee, this thing is good, but you must be restrained. Otherwise, when the time comes, you won't be able to get up. Kian, don't blame me for not telling you. The aphrodisiac effect of this thing is fierce. Jiang Feng's voice was not hidden at all. Lee Shimin hearing this black face ran away in a hurry. The surrounding area is basically the spies of Jinwu guards and Waishu. This damn thing let these people know. Where is his face? See, Lee Shimin slipped away. Jiang Feng put away the locusts and locust powder on the table, made a bowl for himself, added a spoonful of sugar, and then elated lying on his back on the recliner while drinking a small wine, eating fried locusts while thinking about the tricycle. Now there is the most important trouble. But what should I do with this car frame? Is the protagonist smelting? But he didn't bother to tinker with those things. The point is that it is too hot. Jiang Feng couldn't help but look at the iron kettle in front of him. His eyes lit up. That's right. If you take this thing apart, find someone to make all the parts, build a smaller crucible by yourself, and make some mortises, wouldn't this be solved? The more I think about it, the more excited Jiang Feng is. This damn thing, Lao Tzu is a genius. When the time comes, let's ride a tricycle to Chainan City to walk down the street. It is definitely the most beautiful scenery in Chainan City. You have a carriage, but I also have my tricycle, don't you? Also, isn't it all right to buy vegetables? Jiang Feng could not help but think of another spectacular scene. With sunglasses, a group of second-rate men in suits, riding bicycles and wearing big brimmed hats. This fucking thoughts are exciting. The more I think about it, the more Jiang Feng has a desire to make a tricycle. Where can I still sleep now? I hurriedly drilled out of the little tavern and found Goozy and Zuzi, who were playing in the water in the river below a big willow tree, and asked, I have an extremely important one now. Do you want to help me? When I heard that Jiang Feng had something to do, he didn't wear these clothes. The 12 or 13-year-old doll climbed into the river with bare buttocks. The woman on the street could not stop cursing. Brother Feng, tell me, what do you want us to do? The two of them stared at Jiang Feng with black eyes. Jiang Feng pondered for a while and said, do you still know the blacksmith uncle in Western District? I have something to do with me. Go and invite him to me and say I have a big deal to find him. This, when uncle is 80 years old. How about Tang? Bring you the second fool? Although that guy is a little silly. But fortunately I have great strength. Zuzi put forward a different opinion. But Jiang Feng shook his head. Look for Wen uncle. This time the job is not heavy. It's a handicraft. You just ask me to talk to Wen uncle. If he does, I will give him 100 yuan first. His wages, of course, is to count him, and I will pay him the money. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 346 Palace of Absolute Beguiling, Imperial Study Room. As soon as Li Shimin entered the door, before he had time to change his clothes, he asked, Little Gizzy, please sort out all the locust notes. Yes. Seeing Li Shimin's face gloomy, little Gizzy hurriedly selected a memorial among the mountain-like memorials. And Li Shimin also sat on the soft collapse, flipping through them one by one. The locust plague broke out in Jianan Road. The locusts are suspected to have come from Tibet, and countless Tibetan victims are surging like Great Tang. When I saw this memorial, Li Shimin directly commented on the melodrama, comprehensively investigate the source of the locusts and their losses. Tibet comes and expel them all. Next, Li Shimin was watching the next melodrama. This memo is about Shannon Road. Locust plagues broke out in Bazu, Mozu, and Jiazu, Shannon Province. Farmland was seriously damaged, and there were even signs of locusts devouring livestock. Locust plagues broke out in Yazu, Hezu, Henan Province, Minzu, Xingzhou and other places. The forest trees were severely damaged and the food loss was heavy, but there were no casualties for the time being. Li Shimin took a deep breath, looking at the ZZ of Longyu Road, took a deep breath. Only then slowly opened the memorial. There are only a few words on the memorial, but each one is like a heavy hammer, knocking in Li Shimin's heart. The locust plague broke out in Kush City and other places, and within 1,000 miles, there were no oases. After seeing this, Li Shimin's heart couldn't help but grabbed. Biography. Wai Zheng, Fangxiu Anling, eldest grandson Du Yui quickly enters the palace. Li Shimin fiercely slapped the memorial, and now he is watching the quintet table, but there are already dozens of copies on his desktop. What does this mean? This means that the outbreak of locusts has reached the point of urgency. But they are mostly concentrated near Tibet, and the southern part of Great Tang has basically no impact. What does this mean? This shows that the locust plague is really as Jiang Feng said before. The locusts in Great Tang are basically nothing, but the key is that the locust plague broke out in Tibet. After the locusts directly swallowed Tibet, they migrated long distances. The territory of Great Tang. Before, Li Shimin felt that Jiang Feng was talking about the locust plague next year, and this year's locust insect egg, basically from Longyu to Chainan, and even Great Tang, has basically been cleaned up. But he forgot one thing. That's what Jiang Feng said, Tibet's locust plague. At this time, Li Shimin suddenly understood why the locusts were almost controlled this year, and why did he even explain that an irreversible disaster will break out this year. He thought this was Jiang Feng's guess, but from the current memory reports and all the plans for Tibet, Li Shimin suddenly felt a kind of pressure, an irresistible pressure. After a while, Wai Zheng and the others hurriedly entered the Palace of Absolute Beguiling Imperial Study Room. Seeing Li Shimin's sullen face, he lowered his head and meditated on something. He didn't dare to bother and waited quietly. I don't know how long it took. Li Shimin slowly woke up, looking at the few people standing in front of him, waving tiredly, motioning everyone to sit down, and then said, "The specific situation of this locust plague, how are you investigating?" Back to His Imperial Majesty, small official thoroughly inspected all the towns around Canaan and found that although the locust plague was fierce, Canaan had long been their preparation. Although there has been a loss of grain, it is not that there is no grain. The wheat is basically harvested, and only the corn has been lost. In addition to the Canaan City Cooperative, basically every household has grain in the house. What I asked was the locust disaster, and I didn't ask anything else. Li Shimin interrupted Du Yui's report and asked. Hearing this, Du Yui took a deep breath and said, reporting to His Imperial Majesty, this locust plague. The minister got the most detailed memorial report, the black locusts, and there are still 5 days to go. We have to cross the Kindling Mountains and arrive in Canaan City. Fear, when the time comes, there will be no more crops in Canaan City. What? 5 days? Li Shimin's face suddenly changed. Quickly asked, well, what about Longiu Road? What about the situation in Jianan Road and other places? Li Shimin just wants to know where this locust plague is. Is it a full-scale outbreak, or is it true that the locusts are really as he guessed, and they have set off on the Longiu Road from Tibet to the south? But all the information he got, everyone made him desperate. Because of the locust plague this time, as he had just thought of, it basically spread from the north to the south. What does this mean? This means that he has 5 days left. Can you think of any way to resist this? His Imperial Majesty. The ministers did think of a way. Fang Xuanling hesitated, but seeing that His Imperial Majesty didn't say anything, he said tentatively, the old official thinks that if this matter is done according to the method established by the Jiang Feng brother before, using the army of chickens and ducks, it might be able to. It worked, but this effect. Also, since the locusts can eat all the insect eggs, the locusts, although they are stubborn and infiltrate a little bit, but this should also work. What about it? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 347. His Imperial Majesty went out of the palace so big, why might they not know? And now His Imperial Majesty hasn't even changed his clothes. If he weren't a fool, he would definitely know where His Imperial Majesty went to the Jiang Feng brother. And, when I thought of this, on the way to the Imperial study room, a few people squatted on the road teeth and thought about the things the Jiang Feng brother said before, and then they thought of this wonderful method. This is the method that Jiang Feng brother said before. Isn't it the right time to use this time? But after speaking it out, everyone felt strange. Because, His Imperial Majesty's complexion at this time has become very ugly, this scene cannot help but make these old foxes' hearts tremble. Is this what His Imperial Majesty and Jiang Feng brother said? Several people couldn't help but glance at each other, and at the same time they sat up quietly, waiting for His Imperial Majesty's words. Sure enough, not long after everyone sat down, Li Shimin sighed. Originally, I thought you would have a different opinion on this matter, but now it seems that this. His Imperial Majesty, there are other methods. The minister checked the previous methods applicable to the control of locusts, but compared to the current situation, they are basically an utterly inadequate measure. So the minister thinks that the best way now is to use fire. It's okay. Li Shimin waved his hand with a headache. Where do you want me to burn? Did you burn the imperial city, or where? His Imperial Majesty, ministers, etc. A death penalty. Py Zheng and the others knelt down in a hurry. Li Shimin looked at them all, waving his hand. Actually, I know that you also understand that when I come back from that little tavern, I will not turn around. Jiang Feng brother indeed has 3 ways. One is what you call the fire attack. Use the favorable terrain, just as it is now. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he pointed to the wall Chang'an City's area said, look, here is the Shilipo area. Jiang Feng brother means that between Bei and Chang'an, cut out a fire belt and set it on fire here. Burn the locusts. This. Wai Zheng and the others looked at the map and listened to Li Shimin's words. Their expressions changed suddenly. Before, they only wanted to set fires, but as for how to set them off, they really don't know, especially in the Imperial City and Chang'an City. But at this moment, Li Shimin said again, I didn't expect. You can't even think of another way. Li Shimin has some mixed feelings, lightly saying, you have all dealt with medicine ingredient. The Dragon Boat Festival is just over. Have you forgotten something? You are talking about wormwood and Ralga. Wai Zheng, hearing this, suddenly changed his expression and hurriedly knelt down and said, this small official has indeed thought of it before, but I don't know how to use this thing, so the minister is dull. Please His Imperial Majesty to express it. His Imperial Majesty. Please. Li Shimin waved his hand. Do you remember, what is the beacon tower for? Beacon. Wai Zheng, hearing this, hurriedly said, back His Imperial Majesty. The beacon tower is the signal tower used to transmit emergency military. Yes, this is it. Li Shimin points to the map said, I just looked at the melodrama, and all the locusts on the melodrama are concentrated in this Longiu, west of Jianan, mainly around Tibet and other countries. If we ignite the beacon fires in these places at the same time, and still replace all the fuel with medicine ingredient, insecticide and insecticide medicine ingredient, in the fire zone, think about it, what will happen? Fang Xuanling's eyes suddenly burst into a burst of fine light. His Imperial Majesty, mean, use this kind of fire attack? Yes. Fang Xuanling Du Yui, and Zhang Sunwuji, who has been silent, and Wai Zheng have a thunder in their minds at the same time. Yes. Jianan Road, Shannon Road, and Longiu Road are the three places where the locust plague is the most serious, so the total number of beacon towers in these places is more than 1,000. If the beacon tower and the isolation belt set off the medicine ingredient at the same time, then, isn't this locust exterminated? Really easy? Is this really that simple? But at this moment, Zhang Sunwuji, who has not spoken, suddenly said, His Imperial Majesty, although this method can wipe out most of the locusts, if the dose is not appropriate, and if the wind blows indiscriminately, the effect will be. So, the minister means that if you can cooperate with the army of chickens and ducks at this time, wouldn't it be able to double the results for half the effort? Everyone was hearing this, their expressions couldn't help but a joy. His Imperial Majesty, what Lord Zhangsun said is that, if this is the case, if the locusts that have not died are eliminated by the army of chickens and ducks, there will be no locusts in my great Tang in March. It must be extinct. 3 months. Li Shimin shook his head faintly. I will wait less than 3 months. I want you to wait within a month to completely wipe out this plague of locusts. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 348. Everyone is hearing this, and their faces are bitter. His Imperial Majesty, this plague of locusts is a punishment from heaven. What punishment? Do not wait for Du Yui to finish. Li Shimin interrupted him, waved his hand. Eunuch entered the imperial study room with a few large bowls of enticing fragrance. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, it's hot, you can moisturize your throat when you drink something good. Think carefully about the countermeasures, and then tell me, is this a natural disaster or something? While speaking, Eunuch opened the lid of a white jade bowl in front of a few people, and the seductive fragrance instantly spilled into the hall. Although everyone has doubts, but they still got up and said in unison, thanks His Imperial Majesty Ron. After speaking, everyone looked at the bowl of light yellow, and floated. It was full of grease and could not tell what it was. So I gently scooped up a spoon with a spoon and put it into my mouth. But at the next moment, everyone's doubts were gone, and everyone's faces were filled with surprise and surprise. How does this thing taste? Li Shimin did not tell them that this is locust powder. He believes that if he tells them in advance, there will be one group of grandchildren. 100 ways are not hard. He wants to see, not this. He wants to wait until these people are all drunk, and then he tells the raw materials of this thing. It's not that Li Shimin has a bad taste, but the key is these guys. He can't think of anything. Does this mean that no one in our civil and military officials can think of a perfect plan? So, he wanted to use this thing, on the one hand for punishment, on the other hand, just like eating the insect egg before, so that they can remember. This is the usual method used by a monarch, first rubbing and then squeezing. After a while, the four of them finished drinking. At this time, Li Shimin waved his hand again. Eunuch held a large jade plate high, and the plate was covered with red cloth again, quite mysterious. Li Shimin then asked, "Ministers, how does this soup taste?" Several people were confused about what they were eating. "So I eat very slowly. The taste of this thing is indeed very delicious, with the deliciousness of fish and crab, and the taste of cattle, sheep, and even frogs. But it is still not tasted even if it is slow to eat." "What is it?" While drinking, everyone still pondered His Imperial Majesty's face. "See, His Imperial Majesty's face is different, but I really don't understand what this thing is." At this time, seeing Eunuch dragging the jade plate up, His Imperial Majesty asked again, and everyone said back to His Imperial Majesty, "This thing is actually a delicacy that the old official hasn't eaten in these years." This deliciousness, is it the seafood tribute to Cambodia, or is it a treasure of Western regions? Li Shimin hearing this is what Haha said with a smile, "Where is Cambodia or Western regions? This thing, this is me great old Tang." This. Everyone is speechless. Looking at the clean bowl, everyone couldn't think of what made this thing. Li Shimin is just lightly saying, "Let me talk about the main function of this thing first. I know, all these years, you have waited for Great Tang and worked hard, even in the early years, for the founding of Great Tang. It was a battle between the South and the North. Naturally, this body is a little weak, and at these times, it is also sad to see your grey hair waiting for you." Li Shimin was talking in his heart, but Wei Zheng and the others choked. Everyone knelt on the ground with a hurried puff in excitement. "His Imperial Majesty, this is what this small official should do. His Imperial Majesty doesn't have to be like this." That's all. People like them when they are old feeling. Li Shimin waved his hand, motioning everyone to get up. Then he continued, "Eldest grandson, don't you always feel knee pain? And minister, do you are weak? And you chancellor, why, you have no money? Just tell me." "Don't. I've been so poor all day. People who don't know think that I deliberately buckled it." "Look at your robe, it's broken, and replace it with a new one." Li Shimin said this, but everyone was even more puzzled. This is a good chat about locusts. His Imperial Majesty, why did you suddenly come here? However, without saying His Imperial Majesty, everyone can only suppress the doubts in their hearts and wait for His Imperial Majesty's words. Li Shimin sighed, and then said, "The thing you just waited for is called bone strengthening powder." Zhang Feng brother said, "This thing not only strengthens the physique you waited for, but also this bowl. It's equivalent to you waiting for the nutrition of a bowl of broth. I don't know what nutrition, but I also drank a bowl. I think my Zhang Feng brother will not fool me. Therefore, I will let you taste it. If you find it delicious, I will reward you a lot." Everyone is hearing this, and then I tremble with excitement. This small official have what skills and abilities? His Imperial Majesty doesn't have to be like this. Seeing the effect has been achieved, Li Shimin got up with a smile on his face and helped him up. Everyone, just pretending to be warned, although this thing is a good thing, I want to warn you, this thing is very effective for impotence. You wait for the Imperial Court all day long to work hard for the Imperial Court. So I also hope that the offspring you are waiting for will flourish, so you have to be temperate when you wait. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 349. What does it mean? Aphrodisiac. Zhang Feng brother doing this thing? The locust insect egg that Zhang Feng had done before can't help but think of the locust insect egg in everyone's mind. That thing seems to have the effect of aphrodisiac and nourishing kidney. Maybe this. But if you think about it carefully, now the insect egg is early, it becomes a grasshopper, which is also impossible. Everyone couldn't help but feel more puzzled, but they still thanked Li Shimin for his reward. Li Shimin no longer said anything, but directly said, "This thing, in fact, you have all seen it." While speaking, Li Shimin personally opened it and put it in a few people. The white jade plate in the middle reveals its true content. At this time, a group of eunuchs seemed to be prepared. Several eunuchs stood beside a few people, dragging a copper basin in their hands, and waiting quietly. But when everyone saw the object on the plate, everyone's face suddenly changed. Locust. This ... Is this a locust? I should have thought about ... This just drank. It's... Oh, wow. Everyone now understands everything instantly. I couldn't help but look pale as paper, and I couldn't help but vomit. Finally, everyone finally knows why these eunuchs are dragging the jade plate, and finally understand why His Imperial Majesty keeps saying this, and why they can't help but think of it at the same time after His Imperial Majesty said aphrodisiac the locust insect egg is out. This, damn it, is the locust. After everyone finished vomiting, Li Shimin sat beside them without disgust, took out a few fried golden locusts from the jade plate, and threw them into his mouth. The creak of the bite with keen interest pleasure is crunching. Everyone seriously suspected that His Imperial Majesty was punishing them, but they did not dare to say. Li Shimin looked at a few people contemptuously. This locust insect egg is eaten as if you are a baby. Don't you eat it if I eat it. Li Shimin pretended to be warm and angry. In an instant, the four of them were facing catastrophe. Hurry up and said, this small official dare not wait. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, okay, don't do anything. This stuff you have heard of the effects of locusts. Go back and taste it first. I have prepared 3 catties of locust powder for each of you. No, now it's called bone strengthening powder. There are also 3 catties of fried locusts. You will know what I said in one night. It's true or false. And, this is my 3rd plan. Li Shimin put away his smile, and said solemnly, now you all know. Everyone thinks that this is a harmonious insect, a heavenly punishment from heaven. Not only that, but the financial system of the cooperative that has just been established is also showing signs of collapse. The people have lost the way to make money and there is no food. How can this be allowed? They don't panic. This person, you can't let him idle. Once he is idle, he will magnify the fear in his heart. Think about the way to make money with the insect egg. The insect egg of the locust is fine. Why can't I turn this locust into a treasure? Li Shimin didn't even notice it himself. I have been with Zhang Feng for a long time. He actually considers himself a businessman now. But think about it, isn't this what Great Tang needs now? He wants to control the economic power, and does not want this country in ruins all the time to restore the economy and his strong side in a short period of time. This is also the meaning of the Wye River Treaty. And now, the day is not fulfilled. He originally thought that this locust plague was managed before, and Zhang Feng has always said that it was to prevent the locust plague next year, but he forgot an essential thing. That is, if he does not have today's reserves, where does his locust plague come from next year? This year's locust insect eggs were dug almost to death. Where did the locust plague come from? But now he understands. This plague of locusts. In fact, Zhang Feng has been in the layout since early in the morning. From the beginning of targeting Tibet, until now, all plans, including the demand for food, have basically been based on the root cause and put an end to the locust plague. The locusts can fly. Although Great Tang has no locust insect egg, Tibet has it. He ignored this fundamental problem, and only saw that the Great Tang's locusts were gone. But now, reality gave Li Shimin a fiercely slap. This slap not only woke up Li Shimin but also let him know a truth. If you want to control the locust plague, you have to start from the root cause. When I thought of this, Li Shimin carried his hands on his back and looked at the locusts flying outside the window, lightly saying, although I have not received the memorial, I know that Guanlong will never let go of this opportunity now. Create public opinion, so I feel that we should start with the evil roots of the people. Only let everyone know that this locust is not the so-called natural disaster, but the beautiful thing God gave me, Great Tang. This can solve this matter perfectly from the root cause. And, this bone strengthening powder and this delicacy, I have decided, tomorrow morning, I will invite everyone to taste these 2 delicacies. I don't believe it anymore. Under the temptation of impotence and physical fitness, Who else can resist his temptation? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 350. Li Shimin said it sonorously, and Wei Zheng and the others finally understood Li Shimin's purpose. The four hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "His Imperial Majesty Enlightened Sovereign." That's all, that's all. If it were Enlightened Sovereign, it would be fine. Li Shimin shook his head. This is just a business, so that the people of the world can forget this disaster at this moment of crisis, and let this disaster, the locusts in the sky, become the people's pockets. One by one, my heart is enough. Report. However, at this moment, little Gizzy hurried in. But seeing that Wei Zheng and the others were present and hesitating, Li Shimin waved his robe and said, "It's okay, say it." "Yes, His Imperial Majesty. Tibet is here to see His Imperial Majesty urgently. People will arrive at Chainan tomorrow morning." "What? So hurry? Didn't you just go back?" "This is it for?" The eyes of Wei Zheng and the others couldn't help but converge on the one on the table disc-locust body. Li Shimin waved his hand. "Send the decree. Order Honglu Temple King to do it in accordance with the etiquette reception." "Follow the decree." Little Guiza left in a hurry, and Li Shimin smiled. "Ministers, our god of wealth of Great Tang, here comes His Imperial Majesty." "Do you mean?" Zhang Sun Wuji, hearing this, could not help asking. Li Shimin waved his hand and dismissed all the eunuchs and the guards at the door. Then he sat among the four, greeted a few people to eat locusts, and said, "Long Sun, the last time the retired emperor was born at that time, how did things go?" "Back to His Imperial Majesty, Tibet came to make the last time it said it was a way to combat the drought. After many twists and turns, yesterday, Tibet's food has arrived in Chang'an and the government treasury all over Longyu Road. The minister also delivered the water wheel to Tibet. The minister had calculated it. This is basically all the grains in Tibet this year. Although there is still a surplus, the surplus grain, in the face of such a plague of locusts, the minister thinks that they will not be able to survive the end of this year." "Okay, this will be done." "That's great." Li Shimin patted his thigh. "That said, the plan has already begun. Think about it now. What did the Jiang Feng brother say when making this plan?" Everyone is hearing this. After thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but look shocked. It turned out that Jiang Feng brother counted all this in the early morning. "First, we used the blueprint of the water wheel to control the drought in exchange for the fatal attraction of Tibet. Then, taking advantage of the desire and public opinion of the Tibetan people for this matter, we had to sign a grain exchange technology with Great Tang again. Things. But now, the locust finally broke out. Now, the account book that brother rose Tibet to Great Tang is once again overwhelming." "What is this?" "This is the Jiang Feng brother, who firmly tied Tibet to Great Tang's waist pole and helped Great Tang work for free." This. At first, although everyone was excited to hear it, they were more or less disapproving. But now, if Tibet really came for the locust plague, then, at this time, everyone only felt the horror of Jiang Feng. Every time a targeted opinion, a country can become a plaything of Great Tang in his applause. Horror. This is the real talking and laughing room, destroying heaven, extinguishing earth. This is even more terrifying than the real thing that destroys Tibet. His Imperial Majesty, this Jiang Feng brother ... Is it really a god? Wei Zheng took a deep breath, asked in amazement. Li Shimin, hearing this, gave a wry smile. "I also think that Jiang Feng brother is just immortal. But the fact is the fact. He is just a mortal." Everyone was silent. Everyone once again thought of Jiang Feng's plan for Tuihan and Turkic, and their hairs exploded. This is too terrifying. Fortunately, Jiang Feng brother is from Great Tang. If he is Tibet, or someone from another country, then... That's right. Li Shimin suddenly changed his expression. Asked, "Immediately send Cheng Yojin and ask him whether Turkic has been affected by this locust plague." His Imperial Majesty, the minister is preparing to report on this matter. Wei Zheng's face is serious, but his body is shaking. My face flushed a bit. His Imperial Majesty, early this morning, the minister received a report in the secretary's supervision, saying that it was Yu Prefecture, visiting Zhu, and a secret report from Kush, saying that a large number of locusts entered great from Turkic. The situation in Tang and even Yu Prefecture has become relatively serious. If this is combined, this small official felt that the locust must have crossed Long Yu Road from Tuihan and then entered after Turkic. I entered Great Tang from Yu Prefecture. So Turkic must have suffered a devastating locust plague. Good. Li Shiman, hearing this, slapped the table with the same excitement. This is the most exciting news I have received in recent days. Tell me, let people quickly inquire about all the news about Turkic. I will just look at this then. When you lie drank Geely, old thief, how could I get the palm of my hand? Also, let people pay attention to the people in Guanlong at any time, especially on the border. If you find them and Turkic and Tuihan Tibet and the others have business stealings. So, while speaking, a killing intent flashed in Li Shiman's eyes. The four of them hurriedly got up. This small official, etc. understand, report. And at this moment, little Gizzy entered the Imperial study room again. As soon as he entered the door, little Gizzy knelt on the ground in a hurry and said, "Start, His Imperial Majesty. Tuihan's emissary is here too."